This boy was shunned by his entire village, mistreated by his own siblings, and even his parents saw him as a cursed child. And all this was because SGO possessed a special ability. He could read the thoughts of humans and animals. SGO just wanted to live a quiet life, but when the most beautiful girl in the village showed him kindness, a jealous suitor framed him for theft. With no one believing him, he finally fell into despair and left the village that had only brought him pain. On the road, SGO hitched a ride with a caravan and befriended the captain of the guard, Lena. As the caravan moved along, the horses suddenly stopped for no reason. No matter how the driver whipped them, they refused to move. Hearing that SGO could read animals' minds, Lena asked him to handle the situation, saying, "Hey kid, solve this for me. He hit me so hard, you know. There's a lot more I haven't even mentioned." Using his ability, SGO discovered that the horses were terrified. They had sensed an extremely dangerous creature up ahead. If the caravan dared to enter its territory, everyone would be killed. SGO immediately told Lena what he had learned. Lena recalled a massive creature that was only ever seen on snowy mountains, the white-furred ape. To continue their journey, Lena assembled a monster hunting party, even dragging SGO along in case they needed a translator. According to the horses, the creature they sensed was far more terrifying than any white-furred ape. The group ventured into the forest. The last rays of sun vanished, and darkness enveloped everything. A member of the group used his magic to light a fire for the path, but a sudden gust of wind put SGO on high alert. In the darkness, he faintly heard the monster's thoughts. "Foolish humans, I will devour you all." To understand a creature's emotions without touching it, that creature must possess an incredibly strong will. The farther away SGO could sense its bloodlust, the more dangerous it was. SGO immediately warned everyone, "We have to turn back," but Lena refused. This was the only passable road. The caravan had to get through. Lena asked if there were any other monsters besides that one. SGO replied, "Just one, but it's extremely dangerous." Just then, everyone suddenly froze and drew their weapons in unison. A gigantic monster had appeared before them out of nowhere. It was the first time any of them had seen a white-furred ape this massive. Facing the monster, the group remained calm and formed a battle formation. Lena, the fighter, charged in first, engaging the monster with a few basic strikes. Myth and AD stood in the back, continuously spamming support skills to assist him. In a moment of distraction, the archer landed an arrow in the monster's palm. It roared in fury, a sound that shook the entire forest. The archer was terrified by the roar, his limbs trembling and his face turning pale. Seizing the opportunity, the monster swatted him, sending him flying. Just as its sharp claws were about to end the archer's life, SGO suddenly ran forward, shielding the man with his body and telling the monster, "Stop." Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, the creature calmed down, its ferocity gone. Seeing this, Lena seized the opportunity while the monster was motionless and quickly snuck up behind it. "I told you to watch your distance." With that, Lena swung his twin blades, slashing deep into the monster's back, causing it to cry out in pain. Pressing their advantage, the other team members unleashed their full firepower on it. In agony, the monster finally fled into the forest. "It's running away! After it! We have to finish it off!" While everyone else was hunting the monster, SGO was still trying to process what had just happened. The beast had understood him. Even for just a brief moment, the beast had stopped. He felt this monster wasn't as savage as the rumors claimed. What if everyone was wrong about it? Then, SGO heard the monster's inner voice. "Mom, I'm scared. Mom, I'm so scared." Just as SGO suspected. He had to stop them and save the monster before it was too late. Following the footprints it left in the snow, SGO found a hidden cave. It was quiet here. The warriors must not have found this cave yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had made it in time. SGO slowly entered the cave. The deeper he went, the darker it became. As he walked, he instinctively covered his nose, as a strong, metallic scent of blood suddenly filled the air. Continuing deeper inside, SGO could finally see the white back of the monster, sitting alone in the cave. He didn't understand why its silhouette gave him such a feeling of loneliness. And then, he saw the white-furred ape's memories. On a cold, snowy night, a family of white-furred apes was out foraging for food. The leader of the pack suddenly stopped, as if it had scented something. On the cold snow was a girl who had fainted from hunger. The ape family, far from harming her, carried the girl back to their cave to warm her up. When she first woke up, the girl was terrified, faced with the supposedly ferocious creatures of legend. However, after spending some time with them, she discovered they were actually incredibly gentle, even sharing their scarce winter food with her. Gradually, the girl grew close to the apes, and they came to see her as a member of their family. "Our little darling is as beautiful as the white snow," so her name will be Nazura. However, their happy life didn't last long. One day, a group of hunters armed with guns found the cave. The girl was killed trying to protect the apes. The young ape, Nazura, hiding behind a rock, witnessed everything. From that day on, she grew to hate humankind. Nazura was the very ape now in front of SGO. Because of humans, her happy family was gone. Seeing SGO, Nazura unconsciously called out, "Mom." He replied, "I am not your mother." Nazura asked with some curiosity, "Then who are you?" "My name is SGO." At this moment, Nazura looked as gentle and innocent as a child. "Did you come here to capture me too, SGO?" "No." "Then why did you come here?" "I don't really know. I just felt like I had to." "Humans. They murdered my family. They are all human, yet they mercilessly killed Mom. One of their own kind. I just don't understand why." "I know. It was probably for money." "What is money?" "It's a human concept. They can do anything with it. If this thing called money exists, can I see my mom and my family again?" "No, that's impossible." "Then can I get revenge?" "That, you can do. If money can be used for revenge, why can't it bring my family back to life?" Then, Nazura began to cry loudly, as if releasing all the grief she had held inside for so long. "I was so angry. I thought about slaughtering them all. But when you appeared, SGO, I realized there was nothing left to worry about. If revenge is something I can get with human money, then I don't think I need it. Otherwise, what would make me different from that money? That's enough. I want to rest now. Goodbye, SGO." He then left the cave. Just as he stepped outside, a bag suddenly fell on him. The one who had just thrown the bag at SGO was a black cat named Suki, whom he had helped once before. "I'm glad you're okay, Suki. I'm not weak enough to be hurt by some little punk. Want me to carry you?" "Ugh, as if." "Man, black cats really are sassy, aren't they?" "Where are you going, Suki?" "Back to the carriage. Where else?" "What about Nazura? What about her?" "Just leave her. But she's injured. If someone else finds her, she'll die. Even if you might die yourself by staying here, I think I should go back to the cave. Suit yourself. You're really smart, you know. And yet you're so willing to abandon yourself. What do you mean, Suki? You think everyone will abandon you eventually, so you don't expect anything from anyone." SGO didn't answer the cat. He just silently took the bag and went back into the cave. Opening the bag, he found a cloak inside, meant to keep the body warm. After putting on the cloak, he buried his head in Nazura's soft fur and fell asleep without realizing it. Just then, the cat slowly approached SGO. It turned out he hadn't left at all, but had been secretly following him. "I definitely said we should go back to the carriage. That we shouldn't abandon children. If you get sick, it's your own damn fault, SGO." As he spoke, a light began to glow around the cat. In the blink of an eye, Suki transformed into a large black tiger. His eyes a striking mix of yellow and blue. He slowly lay down beside SGO, silently protecting him just like that. Seeing SGO sleeping peacefully beside Nazura, Suki couldn't help but remember his own past. In a lightless underground research facility, Suki was treated as a test subject by humans. When the experiment failed, they tried to eliminate him. Suki then destroyed the facility and escaped from that place. Covered in wounds, Suki thought his life was over. In the darkness, a desperate little cat lay dying on the cold snow, waiting for death to claim him. But what found him wasn't death, but a warm embrace. It was a young boy with kind eyes, holding Suki in his arms. They were the purest eyes he had ever seen in his entire life. That boy was the one who gave a failed, abandoned experiment like him the name Suki. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the cave, and SGO woke up. He thanked Suki for the warm cloak. Otherwise, he would have caught a cold last night. Suki asked SGO if he was hurt anywhere, and he said no. Suki then transformed back into his black cat form. Seeing a new friend, Nazura ran over to greet them. Somehow, despite being so huge yesterday, she was now only about SGO's height. Suki asked how long he planned to keep the ape. She should be safe now. The wound on her back has healed too. It's been quiet for a while, so it seems no one is chasing her anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Take care, Nazura. Just then, Nazura suddenly called out SGO's name, not in his mind, but with her actual voice, scaring the daylights out of Suki. How the hell can this ape speak human? This is insane, Nazura continued. Let's go together. Nazura wants to go too. SGO was unsure and asked again. You really want to come with me? Nazura didn't answer, but just reached out and patted his head. I don't mind, but it will probably be very dangerous. I don't have the strength to protect you. It's okay. Nazura will protect SGO. Nazura is super strong. There's no one else here anyway. Nazura doesn't want to be alone anymore. I'm heading to a city full of humans. Won't you get angry and scared just seeing them? I think I might get angry if I see the ones who killed my family. But I don't care about other humans. SGO warned, there might be people who want to capture you. But Nazura was still cheerful. In that case, I can get angry, right? In the end, SGO couldn't bear to leave Nazura alone, so he decided to take her with him. That afternoon, SGO arrived in the town of Galatia just before sunset. Nazura was very well behaved on the way, so outsiders just thought she was his pet. However, because this pet was quite large, SGO was stopped by two men in blue uniforms. Don't you know that medium-sized animals in this town have to be leashed? Is that a white-furred ape? Isn't that a monster? You could get into big trouble. Looks like the kid is from another region and doesn't know the rules. They then gave SGO an animal collar and told him to put it on Nazura's neck. If you're seen without a leash again, it'll be illegal. Remember that. Nazura was very understanding. Knowing SGO was in a difficult spot, she told him to go ahead, that it was okay. Seeing her like this, he felt bad and wanted to say something, but she stopped him. It's okay. If I decided to break it, nothing could stop me anyway. With no other choice, SGO had to put the collar on Nazura. When in human territory, you have to follow their customs. That way, you won't attract attention. We're only making an exception like this because you're new to the city. Looks like your ape is very smart. Take good care of her. SGO looked at Nazura with sad eyes. I'm sorry you have to be treated like this. SGO, you're just like Mom. Mom used to say that to me every day, that she was very sorry. At first, I was curious and asked her why she was apologizing. But every time I asked, she would just stay silent. However, after hearing it so often, I finally understood. When Mom said, I'm sorry, she meant, I love you so much. The snow fell cold that day, but it couldn't extinguish the warmth in Nazura's heart whenever she remembered her mother. The next day, SGO searched all over town for a job to cover living expenses, but no one would hire him. The first reason was his young age and frail body. The second reason was Nazura. Although she was gentle, in everyone's eyes, she was still a white-furred ape. If you're looking for work, you'd probably be better off going to the guild. They can offer some jobs that suit you. They also accept and complete requests. You'll definitely find something you can do. Just go to the building in the center of town. I think the guild's name is Ignis. Following the directions, SGO found the Ignis Guild. Customer satisfaction guaranteed. Welcome to Ignis, the best guild with a 99.9% request completion rate. As soon as SGO opened the door, an employee came out to greet him. Welcome to our Ignis Guild. For requests, please go through the door on the right and take a number. I heard you're recruiting new members. Yes, sir. Please go up the stairs on the left and fill out an application form, in case you can't read. Don't worry about that. I've learned how to read and write. SGO then bowed to the receptionist and led Nazura upstairs. SGO's curious demeanor caught the attention of a man. Is this kid here to apply for a job at the guild? This kid is a total country bumpkin, and he even brought a pet. I came because I heard you were recruiting new members. That's right. Do you know what kind of work the guild usually does? I was told you accept and resolve requests. That's not wrong. My name is Hack, manager of the Galatia branch of the Ignis Guild. The manager then invited SGO to sit down and talk. Usually, I decide whether to interview someone after reviewing their application. But lately, requests have been flooding in, and we're short-staffed. At this point, I'm not afraid to pay for help. May I ask where you're from? It's a land of rivers. The entire river is your hometown? Which river are you talking about? The Sebia River. What's your specialty? Animal taming? Something like that. Something like that? It's best not to use words like that to describe it. I need to know exactly what you're good at so I can assign you a suitable job. My specialty is being able to read the hearts of animals. This kid is an ability user, but I've never heard of the ability to read the hearts of animals. There are many ability users in this world. They create magic by using mana or by bonding with elemental spirits. Some discover and utilize special laws, while others can heal wounds. There's only a small group of ability users in the world, and most of them are classified. But the strange ability he just mentioned doesn't fit into any of those categories. Not humans, but animals? This is a bit strange. My apologies. If I had known you were an ability user, I wouldn't have needed to conduct an interview like this. Right now, he's like a hidden card. Depending on the number, it could be a full house or end up as just a pair. Might as well take a gamble. House number 3, Iron Street. Find the animal merchant. He's a collector and a part of the guild, but it seems he recently acquired some rare species and is having trouble maintaining them. If you really have that ability, you might just be able to solve his problem. If you succeed, you'll receive a guild coin from the merchant. The guild coin serves as proof of your success. Take it and come back here. House number 3, Iron Street. Over there, SGO. Thanks, Nazura. After Nazura pointed out the house, SGO found the address written on the paper. The house had two very ferocious dogs chained by the entrance, but faced with SGO's pet, they were utterly terrified. The two dogs immediately prostrated themselves before him, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Nazura wore an expression of pure innocence, as if to say, "I didn't do anything. You don't have to be afraid. I won't attack you, so don't worry. I'm here to see the master of this place." As he spoke, SGO patted the dogs' heads, calming their fears. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked, "Are you from the guild?" SGO turned to see a bald man. "Yes, sir. I was sent by the Ignis Guild. I got these dogs because they're fighting dogs that won't listen to anyone. If they're quiet, either they've gone mad, or you really do have that strange ability. Follow me, kid." The man then led SGO to his workshop, stopping in front of a cage holding some kind of creature. "Look, do you know why this oat is thrashing around like that? It's a rare and expensive breed, hard to find. It was fine when it first arrived, but this damn oat won't even eat when I bring it food. It's driving me crazy." SGO silently read the man's thoughts. Although he acted angry, he really just wanted to say, "Please don't be sick, little one." This proved the man was someone who truly cared for and loved animals. SGO knelt down to carefully examine the creature in the cage. "It's still just a baby. What are you talking about? If you don't put it in a press cage when it's young, it'll attack people when it grows up. What excuse am I supposed to give when the nobles complain about me selling dangerous beasts? Huh, you punk? This kid is not normal at all. You said it's in pain, but where exactly?" SGO began to use his ability to communicate with the small creature. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if someone was squeezing his heart, and he fell backward. Seeing this, the man asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you in pain too?" "No, it's not me who's in pain, it's this Rocky's pain." "What did you say? How is that possible?" At that moment, SGO was focusing on observing Rocky's memories. "Hey kid, are you frozen? Damn it, why'd you stop talking mid-sentence? The baby, its heart is melting right now." The man didn't understand. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" SGO explained that this species normally lives in extremely cold water. If you cover it with dry soil or sawdust, it won't be able to breathe and will wither and die. But the man believed Rocky was a desert-dwelling monster and that SGO was just talking nonsense. "I'm telling you, its heart, which is made of ice, is melting. Don't be ridiculous, kid. What kind of animal needs a frozen heart to live?" Despite his words, seeing his pet writhing in agony made him extremely worried. Whether SGO was right or wrong, he had to try. "Winter will be here soon. I'll create an environment similar to the desert where you used to live." The man sighed, cursed damn kid under his breath, and threw a shovel into SGO's hands. "What are you standing there for? Get outside and shovel some snow in here, quickly." "Just me? You want an old man like me to do it? I don't have any strength right now. So you, the strong young man, get some snow in here. If you're too late, both you and this troublesome little Rocky will be goners." After speaking, the man took Rocky out of the cage and placed it in a water tank. As expected, after coming into contact with the cold water, it seemed much more comfortable. Seeing this, the man was relieved. So that kid wasn't lying to him after all. "Hey, you, what are you staring at? Get moving. God, you're slow." The man's heart is in the right place, but he sure is grumpy. SGO then had to take the shovel outside to get snow. Once he got the snow, the man told him to put it in the water tank. "Look at you, get more. What are you standing there for? Do you still need more? Stop talking and just keep shoveling until I say stop. Hurry up." A while later, once the tank was filled with snow, Rocky was no longer in pain. It was able to stand up and move around normally. Rocky is already an extremely rare species, and among them, there are even a few ice-type variants, so they're not widely known. Seeing Rocky happy again, SGO also breathed a sigh of relief. His night of shoveling snow wasn't in vain. "Hey, kid, relaxing already? You think this is time to rest? Follow me." It turned out the man wanted SGO to look at the other animals. This horse has a thorn in its hoof, and these are predators. Their territorial instincts are very strong, so it's best to separate them. The man was very satisfied with SGO's ability. It turned out the kid could really understand animals. After a long night of hard work, it was time to get paid. "Here you go. Don't you dare lose it, kid." SGO watched the man walk away, unable to stop sweating. He had read the man's thoughts. "SGO, you have to go already? Don't go. Please stay." "Nice try, old man. You just want him to stay and be your coolie." Just then, a cold wind blew past, making SGO shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly collapsed by the roadside, making Nazura very worried. "Are you okay, SGO? Did you catch a cold?" Suki also quickly appeared to check on his condition. "What's wrong with you? You don't seem to be injured. Get up. You'll catch a cold if you sit in the cold for too long." SGO gently reached out and patted Suki's head. "Thank you, Suki." "Thanks for what?" For not avoiding a cursed person like me. You don't like being touched by me, do you? Of course not. I hate being touched by humans. But when I petted you just now, why didn't you move away? You really still don't get it, do you, SGO? I'm saying you're different from those other humans. Do whatever you want. I won't avoid you. I'm leaving now. SGO then returned to the Ignis Guild. The manager was astonished. That grumpy old man not only paid 1 guild coin but 2 whole gold coins. It seems this kid's ability to understand animal thoughts is real. Welcome, SGO. From now on, you are a member of the guild. I'll give you your uniform and guild identification badge. Remember to wear them when you go on missions. Wait a moment. Let me go get your things. A moment later, the manager returned with a brand new set of clothes. From the 3rd floor of this building, upwards are all residences for guild members. The facilities aren't the best, but if you have nowhere else to go, feel free to check it out. Animals are allowed, so don't worry. Come down to the job support department tomorrow morning. You can go and rest now. After completing his mission, SGO was assigned a room at the guild. Dressed in his new uniform, he looked like a dashing and elegant young man. Even Nazura had to admit that SGO looked incredibly handsome in this outfit. Lying on the soft, warm bed, he felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life. Compared to before, he felt incredibly happy now. Nazura, are you asleep? Not yet. Do you have any regrets? Regrets about following me? You have to wear a collar. Your freedom is restricted, and you're stared at by everyone. Not to mention, the road ahead will be even more difficult. SGO thought Nazura must regret it deeply. Tomorrow, he would set her free to return to the mountains. But Nazura's words filled him with warmth. I have no regrets. I'm so glad I followed SGO. I'm also relieved that I'm no longer alone. Instead of hating humans, I can live while learning to love them. Nazura. Thank you. During the time I was locked in the attic, I received an old dictionary from my brother. I taught myself to read and write from it, but I couldn't understand everything. But now, I think I finally understand. This is the true meaning of a bond. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the window, SGO's first official day of work at the guild began. SGO's new look was so different that the manager almost didn't recognize him. You clean up pretty well in the guild uniform, kid. Who is this? Branch manager. A new recruit? Yes, Rosalie. His name is SGO. He's the new member who joined us yesterday. But he's not working for the job support, magic support, or crafting support departments. Didn't you say he was an ability user? Why isn't he in magic or crafting? His ability is a bit special. We have to wait for a response from the higher-ups before we can decide. The manager asked SGO if he liked candy, then held out a jar full of colorful candies in front of him. Not knowing which color to choose, he picked one at random. So you know how to enjoy yourself, huh? Most people don't know the flavor, but honestly, this hard candy is number 1. I knew I was right about you. Seeing that SGO had the same taste in candy, the manager chattered on non-stop, leaving SGO unsure of what to do. Only the girl named Rosalie understood her boss and was used to this. Don't mind him, SGO. He's always like that. SGO was a bit curious about the candy in his hand. He wondered if it was really that good since the manager liked it so much. So he popped the candy into his mouth to try it, but he found it more painful than tasty. We still don't know which department you'll be in, so for now, just help us out. The first door leads to our workplace. Inside was a spacious room where everyone was busy processing files and documents. Have you ever seen a black rubber band, SGO? I've been looking for one for a while but can't find it anywhere. I've never seen one. It would be great to have one now. And so, the two continued to stare at each other in an awkward silence. You're so dense, kid. I mean, if you don't have anything to do, go buy some. Go get the guild seal. You just need to stamp it on the side. But while you're at it, buy a unicorn feather pen too. SGO went out to buy the items and was given directions. You can find those in a general store near the square. When he arrived, the shopkeeper was busy looking for something on a high shelf. Excuse me, do you sell black rubber bands and unicorn feather pens? Sorry, customer, but you'll have to find them yourself. I'm really busy right now. After a while of searching, the girl finally found what she was looking for, a blue crystal ball. Only then did the shopkeeper notice SGO and ask what he wanted to buy. When she saw Nazura, she screamed in fear, "A monster!" and accidentally slipped off the ladder, falling down. SGO reacted quickly and managed to catch the girl before she got hurt. He then made sure to explain that his friend wasn't a monster, but a white-furred ape named Nazura. Seeing SGO's handsome face up close, the girl blushed beet red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I'm a little scared of animals, so she's your pet. It's Nazura, not a pet. Please call her by her name. She's not ferocious. The girl, now calmer, introduced herself as Selly. SGO told Selly he wanted to buy a set of black rubber bands and a unicorn feather pen. A moment later, Selly brought him the items. "Here you are, sir." Just then, Selly realized she had dropped the magic orb when she fell. She frantically looked for it until SGO pointed out, "You dropped it over there." "Oh good, I found it. Thank you, sir." He had finished his purchase and was about to leave when Selly stopped him and asked for his name. He told her his name was SGO. "Well then, SGO, would you mind trying this before you go?" "What is it?" "It's a new product I took a big risk to get. A magic orb that can read your heart. They say you can see the color of a person's emotions. Isn't that romantic? I don't need it." "What? But why?" "Because no one would want to read something like another person's heart. An ability like reading thoughts or feelings is the most useless power in the entire world." The next day, the higher-ups decided to assign SGO to the Special Support Division. The manager handed him a piece of paper and told him to read it. It was a request from a 10-year-old girl. "My dog won't listen to me. Please help him become a good boy." The Special Support Division accepts requests that don't require combat experience, with clients who are mostly high-ranking nobles. The request was a bit strange, but as long as it paid, he'd do it. These types of jobs are judged on client satisfaction. If SGO gets a commendation, it's a success. If they cancel or request a different member, it's a failure. The manager warned him that if he angered the nobility, his life could be ruined, so he had to be careful. Don't be fooled just because she's a child. A young noble is still a noble. You must serve her with all your heart. Good luck, SGO. I hope this commission successfully produces one very good boy. As was his custom before a mission, SGO picked a piece of candy from the jar. He popped it into his mouth, thinking to himself that it had the same taste as last time. Soon after, SGO arrived at the mansion of the noble Fabian family. He told the two guards at the gate that he was there for a request sent to the Ignis Guild. After confirming his identity, they allowed him inside. The moment he stepped into the mansion, SGO heard the sound of non-stop barking. It wasn't as loud as the two dogs from last time, but in terms of sheer arrogance, this one was on another level. Anyone who's ever owned a small toy dog like this knows how aggressive they can be. They're ill-tempered and even bite their own owners. Another one? "Get lost, you human." Just then, a little girl ran out from the house, calling the dog's name Hyru. She was Hyru's owner, but Hyru showed no respect even for its own master. Every time the girl tried to get close or touch it, it would growl and push her away. SGO stepped forward and introduced himself as a member of the Ignis Guild, here to deal with a dog that wouldn't obey its master. "I thought they'd send some grumpy old man. So an effeminate guy like you works at the guild too? How old are you?" "I'm 17 this year." Seeing that SGO wasn't leaving, the dog immediately started growling, trying to threaten him away. But no matter how fierce a dog is, when faced with a white dragon monkey like Nezu, it had to back down or risk getting beaten to a pulp. Only now did the young noble girl notice Nezu. This was the first time she'd ever seen a white dragon monkey this close. Moreover, Nezu was very gentle, not at all like the ferocious white dragon monkeys from the rumors. "Look at the cute little monkey. Oh my god, I want to catch one and raise it myself. My name is Saralyn. Everyone calls me Sarah. My lady, it's dangerous. White dragon monkeys are the most monstrous of monsters. You shouldn't get near it, just look from a distance." Fine, I'll stand back," as expected of our beautiful and kind young lady. Then, she turned back to look at SGO. "I heard you can read the hearts of animals. Find out why my Hyru is so hostile towards people." By now, the dog named Hyru had been completely intimidated by Nezu's presence and didn't dare to run its mouth at our MC. Seeing this, SGO told Nezu to back away for a moment to help Hyru feel more comfortable. Then he slowly sat down in front of Hyru. This time, without the pressure of the white dragon monkey's aura, the dog didn't even bark at him once. The two calmly looked into each other's eyes. This was the first time anyone had seen Hyru so quiet. SGO took off his glove and slowly extended his hand towards Hyru, telling it, "I'm not going to hurt you." As if sensing SGO had no ill intentions, Hyru slowly approached and nuzzled its head against his hand. The moment SGO made direct contact with Hyru's body, he saw its memories. Inside a dark and damp room, Hyru and its mother were locked in a cage. When Hyru's mother grew weak and could no longer birth puppies to sell to rich nobles, she was thrown away like trash by the humans. At that time, Hyru could only watch helplessly. "Mom, where are you going? Please don't leave me." It seems small breeds are the trend among nobles these days. It has to be tiny to sell for a high price. We just need to feed it enough to keep it from starving. Isn't that Viscount Fabian? Please wait a moment, sir. I'll wash it quickly and bring it to you right away. Mom, I'm scared. Save me. This world is so cold and terrifying. Humans took my mother from me. They are the ones who caused me this pain. That was the entirety of Hyru's memory that SGO had seen. Sarah asked him what was wrong. Is there something it doesn't like? Everything. Hyru is afraid of all the love you give it. This child believes it has never truly received love, because it thinks that one day, humans will treat it the same way they treated its mother. Hearing those words, Sarah instinctively bit her lip, her hands clenching the hem of her dress. But why? I'm the one who loves Hyru the most. If I could read hearts, I would treat him even better. SGO believed that just reading hearts wasn't enough. Hyru's mother was killed by humans, and it was forced to starve to increase its value. Have you ever thought about how to soothe its fear? Hyru's mother. Is she really dead? Yes, she was too old and weak to have more puppies, so humans considered her disposable. Sarah couldn't hold back her sorrow, and tears streamed down her face. I had no idea. What was I supposed to do when I didn't know? My lady, please don't cry. You must maintain your elegance. I only meant well. I just wanted what was best for Hyru. At this moment, SGO began to use his ability, allowing Sarah and her beloved Hyru to briefly connect their minds. Sarah was amazed to find she could understand the words Hyru wanted to express. Sarah, honestly, it's a little confusing. But you really love me, don't you? You've never hit me or hated me. After that, Hyru took the initiative to nuzzle against Sarah's leg. The girl asked Hyru, "Can I hold you?" "Of course. Just as long as you don't pick me up too fast." Sarah gently lifted Hyru into her arms. She gently stroked her pet's head, which made it feel incredibly comfortable. And so, after all this time, Hyru finally accepted Sarah as its master. The maid was also overjoyed for her young mistress, whose wish had finally come true. The Ignis Guild is truly amazing. Thank you, STO. Even though I was the one who made the request, I had no idea this kind of ability existed. All this time, I knew nothing about Hyru. I was so wrong, even though Hyru kept trying to tell me. You weren't wrong, Lady Sarah. The ones who sold Hyru are the ones at fault. Hyru simply misunderstood your intentions because they were so different from everything it had ever experienced. After completing the 10-year-old noble girl's request, STO received a reward of 1 Su Guild. Just as he was about to bid everyone farewell and return to the guild, Sarah's father appeared. It's not that I was spying on you. I was just coincidentally returning home, but when I reached the garden fence, I heard Sarah crying. Father, I wasn't crying that loudly. Your brother heard you too, didn't he? Jeremion? Yes, father. Little sister's voice was indeed very loud. What are you two talking about? We have a guest. That's right. You must be the member sent by Ignis. Yes, sir. I am STO, from the Special Support Division of Ignis. From what I've observed, your ability is used to handle rather unusual situations. What exactly is this power? It is the ability to read the hearts of animals, sir. Hearing this, Sarah's father suddenly changed his tone, calling STO shameless. Do you have any idea what happens when a commoner like you dares to lie in front of a noble? I'm quite interested to know what exactly you classify as an animal. Is it based on intelligence or soul? What about human-beast hybrids? If you can't answer that, then your true ability is nothing more than mind reading. At that moment, STO heard the thoughts of Sarah's brother. No way. If he can really read people's hearts, then he's a monster. Reading the hearts of others? What an interesting ability. I have met many ability users and heard countless stories, but I've never seen anyone as special as you. A special ability, just like the name implies. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is only one job in this world that you can do. I will be sending a request to the guild shortly. After saying this, Sarah's father walked into the mansion, leaving STO in the grand hall. Sarah approached him to talk. So your name is STO. I almost let you leave without even knowing. He's our guest. What are you doing? STO helped me and Hyru. That guy is dangerous. Listen to me, Sarah. No, I hate you. Afterwards, STO left the Fabian family's mansion. He looked up at the sky, his gaze distant and unfocused. No matter where I go, I'm still alone. I'm not a scary person, am I? To Nezu, he was much kinder than other people and had a gentle heart. What was scary wasn't STO, but the hidden thoughts of others. STO reached out and stroked Nezu's head. No matter if someone gets angry or scared of me, or even if they think I'm a monster, I don't care. Compared to being locked up alone in an attic for years, walking together like this is when I truly feel alive. Back at the guild, the manager praised STO profusely for completing the mission flawlessly. I knew you would do a great job. It seems the Lord has already taken notice of you, hasn't he? Congratulations. Nobles tend to like special things, don't they? Since you have a special ability, it was predictable. But this is even faster than I thought. A special support request to the Ignis Guild. The Jefferson company, which has the largest market share of precious stones in the city, has closed for some reason, causing difficulties for jewelry businesses. Find the company owner, Thompson, to investigate why. For completing the first request, 1 Su Guild has been paid. If the second request is also completed, you will be paid 3 Su Guild. Nezu, let's go. Ah, Hey Estio, stay safe. Remember to come back soon. If it's on your way, pick up some cantaloupe bread for me. Which way do we go, Estio? We just need to follow the main road on the map, from the guild here to the southernmost point. It's that far? It must take at least an hour on foot. How about Nezu carries Estio? Nezu runs much faster than Estio. If you walk for too long, you'll get tired. That's not necessary. I'm fine. I thought I could finally help Estio a little. I guess I'm still not good enough. Alright, fine. I'm counting on you then, Nezu. See, Estio? Nezu is super fast. Thank you. That was an amazing run. After arriving, Estio knocked on the door and asked if anyone was home, but there was no answer. What do we do, Estio? According to the information we received, the company owner lives in this building. Even though the business is closed, since this is his home, he wouldn't just leave. So he's inside? I'm not sure. He might have just stepped out. So Estio leaned against the door and waited for the person he was looking for to return. Nezu asked if he was going to keep waiting in the cold, but he said he was fine. Why is it getting colder? At this point, the person inside couldn't take it anymore and came out to talk to Estio. Hey, you. Have you lost your mind? I thought the cold weather would discourage you and you'd go home. Are you Thompson, the owner of the Jefferson company? What does it matter who I am? You were sent by those nobles, weren't you? I'm not selling anything, so go home. This is the first time I've seen someone as stubborn as you. I'm just asking, but you're not trying to commit suicide, are you? Has my house become an ideal spot for suicide now? There's a bridge 2 blocks away. They say the river water there is warm, so go do it there. That's not it. If it's not, then why are you sitting outside someone else's house? Get lost. During their argument, Estio's hand touched the man's, and he inadvertently read his memories. Thompson had a beautiful wife named Tin. It was love at first sight for Thompson, so her accepting his proposal felt like a dream. However, life after marriage was just a long series of painful days waiting for Tin. Their first child died just before its first birthday, and so did the second and third. It was a cycle of pregnancy and miscarriage. The extreme stress caused her to fall into depression. She wouldn't even look at her baby after its first birthday. And then, cracks began to form between the couple. Finally, Thompson decided to close his company, dedicating all his time to caring for their young daughter. Back in reality, SGO told Thompson, if your wife doesn't want to talk, then try listening to her. If someone doesn't want to face the truth, you can't force them to listen. Thompson suddenly grabbed SGO by the collar, threw him inside the house, and slammed the door shut. What are you? How do you know about my wife? SGO calmly replied. I'm from the Ignis Guild. Those damn nobles. Isn't digging into my private life enough? Now they're sending requests to the Ignis Guild? But just one look at this guy, and you can tell he's pathetically weak. Is this the worst member they have? A bunch of fools blinded by their greed for gems. Forgive my rudeness. I am the owner of the Jefferson Company. What request brings you here? It's a request for assistance so that you can reopen your business. The Lord is quite impatient, isn't he? SGO, right? Come in and talk. No, not SGO. My name is Estio. Have a drink as an apology. What would you like? Young people like you usually prefer sweet things like a tequila with fruit, right? Hey, kid, you seem a bit clueless. At times like these, if you have a drink and get a feel for the other person's mood, maybe that little request of yours might succeed. To make this mission a success, don't you need to have a good relationship with me? You mentioning my wife was also quite a surprise. Revealing someone's private life isn't a good thing. When you talk about others, you need to be aware of the situation. I'm sorry. It was indeed a bit abrupt of me to talk about your wife. To put it bluntly, you're too naive and childish. Why would the guild send someone like you here? Anyway, I have no intention of reopening the business anytime soon. You seem quite calm. Aren't you going to ask me why? Then why are you thinking of not reopening the business? Just as I thought. This kid isn't even interested. I love my wife and daughter. Even if the whole world offered me a trade, I wouldn't exchange them for anything. But since last year, no, it's been a few years now. My wife's condition hasn't been good. Ever since we lost our first child, I haven't seen a smile on her face. She gradually became more withdrawn, and finally, after giving birth to Leah, she wouldn't even leave her room. There was one time I tried to force her out. She reacted violently, even biting her own tongue. Luckily, she was okay. My wife would rather die than see our daughter. After saying this, Thompson broke down, burying his face in his hands and sobbing. At this moment, SGO was thinking, this can't be. Did my ability activate without me even realizing it? Thompson continued. I only calmed down a bit after putting Leah to sleep. But I guess this story took longer than expected. Anyway, I'm sorry for making your mission a failure, but I have no intention of reopening, at least not this year. Tell them to find a supplier from other companies. If I told you that your wife's condition could improve, would you reopen the company? If that's the case, then perhaps I can help you. I can make your wife come out of her room. What the hell? Make her come out of her room? How are you going to do that? SGO didn't answer, but instead touched Thompson's forehead with his finger. He immediately heard a voice echo in his mind. Please do not be afraid. It was Nezu's thought. I'm begging you, SGO is not a bad person. After coming to his senses, he was terrified. There was just a voice inside my head. SGO revealed that it was his special ability. In the end, Thompson decided to let him meet his wife. SGO was led to a tightly shut room on the second floor. Thompson knocked gently on the door. It's me, my love. We have a guest. The room inside remained silent, without a single sound in response. Seeing this, Thompson had no choice but to open the door himself and go in. Inside the room was a woman with her hair down, sitting alone in a chair. Her eyes were completely empty, devoid of any emotion. SGO slowly placed his hand on the woman's head, then focused his mind and slowly closed his eyes. This woman's inner world is too peaceful. Do I need to push it in a little harder? If so, how much harder? I've never needed to adjust my power like this before. This will probably be the first time I've willingly used it. At that moment, a vortex of dark energy suddenly appeared above the woman's head, then spread throughout the room, forcing Thompson to cover his eyes. By the time he came to, everyone had appeared in a forest. At that very moment, a strange stream of black smoke appeared in the sky. Thompson looked up in alarm. After a moment of panic, the group continued their journey of exploration in the forest. They saw a basket full of weeds on the ground. Not far from there, a large kite was stuck firmly in the corner of a recently felled tree, surrounded by neatly stacked logs. It was at this moment that SGO suddenly sensed a strange aura. He immediately turned his head back, on high alert. Instantly, a woman's voice echoed from behind. It's so hot. To think I have to work in the fields in this weather. The group simultaneously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Tin's sigh echoed softly in the quiet air. I really want to take a day off today. As soon as he saw her, Thompson, who had been stunned just a moment ago, suddenly called out, Tin! A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. She's normal, just like before. How? SGO's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Tin's retreating figure, though it wasn't my intention. At this point, SGO made a logical deduction. This is clearly your wife's memory. Back to Tin, she was walking while humming a familiar tune. Tin suddenly wondered, should I go to the lake with Joan to relax? One day should be fine, right? Tin was the daughter of a poor farmer. Her mother passed away before she could even remember, and after she got a little older, her father followed. She was left with only her two younger siblings to care for. Faced with this cruel situation, Tin could only hold her siblings' hands tightly in misery. From that day on, Tin raised her two siblings by herself. Tin's hand swung the hoe with force. For the sake of survival, she resolutely brought it down till the soil for planting. Not only that, but on some days, in her simple wooden room, Tin would be engrossed in sewing. But what she was mending was an old, pink teddy bear. Tin's eyes were narrowed in concentration, her hands carefully turning a small bead. The next morning, she was back to her farm work. Just then, two children called out her name loudly. Tin! Her two siblings, each holding a large bundle of firewood, ran up. Tin, I've gathered some branches for firewood. The little girl chimed in, boasting, Tin, I gathered some edible grass too. Before she could finish, Tin quickly and gently stroked their heads. Oh my, aren't you two the cutest? A child scurried over, holding up a flower. A gift for Tin. Sister, come a little closer. She quickly complied. Like this? The little girl's voice rang out clearly as her hand gently placed the flower in Tin's hair. There. In that simple moment, Tin's heart fluttered like a soft musical note, and then, she fell in love. Just as Joan was focused on his work, Tin's voice suddenly called out, Joan! He instinctively turned around. Tin. Before Joan was her, an incredibly beautiful and gentle woman. They both laughed, their eyes filled with simple joy. In that moment, it was as if they were the only two people in the world. Joan looked at Tin with a shy expression, while she couldn't hide her happiness and burst out laughing. But poverty was like a swamp, drowning their happiness. In Tin's hand were only a few spare coins. She stared at them blankly, her face etched with worry. This isn't enough to buy both food and medicine for the children. I've even increased my workload. The little boy suddenly called out, Tin! He tilted his head with curiosity. I heard Joan propose to you. Hearing that, she could only force a smile. Did Joan tell you that? That man. Your sister can't get married yet. Did you know I've rejected him 3 times? After a moment's hesitation, Tin reluctantly admitted, but we've decided to break up. She lowered her head, her voice soft but firm. I don't intend to marry him. I just need to let him know this as soon as possible. And so, Tin and Joan went their separate ways. The scene changes to a mansion, designed in a modern style. At the same time, Tin was running quickly through the streets, her footsteps echoing urgently. Tin ran while looking at a note. I still need to complete 5 more orders today. She couldn't help but feel anxious. If I skip lunch, I should be able to finish before sunset. Thinking this, Tin unconsciously lifted her lips into a smile. Good, at this rate, next month will be. It was at this exact moment that the man suddenly collapsed to the ground. At this sight, her face showed clear bewilderment. Immediately after, Tin clenched the piece of paper in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Tin quickly ran over. Are you all right? Thompson clumsily got up from the ground, groaning softly from the pain. Returning to the present, Thompson dazedly recounted the story. That was the first time I met Tin. He admitted without any hesitation, yes, Tin saved me. After that, Thompson lay quietly in a hospital bed, with her keeping watch right beside him. After a while, he finally woke from his coma. Thompson's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Tin quickly ran over to him, her eyes filled with worry. You're awake. Time flew by. Thompson knelt on the ground, his eyes looking straight at her. Tin, will you marry me? Before her was an exquisitely carved ring with a prominent ruby. A few days later, Joan came running after her. Tin! He hesitated before asking her. I heard you're getting married. In that moment, Tin's hand with the ring on it caught Joan's eye. Despair almost consumed Joan's mind. He cried out in anguish. If you're going to leave me, then I'll end my own life right here. As soon as he finished speaking, Joan took out a strange bottle of medicine. On the other side, Tin's face turned pale. She couldn't help but feel horrified. Suicide? He confirmed it once more, his voice trembling but resolute. That's right. I can't imagine a life without you. In the end, Joan let out a powerful shout. Tin, please come back to me. At this moment, Tin's expression seemed somewhat unwilling. Immediately after, she turned her back on him and refused. Do whatever you want. Tin turned and walked away without a shred of pity. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. We broke up a long time ago. Her words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Joan's heart. He staggered after her. What? How could you say that? Tin turned her back, not looking back once. If you're done talking, I'm leaving. Before leaving, she faintly moved her lips, as if saying goodbye. I hope you meet a good girl and live happily, Joan. Contrary to Tin's expectations, Joan suddenly twisted open the bottle of medicine. Instantly, a thud echoed in her ears. Sensing something was wrong, she hurriedly turned around. Joan! On the ground lay his body. Tin rushed over. Joan! She cried and begged in despair. Joan, please wake up. No. Meanwhile, a miserable Thompson recounted. I had no idea that there was another man who was in love with Tin. SGO boldly made a judgment. It seems she didn't want her husband to know. Immediately after, he straightforwardly concluded. Because she feels as if she's been cursed by Joan. Hearing this, he clenched his fists. Though unwilling to admit it, Thompson lowered his head in pain. In the end, the reason she married me was for money, wasn't it? Hearing this, SGO's voice immediately rang out. That might be true. After all, she rejected a poor farmer to be with someone who could gift her luxurious gems. He sighed helplessly. I knew it. It was at this moment that he suddenly questioned Thompson. If that were truly the reason, would you change your decision? Faced with the unexpected question, he froze. What? SGO's voice was steady and light, yet it seemed to pierce straight into Thompson's heart. If your wife's decision was influenced by money and poverty, if she coveted the things you have, in the end, he posed the decisive question. Would your wife still be one of the 2 most precious people in the world that you once told me about? After a moment of silence, his voice came out as if every word was weighed from the bottom of his heart. No, she wouldn't be. Tin is still the most precious person to me. Immediately, SGO turned to look straight at Thompson. Then what has changed? He stared at him blankly, his lips slightly parted. Nothing has changed. Thompson's voice grew heavy. That's right. Tin is still my precious wife. He admitted painfully, but the fact that she's trapped in these memories. Immediately after, Thompson couldn't help but shout. Makes me angry because she has given up the chance to grasp happiness for herself. As he said this, his voice choked up, as if he was struggling with an unnamed pain. Tin wouldn't feel anything anymore, even if her daughter were to die. In that moment, Tin didn't even once look directly at the newborn baby. Thompson held the baby in one arm, while gently pleading with the other. Tin, please hold our daughter, just once. At the same time, SGO placed his hand firmly on the arm of the chair. It's not that she feels nothing. SGO leaned in to observe Tin. In fact, she is in great agony. He repeated in a bewildered tone. In great agony? he confirmed straightforwardly. Yes. At this point, SGO added, your wife believes that every child she lost was a price to pay for her sins. Thompson's voice broke, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. How can that be? As soon as the words left his mouth, he lowered his head as if unable to argue. Thompson took heavy steps towards her. Tin. He knelt beside Tin, his eyes looking straight at her. It's not your fault. Thompson's hand gently took Tin's cold, distant hand. Layla, our daughter, isn't dead. She's alive and will be very healthy in the future. She's waiting for you. As he said this, his voice almost broke. So please, don't blame yourself anymore, and come back to us. Thompson used all his sincerity to hold on to her. There's no reason for you to hurt yourself. If there's any pain, let's overcome it together. On the other side, Tin's eyes remained empty, like a soulless person. Despite this, he didn't give up and continued to whisper in her ear, because we are a family. Suddenly, the door burst open, and shards of glass flew everywhere. Thompson quickly used his body to shield Tin. What's happening all of a sudden? She stirred slightly, her eyes wide, and looking at him with warmth. Thompson turned to look at Tin in astonishment. Tin, you. At the same time, Layla suddenly burst into tears. The two of them instinctively turned around. Hearing that, she quickly stood up, her eyes darting around. Layla. Immediately after, Tin ran forward without a word. A dark staircase appeared amidst the silent scene. At the top, a small object dangled in mid-air. It was a toy mobile. Tin gently held the baby in her arms. I'm sorry, Layla. I'm sorry Mommy wasn't here with you. Meanwhile, Thompson's hand rested gently on her shoulder. He quickly took out a milk bottle. She's hungry. You can always tell when you hear her cry. Thompson didn't forget to ask. You must be hungry too, right? We have chicken soup. Tin replied gently. Thank you. He couldn't hide his happiness and hugged Tin. Thank you. In another development, Estio's hand was gripping the staircase tightly. Immediately after, his hand suddenly went limp. Estio's entire body immediately tumbled down. The group screamed in panic. Estio! The pitch-black night sky enveloped the quiet street. The large door of a mansion echoed with frantic knocking. The manager grumbled as he went to open the door, his face still not fully awake. All right, I'm coming. What's the matter at this time of night? Immediately after, the door creaked open. In front of him was a surprising sight. Thompson was holding an unconscious Estio tightly. His face was flushed, with beads of sweat on it. After a while, the manager shone a light on Estio's face. He used his hand to open his eye to check his pupil. After a moment of observation, the manager let out a sigh. He hesitated for a moment before asking, this young man, could he be an ability user? Thompson quickly confirmed. Yes, he nodded slightly, his voice trembling with worry. He became like this right after using his ability. The manager turned to look at Estio and then fell into thought again. Then the problem lies with his ability. This is beyond my scope. On the bed, he still had his eyes shut tightly, his breathing erratic. Hearing this, Thompson repeated in a bewildered tone, beyond your scope? Then where should we go? The manager replied helplessly. There are no apothecaries in Galatia that can treat ability users. The manager was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly as if in confirmation. Perhaps this happened because he's never lost control of his ability before. In most cases, good rest is enough. So let's try waiting a few days. Finally, he spoke slowly but with a heavy tone. Depending on the situation, you should request help from the relevant guild. Just as Thompson sighed, Tin suddenly patted him gently on the shoulder. Seeing this, Thompson turned to his side in confusion. He saw Nezu huddled close to Estio's bed. Witnessing this scene, Thompson and Tin could only look at each other. He let out a small grunt. You animal. No, you person. At the same time, it gently took his hand. A few hours earlier, Nezu was screaming in panic. Estio looks like he's in so much pain. Hearing this, Thompson looked stunned. Did you just talk? Back in reality, he gently called out to it. Hey, Nezu didn't answer, just cried sorrowfully beside him. After a moment, Thompson scratched his head and said, A is probably still at home, so we have to go back. I'll cover the costs, so don't worry. If you need any help, just come find me. Hearing this, Nezu tilted its head as if in thought. Soon after, it turned back with worried eyes. What about the commission? Startled by the unexpected question, he turned to look at Tin. She simply smiled, which was as good as a nod. Immediately, Thompson turned back to Nezu, his voice softening. The request was for me to reopen my business. For my benefactor, of course I'll do it. My wife's heart has been healed, so don't worry. I'll leave this friend of mine with you. Hearing this confirmation, Nezu nodded without hesitation, feeling relieved. A moment later, Thompson and Tin quickly walked out. In the quiet room, A lone wheelchair sat in the corner. Beside it was a cluttered table of medical instruments. On the hospital bed, STO lay still, his face pale with exhaustion. At that moment, it softly called his name, STO. Neju's voice trembled, echoing through the room. You're back to normal. The commission was a success. You did it. It sat quietly beside STO, its mouth twitching slightly, its half-closed eyes unable to hide the heavy sorrow. Then, Neju bowed its head in anguish. Please wake up soon. And let's go home. The next morning, the first light of day fell upon the city. The scene shifts to a cozy room. STO finally awakens from a long sleep. He glanced around, his breath shallow and weak. A moment later, STO slowly sat up, his eyes still dazed, like a man who had lost his soul. After a while, he dazedly looked to his side. He saw Neju looking at him, its eyes brimming with tears. Without a word, it lunged forward and threw its arms around STO. The Guildmaster asked him with a worried look, "Are you sure you don't want to rest for a few more days until you're more stable?" STO forced a smile. "I've been in bed for 2 whole days. That's enough." With that, the man and his companion left, walking down a snow-covered road. The scene changes to a shop with a sign that reads, "Customer satisfaction guaranteed. Welcome to Ignis, the best guild with a 99.9% commission completion rate." Inside, gold coins were scattered across a table. Hath laughed, unable to hide his excitement. "I've nurtured many talents with these 2 hands, but you're the first member to achieve such results in such a short time." STO asked in confusion. "Is that so?" He confirmed once more. "Exactly." Hath couldn't stop talking. "Do you know that your reputation has spread not only here, but even to the nobles in the next city? Do you know what they're saying?" Hearing this, he repeated with a blank look. "Saying?" In that moment, Hath's voice echoed in STO's ears. "A new power user has appeared, one who possesses a unique and unparalleled ability." Later, he and Neju stood before a mansion. STO's hand tightened around a piece of paper. He looked up. "Viscount Fabian." STO looked down at the paper in his hand. "Client, Viscount Fabian. Details, hidden. Reward, to be discussed." Confusion filled his mind. What kind of request is this now? After a moment, a soldier politely welcomed STO. "Please, come in." STO and Neju slowly stepped inside the mansion. Just then, Hyru excitedly rushed towards him. It excitedly drew closer to STO. He called out Hyru's name, surprised. Hyru wagged its tail happily, its eyes sparkling as it looked at him. "STO, long time no see." Hearing that, he immediately crouched down. "Hyru." At the same time, Saralyn walked out with a pout. "You like STO more than me?" It quickly turned around and barked loudly, as if confirming it. She sighed softly, half sad, half resigned. "Honestly, I can't win against STO." Saralyn looked up, her voice as light as a breeze. "So, you're here because..." Her eyes quickly glanced at what STO was holding. "My father summoned you?" After a moment of hesitation, she bowed her head in greeting. "Anyway, it's great to see you again." He nodded slightly. "Yes." She suddenly asked, "And how are you, STO?" He was silent for a moment, then answered quickly, Not bad." Hearing his answer, Saralyn moved closer and teased STO. "Huh? Not bad? Does that mean good? Or not?" After a moment, he looked up at her, half joking. "Aren't you afraid that I can read people's hearts?" Saralyn smiled brightly, completely unguarded. "Nope, not at all." Hearing this, STO threatened, "I could find out the secret you've always wanted to hide and spread it everywhere." She tilted her head, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "I guess that would be a little embarrassing." Before Saralyn could react, he continued, "What if I could control your emotions?" Saralyn's face lit up as she replied without a shred of hesitation, "That would be amazing." A moment later, STO straightened up. He looked at her with a hint of surprise. "You're not scared?" Saralyn looked up at STO, completely entranced. Then she answered nonchalantly, "Why would I be? Sto would never do that." He stared at Saralyn, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, the butler called out, "Young lady." He bowed his head respectfully. "Forgive me for interrupting your conversation, but the master is waiting." Hearing this, Saralyn looked disappointed. The butler gently reminded her, "Young lady." She turned to leave reluctantly. "I know, but before you go, you have to come see me, okay? Don't you dare sneak off." Then, Saralyn held up her pinky finger and smiled softly. "Promise?" In a neatly arranged room, the Viscount stood facing one direction. As soon as he heard footsteps, he spoke. "Come in." STO bowed politely. "Greetings, sir. I've come as requested." The Viscount didn't reply, instead asking a cryptic question. "Tell me, do you know about cacti?" On the table sat a single cactus and a stand. He answered honestly, "No, sir." The Viscount suddenly reached out and touched the cactus. How can a green plant grow in a desert with almost no water? Isn't it miraculous? Then, the Viscount launched into a lecture. Being plants, it's not that they don't need water, but if they're watered like normal plants, they will rot and die. His voice droned on. The humidity must be not too little, but not too much. It also needs enough soil and sunlight. It's a plant more fickle than you'd think. Its size and condition vary depending on who raises it. At this point, STO suddenly spoke with a hidden meaning. If the owner doesn't know its value, they could easily kill the plant. At that moment, he lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. After a while, the Viscount turned to STO. Correct. His eyes were fixed on him. But can you read what's inside a plant? At the suggestion, STO remained silent. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the Viscount. STO's gaze locked onto the man's hand, where the cactus, Ahuru, was held tightly. His vision began to expand, almost piercing into its soul. Instantly, Ahuru's voice complained, "Damn it, that hurts." Hearing this, STO's whole body flinched involuntarily. Just then, the Viscount slowly approached him. He tilted his head towards Ahuru. It's hard to say if plants have thoughts. It angrily growled, "This old man talks too much." On STO's side, his face darkened. This is extremely difficult. The Viscount suddenly stepped closer to STO. A cactus has no choice. But you have the right to choose the master who will support you. Then, the Viscount made his offer. STO, become my subordinate. This doesn't just mean I'm hiring you. His voice carried weight. You will become a member of the Fabian family. STO's eyes narrowed, his voice steady but cautious. Are you saying I would become a soldier under your command? The Viscount gave a wry laugh. A soldier? No. I have no intention of using you like a common grunt. At this, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The Viscount then paused, his gaze deeper than ever. I will appoint you as my advisor. In the quiet afternoon light filling the mansion, the Viscount's voice was calm but held an undeniable authority. A position that no one in this house would dare disrespect. The only one you will answer to is me, Viscount Fabian. You will enjoy the highest privilege a commoner can receive. STO looked up, his gaze unwavering. What would I have to do? Hearing this, the Viscount's eyes unconsciously lit up. You will do the things that only you can do. Then, the Viscount reached out and gently patted his shoulder. It's very simple. He leaned closer to STO, a slight smile on his lips. You just need to read the minds of those I select. As soon as those words were spoken, Ahuru immediately screamed, Kid, don't believe him. It's a trap. Those are the words of a master manipulator. Hearing this, he immediately but politely refused. Thank you very much for your offer, sir, but I am satisfied with my current job. The Viscount paused for a beat. An offer? He let out a dry laugh, as if he'd heard a terrible joke. You're mistaken. It seems there's been a misunderstanding here. The Viscount slowly closed in on STO, his voice stern as he declared, This is an order. STO stood his ground, not flinching, but his gaze was now clearly defensive. And what happens if I don't obey you? The Viscount answered coolly, Nothing, for now. But eventually, it will surely follow you. Ahuru couldn't help but snark, so confident. You'd think the old man was a prophet. STO remained unfazed, only bowing his head slightly in a polite nod. If you wish for me to change jobs today, please discuss it with the guild first. Hearing this, the Viscount asked doubtfully, So in the end, you won't come willingly? The Viscount tilted his head, thinking, if he agreed this easily, it would be troublesome. This is much better. He needs at least this much backbone for me to use him properly. After a moment, he made a merciful offer. I will give you some time to decide what is best. With that, the Viscount held Ahuru out. Get rid of this thing. I'll replace this picky plant with a beautiful flower. He immediately obeyed. Yes, master. It screamed in anger. Who do you think you're touching? Let me go, you human, let go. Right after, the butler politely showed the way. This way, please. The two walked quickly down the dark corridor. All the while, Ahuru didn't stop struggling, its voice filled with indignation. What? Are you just going to abandon me? My thorns haven't even pricked anyone yet. STO stopped, his eyes fixed on its dusty, thorny body. That cactus. After a moment's hesitation, STO stammered, If you're going to throw it away, could I have it? The butler replied in confusion. You want it? He tightened his grip on the pot. This thing has no flowers and its body is covered in thorns. Besides, it's very difficult to care for. STO reached a hand toward Ahuru. There's no guarantee that it won't bloom. Hearing this, the butler handed it over to him. Very well. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, Lady Saralyn has asked you to wait, so please remain here for a moment. Meanwhile, Ahuru suddenly spoke in a weak voice. So cold, I'll freeze before I'm burned to death. Freezing to death is probably less painful. STO looked down at it, shivering from the cold. I won't kill you, it replied reflexively. Huh? Suddenly, Ahuru fell completely silent, as if it had noticed something unusual. A moment later, he affirmed once more, I won't burn or freeze you. However, this is my first time with a cactus, so I don't know what temperature is best for you. STO hesitated before continuing. If you feel thirsty, you have to tell me. He looked directly at Ahuru, his gaze softer than the spring Sunday. Since I can hear your voice, just tell me if you're uncomfortable anywhere. A moment of silence, then it spoke cautiously. Are you a god? STO replied instantly, without hesitation. I'm STO. Hearing this, Ahuru proudly introduced itself. I am. He cut it off with a complaint. Too long. It laughed awkwardly. Sorry, plant names are usually like that. STO quickly gave it a name. I'll call you Ahuru. Neju, beside him, looked on with proud eyes. STO can even talk to plants? That's so cool. Faced with the praise, STO was a bit flustered. A moment later, he couldn't help but smile with delight. STO brought Ahuru up to its face. This is Ahuru, Neju politely greeted it. Hello, I'm Neju. You're so small and cute, it replied in a shy voice. Thanks, thank you. You're cute too. Suddenly, he reached out and gently touched Ahuru. You're not that prickly, it spoke shyly. It's only because it's STO that I'm being gentle. If you touched my thorns the wrong way, it would hurt a lot. STO looked bewildered. It can do that? Ahuru quickly confirmed. Of course. But I still can't move my body freely yet. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel curious. Yet? It asked doubtfully. You don't know? After a moment, Ahuru explained in detail. If we live long enough or become strong enough, we can move it at will. It puffed up its chest, boasting. Even though I'm still young, my will is strong enough that I can at least move my thorns. STO stared intently at Ahuru. Just with willpower, it can move. But that peaceful moment was shattered. Jeremy suddenly shouted, Didn't I tell you not to come here anymore? Hearing the voice, STO reflexively turned. He looked at STO with annoyance, his voice dripping with contempt. Is your memory that bad? Jeremy's heavy footsteps echoed on the cold stone floor, his voice a mix of disdain and mockery. Did you think my words were a joke, you commoner? Seeing this, STO spoke politely, Lord Viscount. He suddenly sneered. You say you can read hearts, but it turns out you can also teach animals to speak? At the same time, Neju stared wide-eyed at Jeremy, frozen. Finally, he sneered one last time. What a monster. Jeremy brazenly sized him up. You created a beast that can speak human language, and now you're thinking of teaching a plant to talk, huh? Who's paying? With that, he glanced over at Neju. This white-furred monkey has learned human language, so it must be a rare and beautiful pet. Over here, it seemed to sense Jeremy's gaze and looked up. At that moment, he turned directly to STO. How much? Stowe, on the other hand, remained silent, his eyes fixed on Jeremy. His hand reached out, as if to grab Nezu. With that huge body, the food bill can't be cheap, right? I'll take it off your hands. At the same time, Ahuru couldn't help but curse. What is this muscle-brained idiot? STO raised his head, his voice loud and questioning. Neju is not for sale. Hearing this, Jeremy seemed to pay it no mind. He acted arrogantly. How perceptive. Since you can read my mind, the negotiations are over, he smirked. Just take it. Then, Jeremy clutched a pile of gold coins. Here's 10 gold coins. STO's face twisted in annoyance. Neju is not for. He cut him off with a sarcastic sigh. Being too greedy isn't a good look. Jeremy pointed directly at Neju and asked loudly, So, how much do you want? He gave a short, firm answer. I'm not selling. At this declaration, his face began to contort with rage. Jeremy screamed like a madman, wildly pointing his finger. A worthless country bumpkin like you dares to disrespect a noble? I've held back from punching your face in. Yet you ignore my warnings and loiter around my house. Below, Neju looked up with a worried expression. Seeing this, STO immediately stood in front of it. I only came here because I received an invitation from the Viscount. He flew into a rage. You're quick with the excuses, aren't you? Jeremy grabbed him by the collar with a deafening shout. You think I don't know how twisted your heart is? Neju's voice rang out like a bell in his head. Don't bully Stowe. Hearing this, Jeremy snapped out of it, his hand loosening in shock. His body fell to the ground with a thud. It anxiously approached. Are you okay? STO winced slightly, his voice weak. I'm fine. At the same time, Jeremy's expression suddenly changed. He began to laugh bizarrely. Jeremy made his offer once more. This monkey is loyal too. I'll give you 30 gold coins. I need to train it. STO couldn't help but feel bewildered. What? Then, he casually gestured with his hand. I'll send the gold to the guild. Men, Take this white-furred monkey to the training grounds immediately." Hearing this, he shot up and shouted, "I said it's not for sale." A moment of silence, then Jeremy hissed through his teeth. "How dare you?" he roared at STO's defiance. "You dare raise your voice to a noble? Are you insane?" At this, he crouched on the ground, his face filled with terror. The soldiers had, at some point, surrounded STO and Nezu. He fell silent for a moment, his body hunched over. "It's come to this." One of them immediately lunged forward. "Now, hand it over." Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. He screamed in agony, My hand!" Before him was Nezu, its hand dripping with fresh blood. Nezu slowly extended its hand, revealing its sharp claws. The floor was now stained with fresh blood. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Jeremy clenched his fists, his mouth still shouting as if to hide the fear rising in his throat. "How dare you harm a member of the Fabian household?" From behind, a group of knights rushed over. "What's going on here?" He pointed his spear at STO. "That commoner tried to kill me. Arrest him immediately." Hearing this, Nezu couldn't help but retort, "You were the one who called me a monster, so why are you?" Just then, its body was engulfed by a net. It was immediately activated, sending excruciating electrical shocks through Nezu. It couldn't help but feel confused. They act more cruelly than a real monster. At the sight, they laughed with triumphant expressions. Immediately, the knights tightened their grips on their sword hilts and slowly approached Nezu. In that moment, it opened its mouth and let out a roar of hatred. Hearing it, Jeremy's body instinctively recoiled. He backed away in fear, step by step, as if afraid Nezu would notice him. The Viscount suddenly appeared. "What is all this commotion, Jeremy?" He was momentarily terrified. "Father." After observing the scene, he ground his teeth. "You fool." The Viscount suddenly grabbed Jeremy and yelled, "That boy was supposed to be in my hands, but you interfered and ruined everything." He stared wide-eyed in confusion. "What do you mean, father?" He didn't explain, just scowled. "Shut up, you imbecile." Immediately after, the Viscount gave a stern order. "Soldiers, clean this up." He didn't forget to add, "Take him alive. As for the beast, do whatever you want with it." The knights shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." They advanced step by step. One of them suddenly began to cast a spell. Nezu immediately sensed something was wrong. Magic. On the other side, the men looked up at them smugly. At that moment, it looked up with tear-filled eyes. "Nezu is sorry. Nezu just wanted to be with STO." Hearing this, STO gently reassured it. "Don't be sorry." At the same time, the crazed crowd chanted, "Die, monster! Die!" It suddenly moved its lips, speaking with a hidden meaning, it seems. Then, Nezu turned back and smiled with satisfaction. This is the end for Nezu. On the other side, the knight began to cast his magic as flames erupted. Instantly, they all launched their attacks towards STO. Smoke and fire immediately engulfed the entire palace. Jeremy squeezed his eyes shut, a sneer on his lips. If you had just taken the money, none of this would have happened. Behind the thick cloud of smoke, a figure still stood firm. Chapter 26. Emerging from the dense smoke, STO appeared, his voice cold. "The one who needs to apologize isn't Nezu." STO shot a sharp glare at the crowd. "It's all of you." Upon seeing him, the Viscount and Jeremy were stunned. How is this possible? He quickly shouted an order to the knights. "Get him!" A knight suddenly froze, his whole body trembling. A golden light began to gather between his fingers. Just then, the knight jolted, as if struck by lightning. Instantly, his body began to convulse. He screamed in agony, his whole body shaking as he tried to fight the pain spreading through him. With his anger reaching its peak, another one raised his sword towards STO. At that very moment, he suddenly turned around. Under STO's gaze, the knight froze in shock. His face was pale, sweat pouring down, and he stammered in absolute terror. In the next frame, the knight raised his sword. Then, he turned the blade towards his own chest. Witnessing this, the Viscount rushed forward. "Brez, what are you doing?" Before he could stop him, he had already plunged the sword into his own chest. Fresh blood splattered onto STO's pale skin. Yet, he remained unnervingly calm, his gaze fixed forward. Now, only 3 knights remained. Their bodies began to tremble. In that instant, Stowe glanced in one direction. One of them suddenly went limp, his eyes vacant like a soulless puppet. A moment later, he dropped the sword in his hand. His body collapsed right at STO's feet. In the blink of an eye, the knights fell to the ground one by one. STO's head was bowed, his entire body radiating a dark aura. Jeremy let out an involuntary whimper. His body collapsed to the floor, his feet desperately trying to scramble backward. Just then, his gaze suddenly shifted. From the top of the stairs, Saralyn appeared, tears streaming down her face. "Father, brother." At her appearance, STO merely looked up with a cold expression. Saralyn suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Instantly, she fell freely downwards. The Viscount rushed to her side. "Sarah," he painfully clutched her cold body. "Now then, are you satisfied?" The Viscount shamelessly questioned him. "Look around you. Does this place need any more bloodshed?" Hearing this, STO asked himself, "Why do I always have to hold myself back?" Recalling a past of being shunned, he became even more certain. The reason for me to suppress myself. It never existed in the first place. At that moment, STO clenched his fist so tightly it could have drawn blood. "Now, if I want to." Instantly, he smiled with a benevolent expression. "I will stop." The Viscount was almost startled. "It's wonderful that you're an understanding friend." At this, he lowered his voice and stated his condition. "In return, let's pretend nothing happened here." The Viscount began to pant, his voice trembling as if in disbelief. "What?" An angry roar came from behind. Jeremian yelled in fury, "You evil bastard, you murderer. You cause all this and now you dare make such a demand?" Hearing this, STO immediately turned to look at him. He remained coldly calm, his voice low. "This isn't a demand." STO tilted his head and smiled, affirming once more, "It's an order." Over here, Jeremian was so angry he was grinding his teeth. After a long moment, his body began to sway. Soon after, the entire family of three, the Viscount, Jeremian, and Saralyn all collapsed to the floor. Just as STO was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind. STO. Hearing it, he immediately whipped around. Suki. In the blink of an eye, its entire body began to transform. Suki's tail had grown noticeably longer. Now, before STO stood a terrifyingly large tiger. It turned to look at Neju. "Why are you spacing out? You can't carry it by yourself." Hearing this, STO immediately understood and grabbed hold of the net. STO gently placed Nezu on Suki's back, not forgetting to pat it. At the same time, Suki suddenly made a suggestion. "Get on too." STO hesitated slightly. "But that'll be tiring for you, Suki." "I can just walk." Its voice replied gently. "Don't worry. Carrying you too won't make much of a difference, STO." Seeing this, he climbed onto Suki's back. "Then I'm counting on you." Before taking off, it gave a friendly reminder. "Hold on tight." In the quiet of the night, Suki carried Nezu and STO, racing through the wind. Just then, he softly called its name, Suki. Hearing him, it immediately responded, its voice crystal clear. "What?" STO's confession came out slowly. "It seems, I really am a monster. I can read a person's heart, control it, and even make them end their own lives. I've killed so many people." As he said this, he felt an unconscious disgust for himself. "But I don't feel anything at all." At this moment, STO began to tear himself apart internally. He confessed in agony, "Even though I know what I did was wrong, I don't feel any fear or sadness." In contrast to STO, Suki turned with a calm expression. "So what?" It spoke in a light tone, its eyes flashing with a cold glint. "If it were me, I would have killed every last one of them." Suki gestured lightly, as if imagining wiping out its enemies, and continued, "There's no reason to fear or pity those who harmed you and threaten to take away what you cherish. You're too soft." He slumped down, his shoulders heavy. "But in the end, I was the one who hurt others." Hearing this, it reassured STO. "Well, I guess you can be a little sad. It's not like you wanted to hurt people, after all." At the same time, Ahuru chimed in to comfort him. "Let me tell you something. There's no way a person who constantly worries if they're normal or not could be a monster. And even if you are a monster, so what? A talking monkey and a cat that turns into a tiger? Whatever we are, monsters aren't bad. Do you hate monsters?" Faced with this barrage of questions, he looked utterly bewildered. It suddenly startled, holding up its hands as if to deny it. "Whoa, wait, that was more than one question. My bad." Soon after, the group sped off into the cold weather. In another scene, Hath suddenly yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" Parker scratched his head sheepishly. "My apologies, but this is a request from my superiors at the guild." He roared, his eyes looking like they wanted to swallow him whole. "Who the hell are you calling sir, you damn bird brain?" Parker suddenly raised his hand in protest. "It's not bird, it's avian." Hearing this, Hath nearly lost his mind. "Damn it!" Just then, Rosalie interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Branch manager." The exasperated manager replied, "What is it?" Her tone suddenly changed. "Could you please calm down a bit?" Hearing this, Hath's anger exploded. He roared repeatedly, "Calm down? Calm down?" Rosalie happened to notice the letter on the table. Summons request from the guild. Special Support Division Branch, STO. She bowed her head to read the paper again. Her eyes filled with confusion. A summons order. It's either pressure from the royal family, or someone at headquarters thinks STO is a dangerous power user. But he's been missing for 10 days, and there's a rumor circulating about the Viscount Fabian's house. In another scene, a door wrapped in chains suddenly appears. At the same time, Hath spoke in a serious tone. That kid is not the type to harm others like that. Just then, Rosalie called out loudly, "Branch manager." He turned back wearily. "What now? What is it?" Immediately, she looked towards the door. "STO is back?" He walked in with a steady gait. "I'm back. Sorry I'm late." Hath immediately scanned STO from head to toe, freezing at his disheveled appearance. Hath stammered, his emotions caught in his throat. "Wait. You. STO appeared with a grimy face, a dried bloodstain still on his cheek. In that moment, Hath suddenly reached a hand toward him. In the end, he just patted STO's shoulder lightly. "Good job." Faced with Hath's reaction, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Aren't you going to ask about my progress?" He used his hand to hide a smile. "Naturally, you'll have to file a mission report. Do you have any idea how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you?" Rosalie nodded in agreement. "That's right." At the same time, Parker cleared his throat with a soft cough, as if trying to get their attention. Hath slowly approached STO, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Anyway, I'm just glad you returned safely. Because this job is quite difficult, there are too many cases where we lose talented individuals for nothing." At this, he suddenly bent down to look behind him. "But where's your partner?" STO repeated in confusion. "Partner?" Hath quickly explained. "I'm talking about your friend, the white-furred monkey." Hearing this, his face clouded with sadness, his voice turning somber. "It was injured, so it's resting right now." STO added in a low voice, "It's almost recovered, but we still need to be careful." The man's face softened, a slight smile appearing as if a weight had been lifted. "I'm glad the injuries weren't serious." Then, Hath cautiously reminded him, "Just rest today. You can submit the report in 3 days." Parker suddenly cut in. "Sorry about that," he called out in a loud voice. "But that's going to be difficult, Manager Hath of the Galaxian branch." He immediately turned back, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I'm just telling a guild member to rest after completing a mission. What's so difficult about that? Huh, Courier Bernie Parker." In that moment, he suddenly spread his wings, his feathers shining brilliantly in the light. STO's eyes widened involuntarily, his pupils visibly brightening. "An angel?" He saw Parker fly towards him. "STO of the Galaxian branch needs to come with me to headquarters." At the unexpected proposal, his whole body froze. Parker's gaze was fixed on STO, his voice sharp and firm. Immediately, a while later, the wheels of a carriage rolled quickly over the grass. Inside, he looked out at the scenery. STO's eyes lowered slightly as he unconsciously recalled the memory. Hath couldn't help but feel a little shocked. "Why did you agree so easily?" STO's hand pressed down on his suitcase of clothes. He turned his head and answered evenly, "As long as I'm in the guild, I can't refuse a decision from headquarters, can I?" At STO's response, Hath froze on the spot. A moment later, he could only sigh in resignation. "Well, that's true." Back in the present, he thought to himself with a sad expression, "I feel both grateful and sorry for the branch manager." Thinking this, STO couldn't help but feel lucky. "But I'm also glad I found another place to go." The gentle afternoon sun streamed through the window, turning STO's hair golden. He slowly opened his eyes, looking bewildered at Ahuru's unexpected words. "I know," it spoke in a cheerful tone. "I've figured out STO's problem." Then, Ahuru began to scold him. "STO is terrible at saying no, and you're way too obedient. If you don't want to, just say no. If you hate it, just say you hate it. Why is it so hard for you to say?" Parker, sitting beside them, noticed something was off. He asked worriedly, "Is something wrong, STO?" Immediately, STO turned his head and smiled benevolently. "It's nothing." Ahuru immediately wailed, "How dare you say it's nothing? You're so mean." It continued to complain. "I stayed up all night thinking to reach that conclusion." Ahuru is mad now. Stowe mumbled an apology. "I'm sorry, Ahuru." With that, he reminded it sternly, "But be quiet." Ahuru was still sulking but finally sat down, replying petulantly, "Fine." On the other hand, Parker looked at STO with suspicion. He couldn't help but ask, "Were you just communicating with that plant?" STO answered calmly, "Yes." Parker exclaimed with a mix of awe and excitement, "Wow, I heard you have the ability to read minds, Stowe. Can you read what I'm thinking right now?" At the unexpected request, he cursed internally. So annoying. STO instinctively turned to look at Neju, who was lost in a dream. Suddenly, Nezu's face contorted, and it let out an incomprehensible whimper. His face slowly paled, his eyes filled with worry. Just then, Parker suddenly jumped. He whispered in a panic, "Oh no, this is terrifying. They say the white monkey dragon is a monster. What if it eats us?" At the same time, SGO suddenly uttered a stream of incomprehensible words. "It's true. I guess I shouldn't have asked." SGO casually read his mind. "I want to crawl into a hole and die," Parker screamed in embarrassment. Okay, I'm sorry." Seeing this, SGO asked in confusion, "So, you're not curious anymore?" He quickly replied, "That's enough for me, so please stop reading my mind." Meanwhile, Neju had woken up at some point and glanced ahead. SGO gently patted him. "Go back to sleep, Neju. We still have a long way to go," the creature whispered. "What about you, SGO?" SGO looked down and said softly, "I got a little sleep, too." Seeing SGO's exhausted state, Nezu thoughtfully offered, "You look so tired. Lean on me and sleep. I'll be your pillow." SGO smiled faintly and whispered, "It's okay." Without another word, Neju pulled SGO down forcefully. "My fur is really soft, so hurry up." SGO's hair gently touched Neju's silky fur. He looked up, his lips barely moving. "Thanks." A moment later, he remembered Parker. "Did you have something you wanted to say?" Parker instinctively replied, Well, you two look like a family." Ahuru hastily chimed in with a pout. "Me too, right?" A short while later, the sky suddenly opened up, and rain began to pour. Inside, Parker asked SGO caringly, "Aren't you cold? It's the middle of the night. Should I turn up the heat?" SGO, still lying down, shook his head slightly. "No, I'm fine." Still, Parker wasn't convinced and offered again. "Should I get you another leg? Pillow? If you're hungry or uncomfortable, please just say so." SGO quietly replied, "This is comfortable enough." His eyes held a hint of reminiscence. Much more comfortable than when I had to live in a crate. At that thought, SGO suddenly felt a craving. I miss those wave-flavored candies from the branch manager's office. Outside, the rain poured down like a curtain, accompanied by a soothing pitter-patter sound. The cold stream of water flowed endlessly over the carriage. Inside, SGO gazed out the window. "It's raining." Just then, Ahuru jumped up excitedly. "This is it! This is the perfect weather for ghost stories." It began in a spooky voice. A ghost story. A super scary one. SGO suddenly reached out and touched Ahuru's spine. Humans are the scariest things of all. At that moment, he looked up at Parker, who was nodding off. He just saw him turn over, yawning widely. Witnessing this, Ahuru complained, "Look at that guy, already snoring his head off." At the same time, Nezu's ears twitched, as if sensing something unusual. He was wide awake, his face filled with alarm. Seeing this, SGO spoke caringly. "Nezu, if that noise woke you, you can go back to sleep now." Nezu suddenly stared off into the distance. "There's something gathering around the carriage." Nezu felt a sudden unease. "It's neither human nor animal." He paused, then lowered his voice. "I have a really bad feeling about this, and it's here to kill us." The words had barely left his mouth when the carriage driver flung the door open. "We're in big trouble. We're completely surrounded by a pack of monsters." Parker slowly sat up. "Surrounded? How many enemies are there? Can we escape?" The driver looked flustered. "About that." Immediately after, the driver announced in a loud voice, "They're all harpies with high combat power." Hearing this, Parker looked bewildered. "Harpies? But they only appear when winter comes. So why?" The driver grew more and more agitated. "I don't know either," he stammered, his face pale. "Even if we break through the encirclement, it'll be hard to escape. They're faster than the horses." At the same time, Nezu leaped down, offering a suggestion. "I'll go out and take a look." Hearing this, STO quickly reached a hand toward him. Before STO could stop him, Nezu had already jumped. Nezu shot outside, leaving the driver stunned. He called back loudly, "STO, you stay put." Inside, STO's arm was still suspended in midair. Just then, the rain began to pour down, as if it were a bad omen. In the dark, silent night, the carriage stopped in the middle of a dense forest. The driver glanced around, looking troubled. "But to let allies like you fight those harpies alone is a bit." Parker frantically backed away, shaking his head. "I'm just a delivery guy. I don't have any combat skills." The suffocating atmosphere was broken by STO's voice. "I'll go help," Parker blurted out worriedly. "But STO, you're not the fighting type either." STO turned his head and replied softly, his voice as even as the cold wind through the trees, "I have no intention of fighting them." Hearing this, Parker felt an involuntary shiver. He froze, his eyes wide as he stared at STO. His eyes, they're different now, cold as ice. At that moment, it dawned on Parker. If he's not going to fight, does he plan to use that white monkey as food for the harpies? In the dim night, the sound of flapping wings echoed. Parker rushed towards him. "Stow!" He immediately spoke up, his voice cautious. Harpies are extremely vicious beasts that move in packs. Parker looked up at STO. They're not an enemy you can fight alone with just brute force. They're very different from aimless wanderers like me. Faced with STO's determined expression, Parker pleaded desperately, "Please, listen to me," he whispered, his voice filled with palpable fear. "This won't end by just taking down a few of them." Just then, Parker's face grew frantic. "While we can, we should run before we're all slaughtered." In that instant, a harpy suddenly swooped past his head. It seemed to be targeting Parker as it dove towards him. Faced with the sudden attack, he was practically frozen in place. Parker's eyes widened as he stared at the harpy hunting him. Fresh blood splattered directly onto Parker. At that moment, he squinted his eyes to look outside. Before Parker stood SGO, who had lunged forward to block the attack. Parker screamed in horror, "SGO!" At the same time, the harpy refused to let go, biting down hard on SGO's shoulder. On the side, Parker muttered, "I can see the massacre now." Immediately after, he screamed in panic, "Your shoulder! Its teeth!" After a moment, the harpy stopped attacking SGO, whose shoulder was bleeding profusely. Suddenly, it let out an ear-piercing shriek. Above, its comrades heard the sound. They all looked down in unison, to where SGO and the harpy were fighting. Just then, the harpy suddenly recoiled. Instantly, Nezu appeared and grabbed the harpy by the neck. He furiously slapped the harpy across the face without a shred of mercy. Its body slid across the grass. Just then, Nezu turned worriedly to SGO. "SGO, are you hurt?" he answered honestly. "Yes, a little." Nezu's eyes darted quickly. "There's blood!" He saw the blood on SGO's shoulder had dried to a dark red color. SGO glanced behind him. "It's nothing compared to my life." Parker wore a conflicted expression. "I'm sorry. No thank you." In that moment, a swarm of harpies descended like a storm. Seeing this, Parker screamed in fear. "There are more!" The group looked up in unison, their faces wary. SGO, on the other hand, calmly observed them. "I don't know if I can use it on multiple targets." At that moment, one of them aimed straight for him. As SGO's cold gaze swept over the harpy flock, the air seemed to freeze. He commanded in a loud voice, "Stand still." Amidst the chaotic scene, the trees swayed wildly. Then, they fell into a strange state of stillness. Before SGO, the harpies stood frozen in place. He looked up at them, an intense internal struggle raging. Should I kill them? After a moment of hesitation, SGO waved his hand, signaling them to return home. As soon as the words were spoken, the flock of harpies turned and flew back to where they came from. Behind them, Parker looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment. Just now. At that thought, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Did a monster just obey a human's command? At the same time, SGO turned back to look at Parker. "Let's get back to the carriage," Nezu replied enthusiastically. "Okay." He didn't forget to add a few words of praise. SGO is as cool as ever. Back with Parker, he still hadn't collected himself. On the ground, the harpy that had been struck lay motionless. In the silent darkness, the scene gave off a chilling feeling. Parker looked up in horror. Those harpies disappeared in an instant. He glanced at SGO in confusion. It ended that easily? Now I understand why so many guildmasters are always scrambling to find him. Over here, SGO carefully reminded. "Be careful getting in, Nezu." He asked caringly, "Are you hurt?" Parker was still standing motionless. That person, he gave SGO a wary look. He's dangerous. After a heavy downpour, the night sky became clear. The carriage carrying SGO continued its journey forward. SGO lay in the carriage, completely lost in a deep sleep, oblivious to the world. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You're so troublesome." Hearing the slightly strange voice, he slowly woke from his short nap. His eyes opened, wanting to see who was speaking to him. Sugi quickly stepped onto him and continued to comment. "Always acting on your own. This is why I hate humans." As soon as he saw it, he was quite surprised. "Sugi?" Before he could say another word, it urged him again. "Get some sleep. And stop running around like an idiot and getting bitten by monsters." Sugi's gaze on him became strangely pensive. Feeling rather guilty for his actions, SGO immediately spoke from the heart. "I'm sorry." It had no intention of blaming him. This time, it gently walked towards him and advised, "Don't apologize. Just stay out of trouble. And you won't have to apologize in the first place." SGO looked at Sugi in bewilderment. It sat quietly to one side, deep in thought. "SGO, don't get hurt anymore." After a long journey, the carriage finally arrived in a land blanketed in cold snow. Ahuru quickly hopped around, looking delighted. What a wonderful morning. Seeing its strange behavior made SGO feel quite confused. What are you doing? Ahuru smiled and said, Greetings. While he was still trying to figure things out, the pot it was in had grown its own legs from underneath. Seeing this sight made SGO jump in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. You can walk? This made Ahuru feel fed up. It glanced at SGO. Are you surprised that a walking cactus is running around you when you wake up? Then its face became incredibly pensive. Me too. I'm shocked. While the two were still talking, Neju quickly approached. He stared at Ahuru with sparkling eyes. You can walk? Neju's fingers quickly reached out to tease it. Congratulations. Hearing this, it laughed and nodded in agreement. Thanks. Thanks. Hearing the various conversations woke Parker from his deep sleep. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. What the? The first thing he saw was the sight of Ahuru and Neju still laughing and playing joyfully. This made Parker find it quite amusing. Your friends are pretty strange, huh? Although he had his own thoughts. What's so strange about a walking cactus? After all, he can chase away an entire flock of harpies with just one word. Parker unconsciously recalled SGO standing there, looking at the harpies flying in the sky. He didn't know how SGO had managed to order them back to their nest. Thinking about it, Parker looked at the injured SGO sitting quietly, feeling a bit speechless. If it's SGO, I wouldn't be surprised if he could befriend a dragon. He quickly stretched and thought to himself, the ability to read hearts and dominate others. Suddenly, a voice rang out, amazing. Seeing SGO's confused look made Parker flustered. SGO repeated his praise, your wings. Hearing this, Parker finally understood. He smiled shyly and scratched his head. Thanks. The carriage carrying the two continued its journey forward through this cold land. While preparing breakfast, SGO's face was a bit pensive. Come to think of it, he saw Ahuru, who, after getting legs, was always running and jumping playfully like a child. Feeling a bit curious, SGO asked, Ahuru, do you need water? Ahuru didn't think twice and immediately refused the offer. No, I'm full of water. SGO looked around the carriage and asked it in surprise, You've already eaten? It shook its head and was about to explain many other things. Not really. It's just that. Yesterday when SGO got hurt, SGO nodded, listening quietly to its story. Ahuru repeated, You bled a lot, didn't you? He remembered the wound on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. Yes, fresh red blood poured steadily from his body. There was so much blood that it started to drip onto the ground below. Unfortunately, some of SGO's blood fell directly onto Ahuru, who was sitting innocently to the side. Finishing the story, Ahuru pointed to its head and explained further, Your blood, I drank a little of it. After hearing this story, SGO fell silent in thought. Seeing his strange reaction made Ahuru confused. After a short moment of thought, he slowly used his hand to lift it closer for inspection. His face became incredibly bewildered, unable to believe it. You drank my blood? Ahuru nodded with absolute certainty. This conversation made everyone inside the carriage fall into a strange silence. Seeing that everyone was thinking in a different direction, Ahuru quickly shouted to explain, Don't misunderstand, you guys. I couldn't even move back then. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. The blood just happened to fall on me, and then... It continued to recount how a flower grew on its head. I also bloomed for the first time. After hearing this, STO just silently realized something. This time, he gently held Ahuru in his hands, unable to hide his surprise. Interesting. You bloomed after drinking my blood? Hearing his strange words, Ahuru repeatedly reminded him, Wait. You should be focusing on the detail where a normal plant drinks my blood and starts walking. Parker, on the side, was speechless after hearing this story, not knowing what to say. A short while later, Ahuru quickly presented the bright red flower to STO. This is a gift. Please accept my sincerity. He gently accepted the flower it gave him. Thank you. This made it incredibly excited. Ahuru was about to say more when suddenly a yellow light appeared. I should be the one thanking you. Ahuru's flower glowed so strangely that it was hard for anyone to believe. A second later, the flower automatically withered and gradually floated away. The remaining essence quickly merged into STO's wrist. Looking at this situation left STO a bit speechless. The flower. It melted. Ahuru was also extremely disappointed. My gift. But in the next second, it realized something was wrong. It quickly shouted his name. Sto! Ahuru announced worriedly. The light. On your shoulder. Sto also looked at it in bewilderment, wondering what was happening. Sto gradually felt the change coming from the wound on his shoulder. Finding it a bit hard to believe, he nervously checked his wound. Realizing the wound felt completely numb, unlike what STO had thought, he quickly removed the bandage to take a look. Seeing with his own eyes that yesterday's wound had completely healed, STO said in surprise. This flower seems to have healing abilities. This also made Ahuru on the side incredibly excited. Isn't that great? Remembering something important, STO called out, "By the way, Nezhu." It jumped in response. He quickly recalled the previous night. "Suki visited us last night, right?" After a short moment of thought, Nezhu seemed pensive and replied, "You're half right and half wrong." Nezhu actually already knew. Suki has been on the carriage with us since last night. STO stood up, putting on his clothes while thinking in surprise. So it wasn't a dream. He gripped the carriage door, preparing to rush outside. Seeing him suddenly rush outside to check the situation made everyone inside the carriage extremely worried. "Stow!" Parker was so scared that he quickly ran after him. Doing that on a moving carriage is dangerous, but STO paid no mind to this. He quickly looked up at the roof of the carriage. "Suki, I know you're up there." STO waited patiently to see if Suki would appear before him. Just as it appeared before him, it quickly let out a few meows as a signal. Seeing that it was safe made him let out a sigh of relief. "It's dangerous up there. Come inside." Hearing his instruction, Suki acted a bit strange, almost unbelievingly, but it still obeyed STO and slowly approached the carriage door. "It seems you're in a more dangerous situation than I am." With his help, Suki finally jumped safely inside the carriage. Seeing it safely inside, he let out another sigh of relief. STO quickly closed the door and sat next to Suki, which surprised Parker. A cat? Parker had no idea that the small cat in front of him was a giant monster. "Is it your pet?" Hearing such an innocent question, STO shook his head. "No, Suki doesn't have an owner." Suki quickly yawned, feeling sleepy, which made Parker curious and about to say more. "Huh? So?" But just like that, STO read his mind. "It's not a stray cat either." Hearing this, Parker let out a sigh of relief, seeming to have a rough idea of the story. "So, you're friends?" Seeing Parker's strange reaction made Suki very confused. "Who is that idiot?" STO quickly explained. "This is Parker," but it probably didn't care much. This time, it gently sat on STO's lap and asked softly, "You were hurt. Are you okay?" Seeing its concern, STO smiled gently and explained, "Ahuru helped heal me." This made Suki incredibly dismissive. What can that tiny little cactus do? Ahuru immediately got a little angry at the disdainful remark. As if understanding Ahuru's mood, STO gently explained, "It has healing powers, Suki. If you're going to follow me anyway." Suki lay there silently, stubbornly sticking to its own story. "I'm not following you. I just happened to see you were hurt while I was exploring." Seeing it still wouldn't open up, STO grew a bit impatient. "Why don't you travel with me from now on?" Suki remained silent, but its tail quickly wagged back and forth. Time flashes back to when STO received Suki. He was incredibly happy, and it seems Suki also cherished every moment of it. The scene shifts back to the carriage on its long journey, Suki's voice echoing inside. "Let me make this clear. I'm only going with you because you asked. Why do you always happen to get hurt when I'm not around?" Hearing this, STO gently nodded in understanding. "Thank you, Suki." He gently stroked its head, making it feel something different. But Suki didn't think much of it and closed its eyes silently. STO has changed. I don't care how he's changed, but this kind of change is fine too. Time passed quickly, and the carriage finally stopped on the road. While Stowe was still thinking about what to do next, a voice called out, "STO." Parker pointed towards the large gate ahead and announced, "We've arrived at the teleportation gate connected to the main headquarters." A short while later, STO led Suki and his friends to tour the place, while Parker quickly reported to the customs officer. "Parker and STO from the Ignis Guild. You can just bill the fee to the guild." The officer nodded in understanding. "Yes, confirmed. For security reasons, the gate can only be used 3 times a day per adult." He didn't forget to add a warning. "You may also experience some side effects after using the gate. If you accept these conditions, we will open the entrance for you." STO stood silently to the side, observing the place more closely. After confirming that the paperwork was complete, STO walked forward without hesitation, and so, filled with anticipation, he slowly stepped inside through the teleportation gate. A blinding light made STO instinctively shut his eyes tightly. Once he got used to the light, he slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A magnificent and splendid place quickly appeared before STO's eyes, leaving him somewhat stunned. At the same time, Parker and the others had also arrived. Looking at this palace-like place made STO gasp in admiration. So this is the guild's main headquarters. While he was still pondering, Parker's cheerful voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome to the main headquarters of the Ignis Guild." STO nodded in understanding, silently looking at the enormous headquarters with its incredibly vast details. The two walked down a long corridor, continuing to a higher floor. It was the first time Stowe had been to a place like this. He felt a bit surprised. An endless spiral staircase. It's like ascending to heaven. Walking ahead, Parker remained silently lost in thought. It seemed STO was still lost in his own thoughts. Does heaven really exist in the sky above? He quickly thought of the terrifying people who possessed both power and money. Those with power and wealth. Of course, there were also the sycophants who always stood behind them, flattering these people and their supporters. Thinking about this, STO wondered to himself, will things get better the higher I climb? Realizing how foolish his question was, he sighed and shook his head, dismissing the thought. While he was still contemplating, Parker turned around, smiled, and announced, "We're here." This surprised him. That was fast. Parker's face showed a bit of awkwardness as he explained everything. This is a magic staircase, quite similar to a teleportation gate. Anyway, you were supposed to meet the Guildmaster, but since he's been away for nearly 3 months, Parker didn't forget to add. So naturally, you'll have to meet the Vice Guildmaster. Before them was a large office door. Parker and STO quickly approached it. Without further delay, Parker reached out and rang the bell to see if there was any response. A short time passed. The two stood there waiting, but nothing seemed to happen. Everything fell silent again, making both of them feel a bit awkward. Parker sighed helplessly, not knowing how to explain the situation. It seems the Vice Guildmaster is sleeping again. STO and Neju were stunned upon hearing this. Sleeping? Having no other choice, Parker just repeatedly pressed the doorbell. After a series of continuous chimes, the large office door finally flew open. STO managed to grab Ahuru just in time to dodge the massive door. The violent action left Parker stunned. Remembering he almost lost his life, Ahuru trembled with anger. "Hey, just now." It roared in fury. "My head was almost blown off. How dare you?" Hearing this, STO thought silently, "Where is a cactus's head?" The person inside the room, holding a sword, quickly appeared. "Damn it." Wen, looking sleepy, rushed out. "Who is it?" He looked tiredly at the ones who had disturbed his deep sleep. Looking at Parker right in front of him made Wen very confused. "I don't think I ordered any chicken." Hearing this, Parker replied angrily, "I've told you time and time again, I'm not food." Hearing their argument, Ahuru sighed and quickly agreed. So he was right about the chicken. Remembering something important, Parker immediately got to the main point. "Anyway, I brought a guest." This made Wen look bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Guest? What guest?" He continued to speak confusingly. "Your guest." This series of actions angered Wen. He yawned, ready to go back for another nap. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why do I have to entertain a guest? Isn't there anyone working downstairs? I'm docking your pay for waking someone from a good sleep this early in the morning." Seeing him act so strangely also made Parker extremely annoyed. "You!" Wen quickly turned to go back into the room. "Go away." Suki suddenly let out a meow. As soon as he heard the little cat's sound, Wen froze in disbelief. A cat? In front of him, Suki sat there, continuously meowing. Finding it incredibly interesting, he laughed and sat down to examine it. "You're so cute. Are you a guest too?" While Wen was reaching out to pet Suki, it suddenly turned and walked away. It went straight to STO's leg. Seizing the opportunity, Parker immediately got to the main point. He is the replacement for the special support position of the Galatia branch, STO. He held the cactus Ahuru in his hands, standing next to Neju. Seeing him appear, Wen immediately stood up and said something very confusing. "A guest, you say?" A smile spread across his face, finding this all very interesting. "So you brought our guild's leader." Unable to be disrespectful any longer, he quickly extended his hand to STO in greeting. "I am the Vice Guildmaster of Ignis, Wen Lesky." As the two shook hands, he continued to comment. "So I finally get to meet the rumored leader." Hearing Wen's confusing words made STO curious. "Leader?" While he was still pondering, Wen quickly urged everyone, "Come on in." And so, he slowly stepped into the room. "Thank you." But contrary to the splendor outside the palace, Wen's room was incredibly messy with various things. This sight left STO speechless. It was the first time he had seen such a dirty bedroom. Isn't this a pigsty? Such a messy room also made Neju feel awkward, not knowing what to do. "If I have to go in there, I'll just step on those things to get through." As if understanding everyone's mood, Wen immediately stepped into the room. It's fine. He smiled, stepping on stacks of documents as he announced to everyone, "I don't care what you step on." But this time, he glanced at Nezu, finding it incredibly interesting. "That white monkey friend of yours speaks so fluently. Is he part human?" Nezu was extremely surprised by his guess. "How did you know?" Hearing this, he laughed. "Just a guess." After speaking, Wen quickly approached Neju. "Just kidding. If I were an animal." However, his words were somewhat incomprehensible. I wouldn't like telling humans how I learned to speak. Seeing him act so strangely, SGO thought in surprise. His inside and outside are completely different. While he was still thinking, Wen quickly glanced at him. Want some coffee? SGO immediately shook his head. No, thank you. Seeing that he didn't seem to want coffee, Wen's face became pensive. My apologies. You're probably not old enough to appreciate the taste of bitter things. Coke might be better for you. And so, Wen turned to prepare the drinks. SGO, standing behind him, didn't know what to say. I didn't refuse because it was bitter. A little later, Wen had prepared a tray of items. He even had some biscuits ready, and placed them right in front of SGO, holding the hot cup of coffee. SGO's face was pensive and speechless. While he was lost in his thoughts, Wen quickly commented, "It seems our new leader is quite young." Hearing this, he immediately looked up and explained, "I've had my coming-of-age ceremony." Seeing his naive reaction, Wen burst out laughing. "That's why I said you're young. When adults are complimented on being young, they don't refuse it. They thank them for it." Remembering something important, Parker quickly called out, "Vice Guildmaster." This made him, who was drinking his coffee, look up in surprise. Parker's face had become extremely annoyed at Wen's series of actions. "You sound like some kind of creep who's into kids, so just stop." Seeing that too much time had been wasted on this, he laughed and got to the main point. "Alright, let's get down to business." That's why the Guildmaster called the leader from the main headquarters. At this, SGO showed a clear look of confusion. "I see. But why am I?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wen immediately guessed his intention. "The leader thing?" He nodded firmly in confirmation. Wen laughed as if nothing had happened, calmly adding a few more words. "That was also the Guildmaster's idea. I'm just the messenger. The title leader was just recently added, so I'm not sure what it specifically entails either." This flood of information left SGO and Parker standing there, not knowing how to respond. SGO looked at the coffee cup in his hand with some worry. Is this guild a trustworthy place? Although he didn't want to think about it, he felt quite uncertain. Their positions and attitudes are too vague, and their stance changes so often. Nevertheless, SGO's gaze gradually became more judgmental as he looked at Wen sitting opposite him. His face grew strangely more pensive. At least, there haven't been any lies yet. While he was still thinking, Wen continued to comment, "From now on, you will receive missions that are very different from before." SGO clearly didn't understand the deeper meaning behind his words. Different? He acted as if nothing was wrong and continued to look at the coffee cup in his hand. "They will be special missions that only the leader is capable of handling." Before he finished hearing the information, SGO contemplated thoughtfully. "Leader." Suddenly, something was thrown forward, catching SGO's attention. Before him now was a strange large sack. Wen quickly announced, "Take it." While he was still confused, Wen smiled and explained, "It's yours." On the piece of paper, the words Ignis Guild Leader, Stowe were clearly written. His voice continued, "It has the new guild uniform and badge, other support equipment, and also the guild's funds." Parker looked a bit stunned at the reward in front of Stowe. Feeling a bit curious, Wen continued to glance to the side, and finally, Neju seemed extremely interested in all of this. He laughed and quickly explained what he was thinking. "This is just my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with the Guildmaster." While Stowe was still trying to understand his meaning, he continued to talk. "Just how powerful is our new leader that the Guildmaster wanted you to join us so badly? I've been wondering about that while waiting for you." Wen wore a smile of great anticipation at his actions. "So, could you let me see it before you leave, little leader?" Hearing this, Stowe was just silently surprised by his series of confusing words. Before he could understand what was happening, Wen immediately grabbed the sword at his side. "Now, show me how strong you are." A long time passed. Wen was just seen sitting next to his sword inside his room. He suddenly broke into a wide, incredibly satisfied grin. The coffee and cookies on the table were untouched, as if nothing had happened. Only Stowe's cup had fallen, its contents now splattered across the floor. But Wen seemed somewhat pensive, his eyes fixed on the remaining coffee cup. A fight? Against something like that? Don't make me laugh. Flashing back to a moment ago, Wen had eagerly gripped the sword in his hand, ready to see what this kid was made of. Seizing the opportunity, he charged straight at Stowe. "Let's see how strong you are." But Stowe just sat there, completely unfazed by his bizarre attack. Seeing Stowe make no move to dodge, Wen was confused. Why isn't he defending himself? As Wen charged, something flashed, and he froze in place. He had no idea what just happened. He looked back at Stowe, who was still casually sipping his coffee. He hasn't even lifted a finger. When he looked down at himself again, he realized his own sword was pointed at his throat. He tried to resist, but it was useless. The sword wouldn't budge. While he struggled, Stowe finally looked up at him. "Is this what you wanted to see?" He stared at Wen with an unnerving gaze. Is this enough for you? This series of events forced Wen to drop his own sword. Back in the present, Wen recalled his humiliating display. He sighed, propping his feet on his desk. Damn, this is exhausting. Staring at the piles of documents, he sighed again. A leader, huh? You should have been more specific, Guildmaster. He grew pensive, replaying Stowe's actions in his mind. This kid is more like a ruler. How can I control a predator stronger than myself? The thought made him let out a sigh of relief. I'm just glad I didn't get eaten alive. He could still see Stowe's cold, detached face. The thought of all the interesting things to come made Wen crack an excited smile. Finally, he was waiting to see what would happen next. A new era had begun. Meanwhile, in a large corridor at the headquarters, a voice cried out, "Wonderful!" A large pot filled with nutritious soil had just appeared in front of Ahuru. I went to a lot of trouble to prepare this big pot, Stowe said. Do you like it? Ahuru nodded eagerly. Yes, I love it. Seeing him so happy with his new home made Stowe smile. That's good, Ahuru. After settling Ahuru into his new home, Stowe took a look around his office. The place was enormous, filled with expensive furniture and decor. It even had dedicated spots for Nezu and Suki. To keep the room from feeling too empty, servants had decorated it with paintings of famous landmarks. Staring at the massive room, Stowe was baffled. They really didn't need to do all this. Suddenly, Nezu's cheerful voice called out, "Stowe, look at this!" Nezu excitedly presented a set of clothes to him. New clothes. The luxurious outfits were neatly packed inside a suitcase. Stowe nodded. Clothes. Nezu grew even more excited. And not just any clothes. He quickly grabbed a piece of paper and read off the features. They're imbued with magic, too. Isn't that great? Needless to say, his face lit up with excitement. They have self-cleaning, temperature control, and shock absorption features. While Nezu was gushing, Stowe was lost in thought. I wonder if Nezu would want to wear clothes. Remembering something important, he called out, "Wait, Nezu." Nezu turned around, confused. Stowe quickly walked over. "Let's see if we can buy some clothes that would fit you and Suki." This made Nezu even more confused. "I don't need clothes." Even Suki chimed in. "I'd find it annoying and troublesome, so don't worry about it." Stowe sighed softly and sat down, looking at them with concern. "What if you get cold without any clothes? Or what if you feel shy being naked?" Hearing this, Nezu was at a loss for words. "You're driving me crazy." Suki quickly put on her small and helpless act to get some pets. "Animals don't wear clothes, but we appreciate the thought." Meanwhile, Nezu examined Stowe's new clothes and added, "I heard that people wear nice clothes to be treated better. They call it looking the part." Stowe was completely baffled, not understanding what Nezu meant. Looking the part? The room fell silent for a moment. Recalling Nezu's words, Stowe's expression turned serious. "So if I have a better status, things will be fine?" Hearing this, Nezu smiled and explained further. "More people will like you." This just confused Stowe more. Just because someone has a high social status, more people will like them? So you don't like the king? Nezu was about to explain more. At least, he looked at Stowe, his eyes lighting up. "They won't just attack you on sight." After he finished, his face grew serious as he declared, "Nezu will do his best to protect you, Stowe, but it'll be a problem if someone stronger than me attacks you." Unconsciously, Nezu remembered a time when he was too helpless to save someone he cared about. Damn it. Seeing the sadness on Nezu's face, Stowe seemed to understand. He gently reached out his hand toward Nezu in a gesture of empathy. Seeing Stowe's strange behavior, Nezu was confused. To Nezu's surprise, Stowe immediately unfastened the collar around his neck. "I'll take this off when no one's around," he said. Being chained up like that must be uncomfortable. Once the chain was off his neck, Nezu felt a sense of relief he hadn't experienced in a long time. "I'm fine, but it's true this won't get in my way anymore." Stowe looked at him seriously and sighed. "Seeing you like that makes me uncomfortable, too." Nezu nodded in understanding. "Okay." At the same time, Suki hopped down from Stowe's shoulder onto the floor, but his focus was on Nezu. A smile spread across his face. "Thank you. For the new clothes, and for being happy for me." He then added, "And you don't need to worry anymore." Seeing how deeply he understood, Nezu was at a loss for words. Stowe's mind was already racing, because now, if I want to, I can make anyone kneel at my feet. He then announced to everyone, "Because I can feel my body changing. My power is growing stronger every day." Stowe even asked himself, why should I be worried? After so many confrontations, things were getting easier. Even when facing those harpies, he wasn't afraid. When you think about it, isn't this convenient? Thinking this, he clenched his fist. "Ah, I hate to admit it," he thought to himself. "But maybe I'm even more selfish than other humans." The scene shifts to a tavern in town. A cheerful voice called out, A request for you. Parker quickly pulled out a carefully kept letter and handed it to Stowe. Stowe was in the middle of tasting a new dish. He looked at the letter from Parker, a little surprised. Out of politeness, he immediately accepted the letter. Thanks, Parker. But as Parker stood close, a few of his feathers fell into Stowe's soup. Parker laughed excitedly, scratching his head. Well, it's my job. So, have you gotten used to the headquarters yet? Looking at the letter, Stowe seemed thoughtful, then nodded. It's pretty comfortable. I was getting a little bored with nothing to do, so I'm actually relieved to get a request. Seeing his serious expression, Parker's eyes lit up. You're so diligent, Stowe. Oh, wait, should I call you leader now? Stowe just calmly replied. Want to eat with me? Parker lit up. Really? I'll go grab my food right now. Stowe opened the letter, lost in thought. Whether they call me leader or commander, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do. The letter was brief. Requester, Duke Rahiga. Reward. The name caught him by surprise. Rahiga. He tried to recall the name. As he pondered, Ahuru piped up. I know him. He became very serious, recounting everything he knew. He's from one of the new ducal families in the country. The head of the family, the Duke, is the current emperor's cousin and is an incredibly agile fighter. Stowe's interest was piqued. You've met him before? Ahuru puffed up his chest proudly and nodded. Of course. I'm very well connected, you know. Hearing their conversation, Nezu was confused. What's he saying? Stowe gently turned to explain. Ahuru says he's met our client before. Once he understood, Nezu was impressed. Ahuru knows everything. That's amazing. You're a great cactus. The constant praise made Ahuru blush. Thanks. You're pretty cool too. Suki, meanwhile, was still fast asleep, oblivious to everything. After a moment's thought, Ahuru continued. The Duke I know is a little crazy. An image of a mysterious man with a sword flashed in his mind. I don't know much else, but his swordsmanship is incredible. This information surprised Stowe. He's that strong? Ahuru shook his head. No. His face grew serious. Not just strong. Before he became the head of the family, there was another master swordsman. Rumor has it, he defeated that person in a single strike. This man's power makes everyone tremble. He even wins against monsters, victorious in every battle. Hearing this, Stowe was confused. Why would someone that strong need to make a request? He was still pondering when Parker returned with his food. Dinner's here, let's eat. Placing his meal on the table, Parker looked excited. Stowe gave a small nod. Parker hoped he would enjoy his meal. Ahuru looked at Stowe's soup bowl in dismay. There's a feather in your soup. Before Ahuru could say more, Stowe gently turned and patted him. And so, at the dinner table, Stowe seriously read the letter. It was divided into sections: request, description. He read it carefully, and after getting the gist of it, he realized something important. Just as I thought, there are no specific details. Seeing Parker still focused on his meal, he asked, Are you finished? Parker nodded. Yep. Seizing the moment, Stowe picked up his bowl and stood up. Then let's go. Parker seemed a bit puzzled by this. His expression was a mixture of surprise and confusion. Following behind Stowe with his food, Parker started to say something. So, Commander. Stowe glanced back in surprise. Parker continued, I noticed this before, but you're pretty unique. Stowe didn't understand. What do you mean? Parker hesitated. No, that's not it. Stowe was baffled by his friend's suddenly strange reaction. Stowe's mind flashed back to scenes of people chasing him away. Damn monster, get out of my sight. Just thinking about his terrible past was exhausting. Now that I think about it. He continued walking, lost in thought. It's been a long time since I've eaten with someone. Soon, the scene shifted back to the grand corridor of the headquarters. Stowe walked forward, ready to begin his mission. As he was walking, Parker suddenly came running up behind him. Seeing Parker chasing after him, Stowe stopped, a little confused. He turned around, and the two of them just stared at each other, frozen in place. Realizing Parker intended to follow him, Stowe asked in surprise, Don't you still have work to do at the headquarters? Parker replied seriously, as if it were obvious. I haven't had any work for a while. That request I gave you was my last one. This made Stowe want to congratulate him. So you're going on break? Congratulations. But Parker's next words were confusing. No, I'm still working. The two just stood there, staring at each other. Huh? What? Seeing Stowe's continued confusion, Parker was baffled. You don't know? Of course, Stowe had no idea what was going on. Know what? Parker quickly placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself with a smile. I, Bernie Parker, have been transferred to the commander's team. Stowe was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Team? In contrast to Stowe's reaction, Parker nodded cheerfully. That's right. As of today, I've been transferred to the commander's support team. Parker extended his hand to Stowe. So from now on, I'm a soldier directly under your command. I look forward to working with you, Commander. After hearing all this, Stowe was too stunned to speak. But out of basic courtesy, he shook Parker's hand. So now I have a teammate and a soldier under my command? Stowe glanced down at the badge on his own chest, lost in thought. Commander. Seeing him so dazed, Parker felt a bit awkward. Commander, are you okay? Maybe this is a bit sudden. Realizing they were short on time, Stowe finally spoke. First, he turned towards his room and instructed, "We need to pack our bags." This confused Parker. Huh? Where are we going? Stowe walked off, announcing their next mission. I'm heading out. To our client's estate, Mubian Rahiga. Soon, Stowe and his companions arrived at the teleportation gate. While they were waiting, Parker hurried over. Just as I thought. He was carrying a massive backpack full of gear. He even started chatting, "We're going to need camping supplies, right?" This display left Stowe speechless. He stared at Parker in disbelief. Parker, we're not going camping. But Parker didn't seem to care. I also brought snacks. To everyone's surprise, Parker pulled out some very strange-looking cookies. Salty crab and grilled octopus flavor. The smell alone made Stowe hesitant to eat them, but Parker was extremely enthusiastic. These are limited edition. I spent my whole salary on them. Since you're the commander, I'll share some with you. Just the sight of the terrifying cookies made Stowe immediately refuse. No, I'm fine. His refusal made Parker look incredibly dejected. While they were talking, a staff member pointed to the gate and announced, "Excuse me, the Rahiga territory is outside our normal departure routes. Instead, we will send you to the Reynolds underground cave. This will cut your travel time in half." This stunned Parker. A cave? An underground cave? Ignoring Parker, the staff member began operating the portal. "I will now activate the gate. Have a safe trip." Stowe and his companions slowly stepped through the spatial gate. His steps were firm and steady as he walked toward his destination. But Parker hesitated, unsure if he should go in. Underground? Realizing everyone else had already gone through, he had no choice but to run after them. "Please, wait for me." The moment he stepped through, he was plunged into darkness, unable to see a thing. Parker cautiously took a step forward. He and Stowe gazed out at the enormous cavern before them. The sight of the dark space left Parker speechless with fear. His whole body trembled, as if he couldn't face this mission. While he was frozen in fear, a man appeared behind him and startled him. "Hello!" Parker screamed in terror. Jumping so high he hit his head on the ceiling and fell to the ground in pain. Everyone stared at the clownish Parker lying on the ground, completely speechless. Feeling a bit concerned, Stowe asked, "Are you okay?" Parker sighed. "I'm seeing stars." As he sat up, the manager chuckled. "You're quite the energetic pigeon, aren't you?" This put Parker on guard. "Who are you?" The man seemed surprised by the question. "Who am I?" The old man smiled and announced to everyone, "I'm the manager of this teleportation gate, you flying kid." After confirming the man's identity, Stowe got straight to the point. "Excuse me, manager. We are in the Reynolds South Underground Cave?" The manager turned his attention to Stowe. He chuckled in surprise. What a polite child. As he walked, the manager continued, "It's been a long time since anyone has visited this cave. Small bats, disturbed by the noise, flew out from the crevices. So why would a young man like you come here?" Stowe explained his mission. "We're on our way to the Rahiga territory." Hearing the familiar name, the manager flinched in surprise. "Rahiga?" Suddenly, his eyes took on a strange, frightening gleam. Not many adventurers dared to venture into that land of death. Hearing this, Stowe couldn't hide his curiosity. Why is the Rahiga territory called the Land of Death? The manager, after a moment's thought, slowly explained everything. Why? The emperor doesn't dare keep his talented cousin by his side because he's a well-rounded man, young, strong, and handsome. At this, he let out an amused laugh. That alone is enough to show how many thorns the emperor has to be wary of. After his little story, the manager pointed ahead. "You see that path in the dark cave?" He recounted very seriously. "Although it is the only entrance to the Rahiga territory, no one knows what lies inside." Parker, hearing this, was startled and worried. No one knows? What does that mean?" The manager let out a hearty laugh. "It means I can let you pass, but I can't guarantee your lives will be preserved. Even if you're torn to shreds, no one will ever know." This made Parker turn pale with fear. Are there monsters in there? But his attitude only made the manager more excited. "You state the obvious." At the same time, an image of eyes hiding in the dark was shown through the manager's narration. "The territory ruled by the Duke is a breeding ground for deadly, long-fanged monsters." He sounded thrilled, his words laced with a threat. "It means that cowardly emperor is afraid of his own relative." After speaking, the manager laughed loudly again, while Parker cowered behind Stowe. But Stowe clearly wasn't bothered by any of this. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Then, looking slightly puzzled, he stared intently at the manager. Seeing Stowe's reaction, the manager was impressed. "Look at this kid, not scared or distracted in the slightest." Stowe's eyes widened, as if he were judging whether this manager was a friend or a foe. After a moment of observation, the manager slowly walked right up to him. This time, the manager pointed directly at Stowe. "You'd be wise to be careful." Though his words were cryptic, he patiently added, "Try not to let that cowardly king take notice of you." The look in the manager's eyes terrified Parker. "If you don't want to be devoured before you've even hatched." As soon as the manager finished his warning, Stowe made a request. "Please deliver a message to the Duke for me." He turned towards the dark tunnel ahead. "I would be honored to accept his invitation." Stowe then walked forward, his words as cryptic as the manager's. "And when that time comes, His Grace can speak to me freely, without having to hide like this." And with that, he left, as the manager watched. Inside the dark tunnel, the man was left alone with his thoughts. Remembering Stowe's words, the manager burst into a delighted laugh. He slowly reached up and pulled down the skin on his face. "Speak freely without having to hide, huh?" The manager's old face peeled away, revealing a much younger one. He smiled cheerfully. "How interesting." Chapter 36. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, thankfully, there were a few glowing crystals scattered about. Stowe and his companions stepped forward. Parker kept looking from side to side, his body trembling uncontrollably. Feeling a strange sensation, he whipped his head around to find Stowe and the others staring at him. As if understanding Parker's state, Stowe sighed. "I didn't know you were afraid of being underground." "I'm sorry." This left Parker flustered. "How?" Realizing something was off, his face filled with surprise. "Did you just read my mind?" Stowe continued. "I apologize if that was rude of me." This simple conversation seemed to lift Parker's spirits. "No, it's fine. You can read it as much as you want. You're the commander, after all." He scratched his head shyly and explained, "It's not so much fear as it is a racial trait." Stowe was curious. "A racial trait?" Parker slowly explained, "Avians usually live in high mountains and hills. We feel uncomfortable in enclosed spaces like this." After speaking, he scratched his head again. "It's also too narrow to fly in here." Stowe was surprised. "Is that so?" After a quick look around, Stowe turned back to Parker. "Since this cave connects directly to Rahiga's territory, we should arrive in half a day if we walk non-stop." He didn't forget to share his thoughts with everyone. "Because of the portal's limited use, we'd have to wait a full day to use it again. So I figured going through the cave would be faster." This idea impressed Parker with its simple brilliance. "That's actually a more effective way." Stowe took all the blame. "It's my fault for teleporting without considering the whole team." Parker quickly shook his head. No. Parker's face was hard to read. He quickly waved his hands and explained, "Don't be like that. Don't worry about making mistakes or anything. You just need to give the orders." Hearing this, Stowe suddenly repeated two words. "Give orders." He quickly voiced his assumption. "Does that mean you'll follow all my instructions, regardless of your own desires?" This seemed to confuse Parker. "Sir?" But in reality, Stowe was having his own thoughts. In the end, is that any different from dominating their minds and controlling them? While he was lost in his own thoughts, Parker spoke again. "Well, it's not that I don't think about my own desires. I'm here because I want to follow you." Hearing this information made Stowe a little confused. "You want to follow me?" Parker suddenly remembered when he was in danger, and Stowe saved him in time. "Yes. You're my superior. But you're also the one who saved my life." Hearing him say that, Stowe didn't pay much attention and turned to leave. "It's just because I happened to run into you then." Whether it was intentional or not, Parker still seemed to cherish that moment. "Even so, without you, I would have died. I'm truly grateful for that." He didn't forget to add a few more words. "And I have a feeling I should follow you." Suddenly, Nezu sensed something was wrong up ahead, which surprised everyone. "Huh?" Seeing Nezu's strange and frightening reaction also made Parker panic. "What's wrong with him?" Stowe gently called out, "Nezu?" In the dark cave ahead, a strange sound echoed. This made Stowe raise his guard. "Is it a monster?" Nezu silently nodded in confirmation. "There are a lot of them." Seeing the two of them looking so serious made Parker worried. "A lot? How many?" Nezu continued to describe what he sensed. "A huge number. And they're fast, too." The thought made him despair. "So, how close are they to us?" Nezu's voice rang out. "Right beneath us." As soon as Nezu finished speaking, strange cracks appeared on the ground below. It seemed that from beneath the earth, something was trying to emerge. Strange. Golden bodies quickly rose from the ground. Needless to say, Parker was now screaming and crying in fear. A swarm of black-headed golden worms quickly appeared, making him even more desperate. "Sandworms!" Looking at the worms that suddenly appeared before him, Stowe was somewhat confused. Giant worms? Ahuru, on the side, was surprised. Sandworms. This is the first time I've seen them. Nezu was still growling, on high alert. Luckily, Ahuru was right there to quickly reassure everyone. It's okay, they're not aggressive. They have very gentle personalities, so as long as you don't touch them, they won't get angry. After speaking, he didn't forget to point at the sandworms and announce, "Look, they're just watching us." It seemed that, just as he said, the sandworms were just standing there, observing the situation. Ahuru declared with absolute certainty. Besides, they have no reason to attack us. They don't eat humans or plants. This made Stowe curious. So what do they eat? He chuckled as if it were obvious. They eat dirt. Just as Ahuru said, the sandworms were busy scooping dirt into their mouths. As soon as the giant sandworms took their first bites, Ahuru found them incredibly obedient and cute. Stowe and his companions also let down their guard around these cute animals. But contrary to everyone else's attitude, Parker was terrified and screamed, "Save me!" Ahuru seemed tired and at a loss for words. "They're not going to kill you." "Hey, you chicken, are you crying?" After a moment of thought, it seemed Stowe had a plan. He took a step forward and announced to everyone, "They said we can pass through." This terrified Parker. "What if they eat us?" Stowe calmly reassured everyone. "They don't eat people." "Probably." Seeing Stowe walking straight towards the giant sandworms, Parker said worriedly, "Commander, what if they catch you?" But Stowe didn't seem to care. He even walked right past the sandworms. "It's okay. They've known we were here for a while. They're probably just curious, since no one has been in the cave for a long time." After speaking, he didn't forget to turn back and announce, "They said they made this cave." It seemed only Parker was scared. The sandworms? Oh, God. After observing the giant sandworms closely, Stowe urged them on. Their emotions are quite similar to human curiosity, so just go on through. This seemed difficult for Parker. Parker's whole body trembled, not daring to face such a frightening species. Oh, God. The sandworms were still writhing on the ground. Just the sight of these sandworms or getting close to them made Parker so scared he held his head and screamed. Stowe was about to say something more. "Parker, if it's too difficult." As if understanding his intention, Parker immediately refused the offer. "No, I can do it." And so, Parker's body trembled as he slowly moved forward. Stowe, seeing this, was at a loss for words, thinking, "I was just going to ask the sandworms to move a little." After a long time, Parker finally made it across. He sighed and complained, "I'm all dirty." Nezu sighed and nodded. "My fur smells like poop." But Stowe didn't seem to care much about these things. The smell isn't that bad. Everyone was a little confused and couldn't believe it. So the smell is bad? He also gave a forced smile and comforted them. What's wrong with a bad smell? No, it's a bad smell that's good. Seeing his face, Parker was at a loss for words. A guy who can control minds still can't lie, huh? Discovering something important, Parker's face became very excited. "It seems I misunderstood this Reynolds underground cave." Walking ahead, Stowe heard these words and seemed surprised. "What do you mean?" Parker continued to recall the image of eyes from the darkness, watching everyone's movements. "There's a story that there are many monsters down here that attack people, which is why there aren't many visitors." Then he remembered the sandworms they had just met. Even though they look ugly and stink, the sandworms were very nice. This made Stowe curious. "You're still scared even though you know they won't attack us?" He walked and recounted his thoughts. "They're slimy, so they look scary. Just seeing them appear makes you think you're about to be eaten." Stowe was completely the opposite. "Really? I thought they were cute." This made him speechless. Cute? That slimy, wriggling thing? And so, the two of them chatted for a long time about the sandworms. Yes, they came all this way to find us. And they acted cute when they moved their bodies. That was them acting cute? Time flew by in a flash. Parker's voice was a little tired and bored. "It's been 3 hours since we entered the cave." Stowe, walking beside him, quickly comforted him. "We must be close." Thinking about what was stuck to his body made Parker feel even more uncomfortable. "I want to wash this smell off as soon as possible. Even a quick rinse would be fine." While walking forward, Nezu's nose suddenly sniffed something. He quickly pointed forward and announced to everyone, "There's water nearby. I can smell clean water and hear a waterfall over there." Stowe and Parker silently looked in the direction Nezu pointed. At the same time, both of them froze in surprise when they saw a light coming from the front of the cave. There were even waterfalls splashing into the air, a familiar roaring sound. Stowe was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. A waterfall inside a cave? Stowe stared blankly at the large waterfall in front of him. The whole group looked up in awe. He and everyone else quickly moved closer. "It's a real waterfall." Stowe quickly approached the water to investigate. He slowly scooped some water into his palm to see if there was anything strange. After STO gave the all clear, he noted that the water looked very clear. He didn't forget to turn back and add a warning. It's pretty cold, so be careful. But before he could finish his sentence, a figure shot past him. Just like that, Neju plunged into the water below, sending droplets flying into the air. The splash even hit the face of STO, who was sitting nearby. Enjoying a refreshing dip in nature for the first time in a while, Nezu was overjoyed. It's so cool in here, STO. Seeing everyone having fun, Ahuru felt excited too. Looks like fun. But it seemed STO and Parker had been completely soaked by the splash. Sensing something was off, STO quickly glanced at his friend. Parker seemed to get the hint and turned to look back at him. This time, Parker's mouth opened wide, as if he was about to say something. Seeing their drenched appearances, both of them burst into delighted laughter. Parker quickly walked towards the lake. If you say so. Hearing this, STO nodded in understanding. I guess so. Over here, Neju was still having a blast. Stu is coming in too. Remembering something, Parker turned back in surprise. But aren't you going to wash the cat? It seemed Suki wasn't a fan of this idea. Its face was even a little angry. Hearing this, Sto laughed and explained. Suki doesn't like water. Seeing how stubborn it was, Parker could only sigh, but he didn't forget to quietly coax it. But the water's right here. A quick wash should be fine, right? You'll get sick if you're dirty. Unable to take it anymore, Suki loudly cursed. You bird-brained parrot. Seeing it use such foul language, STO quickly chided it, Suki. As if understanding his master's intent, Suki voluntarily walked towards the clear lake. It's fine. I'll wash myself. Its trembling paws slowly reached out, preparing to touch the water's surface, but it really didn't want to. I really hate water. While Suki was still hesitating, someone suddenly threw it forcefully into the lake. Parker, holding Suki, smiled as he leaped into the water, announcing, All right, let's go. This time, Suki was startled, realizing the danger it was in. Parker paid no mind, jumping high into the air. Fly! Then he plunged straight into the cool water. Dive! Seeing Nezu still motionless, STO called out worriedly, Nezu? But the next sight startled him. As it turned out, Suki's paws were brutally pressing down on Parker's head. But no matter how much it tried to dodge, water kept splashing onto its face. Seeing Suki trying so hard to avoid the water made STO find the scene a little amusing. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it had scrambled back onto the shore. Once safely on land, Suki glared back at the lake with a hateful look. Needless to say, it was furious about what had just happened. I won't let him get away with this. Where did that bird boy go? Seeing its behavior, STO gently soothed it. Calm down, Suki. He smiled and turned to it, adding, Thanks to that, your fur is clean now. Worried it might get sick, he carefully dried its body bit by bit with a towel. Sit up a little straighter. Let me dry you off. Parker finally emerged from the water, smiling warmly as he asked, So, did the cat like it? The mere sight of him made Suki want to tear him to shreds. I'll kill him. STO held it tightly and gently called out, Parker. Parker seemed to be eagerly waiting for STO's instructions. Yeah? This time, STO seriously reprimanded him. You startled Suki. Then he looked at Parker and demanded, Apologize, and promise not to do it so suddenly next time. His words made Parker realize his mistake. Feeling embarrassed, Parker quickly scratched his head and apologized. Sorry about that. After apologizing, he couldn't help but add, Next time, I'll give you a heads up before I do the speed dive. Seeing that time was running short, STO quickly turned around. All right, let's get moving. Suddenly, Ahuru started calling out from the side. Ah. Finding its behavior strange, STO quickly approached it. What are you doing? It continued to explain. I'm thirsty. Hearing this, STO glanced at the lake, then drank the water. Ahuru sighed helplessly and explained, I just drank some, but it doesn't taste good. Perhaps this was the hunger of a cactus that had been through a sandstorm. He gently placed Suki on the ground, not forgetting to advise it. Go on, drink some water. It's not good to be too thirsty. Suddenly, Ahuru asked sadly, Can you give me something else to drink? But STO didn't understand what it meant. Something else? It spoke up again. Something. Stronger. This time, Ahuru was thinking of the delicious taste of STO's blood. Something with that special, delicious texture, perhaps? Hearing this, STO seemed surprised and pondered. Its eating habits must have changed since that day. This made him wonder, is it a plant creature that was already drinking blood? Or, Sto slowly and deliberately reached his hand towards Ahuru. He gently patted its head. My blood is different from others. Of course, this delighted Ahuru. Getting head pats feels so good. After thinking for a short while, he quickly instructed, "Show me your thorns." This surprised it. "Me?" STO kept urging it. "Hurry up." At the same time, Parker rushed over with STO's shirt. "STO, your shirt." After hearing STO's instruction, Ahuru immediately showed him its sturdy thorns. Seeing the fresh red drops of STO's blood run down, it became incredibly excited. "Blood! There's blood!" This also made Parker worried. "See, Commander." He gently turned his head to reassure him. "I'm just feeding the cactus, so there's no need to panic." The fresh red blood flowed continuously into Ahuru's body, causing it to bloom with more and more different flowers. A while later, STO and his comrades continued their journey. This time, Parker spoke up again. "Do you think someone intentionally created that waterfall?" Hearing this, STO nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps." This made Parker ponder deeply. "I doubt they used sandworms to dig out this waterfall just for a swimming hole. It feels like some great creature once lived here." Seeing Parker acting so strangely, STO looked surprised. "Why do you think that?" He quickly approached and added, "I've heard that caves like this usually have an owner." His face lit up. "Haven't you heard, Commander? Caves have tigers, wolves." Images of undiscovered mystical creatures flashed through his mind as he spoke. Dragons. Hearing this, STO was a bit confused, remembering the massive form of the dragon from before. "Dragons live in caves too?" Parker nodded with absolute certainty. "Yes. I learned that a dragon's territory is often a cave. There have been some recent discoveries of dragon lairs in caves, too." Then he and STO looked around the damp space. "But their bodies must be huge. This place is a bit small for a dragon to live in." Remembering something important, Parker smiled and held out his hand. "But some say that dragons, the most powerful of all dragon types, have two physical forms." STO couldn't hide his curiosity. "Two forms?" Parker quickly nodded in confirmation. "Yes. One form with wings, a tail, and short front claws, something like that. They say that unless they're using their power, most of them try to maintain a human form." After this flood of information, STO understood more. "Are you saying dragons live by transforming into humans?" He calmly spread his arms and explained, "It's more than just transformation. It's like they have two bodies. Dragons are also a race greatly favored by the gods." The more he heard, the more astonished STO became. "But doesn't the Holy Scripture say that the human body is the embodiment of God?" Parker quickly came closer and gently shared his thoughts, like this. "Dragons also have a second form created in the image of God. Although, to confirm all this, we'd need to meet a real dragon in person." It seemed he had understood something new. "I wouldn't know, since I've never been to a shrine." Hearing this, Parker couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "Huh? Really? Every village has to have a place of worship." STO nodded in confirmation. "Because I was born in a very poor city on a mountain." His face tinged with sadness as he continued walking forward. Besides, even if they were favored by God, it seemed STO had been through too much to believe otherwise. In the end, they were nothing. His eyes revealed an unspeakable sadness. Even if they were a race favored by God, they all went extinct with nothing left behind. Seeing him still lost in thought, Parker quickly tried to lift his spirits. No, it's actually the opposite, Commander." This surprised STO. "The opposite?" Parker continued walking forward, recounting everything he knew. "I heard that the dragons abandoned this world and left," Parker went on, adding more important information. "Although they were called guardians, they were the most powerful hunters at the top of the food chain. Who could possibly make dragons go extinct?" But STO didn't seem to want to believe it. "Weren't they killed by humans?" Hearing this, Parker laughed, shook his head, and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no way that could happen." He quickly walked over and placed a hand on STO's shoulder. The real reason was humanity's ceaseless evolution and the devastation of the wars that followed. Facing everyone's doubt, he added a few more words. The dragons wept as they watched the world begin to shatter. God gave them a final choice. His voice echoed as he described a completely different place. They could either remain in this world as its guardians. Parker seemed very certain of what he was saying. Or leave this world for a world of their own. Hearing this, STO understood. So they left. And so, they walked on, engrossed in their cheerful conversation. "I'm not sure if it's true, but that's what the Holy Scripture says." Parker smiled with interest and continued. "But one thing is certain. Dragons were greatly favored by God, perhaps even more than humans." While they were deep in conversation, Neju suddenly sensed something was wrong. "STO, something is following us." Hearing this, STO looked surprised. "Is it the sandworms again?" Neju's demeanor changed instantly. "So they aren't as friendly as you said, huh?" It quickly glanced towards the dark cavern ahead. "I think they want to kill us." At that very moment, a clawed foot finally appeared in this place. Ferocious wolves stared at STO's group as if they were enemies, wanting nothing more than to tear them apart. The sight of their fierce expressions startled Parker with fear. They're cave wolves. They must live here. Nezu became furious at their actions. They don't look very friendly. Maybe they're on edge because they're hungry. While still thinking, it sensed that something was not right. It looked up into the air in surprise. This time, a giant wolf was aiming straight for it. An attack from above? Following that, other ferocious wolves charged from different directions, waiting to attack. Unable to sit still any longer, Neju leaped high into the air. It used all its strength to strike the wolves, as if to return all the friendliness they had shown. After Neju landed back on the ground, the wolves lay defeated where they fell. Neju's eyes blazed with fury at these wild wolves who dared to take advantage of it. But now, STO's group was completely surrounded by the pack of lone wolves. They even targeted Neju's large form, looking for an opportunity to attack. Noticing the strange movement behind it, it turned around angrily, its eyes bloodshot. With a single punch, it sent the ferocious wolves flying to the side. At the same time, its hand was now covered in the blood of the wild beasts. After witnessing Neju's current power, most of the wolves seemed to hold a newfound respect for it. Witnessing the battle between the two sides, STO's face became strangely pensive. He quickly glanced in another direction. After a brief moment of thought, his hands slowly moved forward. STO's face grew calm as he waited to see what would happen next if he made a move. Just as he predicted, all the ferocious wolves sat down obediently before him like well-behaved dogs. Neju immediately realized STO used his power. It sat there quietly, looking at STO with sparkling eyes. STO hesitated for a moment. I don't want to kill them, but wolves live in packs, don't they? He gently closed his eyes. If that's the case, the moment he opened his eyes again, his voice slowly rang out. From now on, I am your master. Upon hearing STO's words, the ferocious wolves seemed to be hypnotized and obediently understood. They all tilted their heads back and howled continuously. The vast cave echoed with the roars of these ferocious wild wolves. At the same time, the pack leader slowly changed its posture. All the wolves cleared a path for STO to walk forward. Seeing that things were getting easier, he turned back to the others and signaled, "Let's go." And just like that, STO and his comrades walked past the ferocious wolves as if nothing had happened. While following him, Parker turned to chat with Neju. Damn, I just finished bathing this white-furred monkey, and now it's all dirty again. Hearing this, Neju looked down in surprise at its mud-stained white fur. It's okay. Neju gave a very friendly smile and announced, I'll just take another bath later. Seeing that Parker was quite sociable, it quickly introduced itself. And my name is Neju. Calling me Whitey or something sounds weird, so just call me Neju. Parker nodded in agreement. Alright, I understand. The two were still chatting when Parker suddenly realized something was wrong. Seeing the light up ahead, his voice became filled with joy. There's the exit. And just like that, STO and his comrades finally made it out of the dark tunnel. He looked at the vast palace before him in awe. That's Hyga. Everything here was built solidly with magnificent architecture. There were even soldiers diligently guarding the fortress walls. As a precaution, the soldiers here had also prepared large cannons. Parker was still excitedly walking ahead while STO silently observed their surroundings from behind. So this is. His face showed a hint of surprise as he took in everything around him. The territory of Hyga. As they were walking forward, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to tremble. Parker was so bewildered he was at a loss for words. What was that? An earthquake? Neju, right beside him, shook its head in denial. It's not an earthquake. Realizing something was strange, it glanced in another direction. Look over there. In front of STO and the others was a group of soldiers riding towards them on horseback. This time, everyone's attention was fixed on the flag carried by the soldiers. The troop of soldiers on large horses slowly advanced. Seeing the approaching troop, Parker was filled with admiration. So many of them. As soon as they spotted STO's group, the representative quickly asked, Are you the commander of the Ignis Guild? STO stepped forward and nodded in confirmation. Yes. Upon receiving this confirmation, the representative quickly bowed and reported, My lord is waiting for you. Soon, they arrived at another large town nearby. The moment the townspeople saw STO, they were stunned. A noble? They stopped their work and began to discuss animatedly among themselves. No, look at his clothes. He's a member of the Ignis Guild. It seemed STO and Parker were the hot topic of conversation for everyone. One of them even has wings. They look strong. New mercenaries? Are they preparing for battle? A battle? After hearing this, another person immediately proposed, Then we must fight too. The others nodded in agreement. That's right, we must. The people here were filled with spirit and cheered continuously. Let's fight. This time, All the townspeople gathered and loudly declared, "Sir, if you need our help, we are always ready to assist. Let's protect this city." This series of actions left STO momentarily stunned. He praised them in admiration. "This is truly a wonderful land." This confused the representative. "Why do you think so?" It seemed STO truly cherished the patriotic spirit of these people. Because of the hearts of these people. He even had his own thoughts. Strong hearts that wished to protect the place where they lived together. Thinking back on himself, STO felt a bit weary and sighed, closing his eyes. "I have never, not even once, felt that desire to protect the land where I was born." They soon arrived at a grand, luxurious palace. Inside, the furnishings were exquisitely decorated. The walls were adorned with various paintings, adding to the place's splendor. STO, along with Parker and his comrades, walked forward step by step. While he was still observing everything, the guide's voice rang out, "Excuse me." He glanced worriedly at STO and announced, "But the only one permitted to enter is the guild's commander." Though reluctant, it was an order, so he had no choice but to instruct everyone. Others are not allowed entry unless personally invited by His Grace, the Duke. STO listened silently to everything the guide said. Those are the rules. After a short pause, he turned to his companions and announced, "Do as he says." Nezu looked like it wanted to say something, but STO's face became very serious as he reassured them. "I'll quickly review the request and be right out. Just wait here." Though very reluctant, Nezu could only sigh and nod in agreement. "Yes." Feeling a bit worried, Nezu didn't forget to look ahead. "If anything happens, just shout for me." STO smiled gently, nodded in understanding, and stepped inside. Fearing STO might worry unnecessarily, Parker loudly declared, "Leave this to me, Commander." His eyes sparkled. "I will. Take good care." Before he could finish his sentence, the door closed. This hurt Parker's little heart. Nezu, right beside him, gently comforted him. "It's okay." After entering the room, STO thought with some concern, "I don't think I've ever left the three of them alone together like this." He recalled the image of the three of them. Will they be all right? But the matter at hand was more important, so he had no other choice. "I just need to get the information and confirm the request." He was about to step forward when, Suddenly, STO spotted Ahuru right in front of him. Seeing it still walking around here left him frozen in his tracks. He searched his memory. Come to think of it, Nezu was carrying it for a while. But there were times. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, a voice called out, "So you've arrived." The man in front of him spoke, "Have we met before?" Seeing that STO hadn't reacted, Mubian slowly stood up, setting aside the work on his desk. He smiled, took off his glasses, and greeted him. "You said you would gladly accept my welcome." His face filled with anticipation. "Isn't that what you said, STO?" But upon seeing Ahuru standing before him, Mubian froze for a moment. Looking at the creature standing motionlessly, he was utterly confused. "A cactus?" It quickly introduced itself to him. "My name is Ahuru. I'm a cactus." After witnessing this scene, Mubian was frozen solid for a moment. Noticing his strange reaction, Ahuru showed a clear look of awkwardness. At this moment, Mubian was speechless. Just like that, his thunderous scream echoed throughout the entire place. Ahuru and Mubian. He looked on with half-closed eyes, placing a hand on his head. Suddenly, the door burst open. 3 guards rushed in with their swords drawn, shouting, "My lord, is something wrong?" Mubian stood stiffly and coughed a few times. He quickly glanced to the side. Ahuru stood still, not making a sound. Mubian crossed his arms and gave a forced smile. "It's nothing. Return to your posts." The guards looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. He watched the door close and let out a sigh of relief. Mubian raised a hand to his mouth and forced a laugh. "I heard the commander was a rather eccentric fellow, but I never thought he'd be a cactus." Ahuru remained motionless on the floor. He squatted down in front of it, puzzled. "I heard the commander was a normal human. You can really walk and talk like a person, huh?" It snapped back in one word. "What? A person?" Mubian spoke with interest. "Your thorns are quite sturdy too. I like that," Ahuru grumbled. "No matter what I am, this blockhead can't possibly be the Duke." STO's calm voice cut through the misunderstanding. "I am the commander of the guild." He looked down, confused. "Didn't you say we had met before?" Mubian looked up at STO. Then he smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Just a precaution." Mubian stood opposite STO and posed a question. "I don't know if you have a penchant for disguising yourself as a cactus." STO immediately replied, "I have no such hobby." He continued, "But you have the ability to do so, don't you? The ability of psychological manipulation." STO's brows furrowed slightly. Mubian waved his hand excitedly. "So I was right, huh? It was just a guess." since someone who can read minds can also control others. STO asked hesitantly, "How much do you know?" Mubian raised a finger to his lips, still smiling. "I'm just guessing." "Don't be so sensitive, my friend." He assessed him internally. There's no doubt about it. The pressure he exudes is truly endless. STO silently watched Mubian with great focus. The man extended his hand politely. "Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Mubian Vega. I was the one who sent the request to your guild. It's a pleasure to meet you." STO silently followed his hand with his eyes. After a moment, he also shook Mubian's hand. "I am STO from the Ignis Guild." STO got straight to the point. "So, what is the request?" Mubian cut him off. "First, there's something I'm a bit curious about." Mubian glanced at Ahuru with suspicion. "If you're not controlling this thing, then what is this talking cactus? A monster?" It roared in indignation. "Who are you calling a monster?" Then it seemed to realize something. "Well, that's true, but is it okay to call me a monster like that?" Ahuru jumped up and down, shouting, "I won't go easy on you." Mubian turned pale, goosebumps covering his skin as he stammered, What is it saying?" The noise echoed throughout the room. STO watched helplessly as Mubian climbed onto the desk to escape Ahuru's pursuit. He knelt down and called, "Ahuru, come here." It stopped harassing Mubian. Then Ahuru zipped back to STO. He picked it up and asked, "Your Grace, could you hear what Ahuru was saying?" Mubian awkwardly gripped the hilt of his sword. "That." He closed his eyes and answered nonchalantly, "So that's what the cactus was saying? I heard everything." Mubian's hand was trembling uncontrollably. "But it's so scary." He looked at STO and Ahuru and asked, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to hear it?" STO was flustered. "I apologize for asking, but can you also hear plants speak?" STO's cheeks flushed. "Do you also have the ability?" Mubian took a step toward him and replied, "I don't." "What are you talking about?" He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "If it's the sword I always carry, then I would understand." STO was confused. "What does your sword have to do with anything?" Mubian gave a slight smile and explained, "Some bonds are strengthened by fresh blood." As STO heard his answer, his eyes darted to Ahuru. "Like if that cactus drank your blood, for example." Mubian placed a hand on his chin, understanding dawning. "I see. STO, this must be your power, your ability. Your ability allows the voices of plants to reach my senses. This ability is activated through a medium, and you can also give verbal commands." Mubian raised a finger to elaborate. "But if a sufficient amount of blood is absorbed, you don't need to say anything to activate your ability." STO stood up, assessing him. "You know more about my power than I do." He quickly waved his hands. "Don't misunderstand. I didn't specifically investigate you. It's just that the information I've gathered over the years has coincidentally become useful now." STO was stunned. "To investigate like that, does that mean there are others with abilities like mine?" Mubian smirked. "There were." He turned his head away. "For now, it's just a hypothesis." Mubian continued helplessly. "Honestly, because the physical traits passed down in my family for so many generations are so distinct, I've been misunderstood because of my hair color." STO was bewildered. "Misunderstood?" Mubian gripped his sword tightly. "Black hair." STO's eyes widened. Black eyes. STO was stunned. "And a monstrous ability." Mubian pointed the tip of his sword at him. "Everyone wonders about this. Whether the Hyga family." He maintained a confident posture and said, "Are the descendants of the Black Dragon." STO stood in stunned silence. Ahuru suddenly spoke up. "The Black Dragon?" It assessed him fearfully. His ego is huge. Scary. Mubian gritted his teeth in anger. STO broke out in a sweat looking at Mubian's expression. "Your Grace." He slapped his hand on his forehead. "Ah." Mubian grinned excitedly. "To be able to feel the essence of the Black Dragon flowing through my veins." He called out, "Let's go home, STO." He smiled with his eyes closed and waved his hand. "Sorry, I was just kidding. Obviously, I'm not the Black Dragon." Mubian sheathed his sword. "I was just talking about some old rumors." He turned and walked away. "Because that rumor is related to my request." STO asked, "What is your request?" A soft sound was heard. He reached out and caught the bag Mubian had thrown. "It's heavy." The man spoke seriously. "Yes." Mubian leaned against the desk decisively. "I want to find the true descendant of the Black Dragon." STO's eyes widened in surprise. Mubian held up one finger. 1 month. Mubian laid out his terms. "If you try to help me with this for the next month, my request will be considered fulfilled, regardless of the outcome." He closed his eyes, hands on his hips, reassuringly. "So don't worry, and just do as I say." STO hesitated. "If you are the Duke, and you leave your post." The man had already planned for that. Mubian boasted proudly. I've already found a replacement. 1 month will be fine. The boy asked, flustered. I should tell you beforehand. I'm not a close combat fighter. Will you be bringing soldiers? Mubian wondered. Soldiers? He waved his hand arrogantly. Why would I need something like that? Mubian took a few steps. He put his hands behind his back and announced, If you're talking about swordsmen, I am the top swordsman in the Empire. Ahuru made a disgusted face. That sounds so cringy. Ugh. Mubian spoke with his eyes half closed. Furthermore, he threatened in a cold voice, If anyone wants to interfere with my business, they should be the ones fearing for their lives. I'm not like the previous clan heads. Even the Emperor is no exception. Mubian stood before the door, his affirmation echoing. No matter who they are. He grabbed the doorknob, ready to leave. Only then did STO speak up. Can you confirm that your desire to find the Black Dragon, he stood behind Mubian and questioned, is completely unrelated to your current thoughts? He gave a forced laugh and thought, he read my mind. Mubian looked at STO, assessing him internally. He's a bigger obstacle than I thought. He agreed, all right, I'll rephrase. He placed a hand on his chest and continued. The one making this request is not the Duke of this nation, but an individual. Me, Mubian. It has nothing to do with politics. STO was stunned. Then he bowed his head and replied softly. Understood. Mubian stated firmly. The Hyga family has absolutely no blood relation to the Black Dragon. His eyes flew open. But our blood is indeed mixed with that of the Black Dragon. Mubian opened the door. Outside, Parker was waiting and playing with Nezu and Suki. He looked up when he heard Mubian's voice. One of my ancestors drank dragon's blood, and from then on, they gradually gained power over time. STO was astonished. That, he leaned against the door and retorted, quite similar to your cactus, wouldn't you say? Ahuru argued. Brat, don't lump me in with you humans. STO approached him. Then, your grace, he suggested. Please choose our first destination. Mubian's eyes darted away. A moment later, he turned back and asked, where should we go? STO was shocked. Huh? Mubian's eyes narrowed slightly. My destination for this month. He held out his hand. Mubian pointed at STO and declared, is to investigate you, the one who possesses the Black Dragon's power of domination, as recorded by my ancestors, STO. The boy was so stunned, his jaw dropped. What? Parker and Neshu looked at the two of them in confusion. Mubian waved his hand, turned away, and said, Isn't it fascinating? He imagined a black dragon, and continued, Among all dragon species, the pure power of the Black Dragon has the attribute of darkness, capable of dominating the normal rhythm of life through mental abilities. Parker, Nezu, and Suki were all bewildered, understanding nothing. Mubian placed a hand on his chin. The way I see it, your ability to dominate is too similar to the Black Dragon's to be a coincidence. STO exclaimed in disbelief. That's impossible. The man gave a wide smile, revealing his purpose. You're right. I called you here because I've always thought you might have some connection to the dragons. Mubian smiled with his eyes crinkled once more and extended his hand. So then, let's help each other out for the next month. The colossal castle was plunged into darkness. A panicked voice rang out. Where did he go? Calls of Mubian echoed through the spacious rooms. Ziria. Now, my lovely star. Ziria looked at Mubian, who was sitting on the grass outside, and asked, Are you playing hide and seek because you can't sleep? He looked up, dazed. She took little Mubian's hand and offered, Here, let me tell you a happy bedtime story. He replied, Okay. A gentle smile on her lips, Ziria continued. The blood of dragons flows within you, Mubian. He wondered, Dragon's blood? Her eyes shifted to Mubian as she spoke. Yes, my dear. It is a gift from the Black Dragons, the most precious and beautiful in all the world. He retorted. You're lying. Father told me the dragons vanished long ago, Ziria exclaimed. Did Lord Hyken really say that? Her voice echoed in the hall. It's true the other dragons may have disappeared, as the world grew too vast and complex for them to protect. Ziria opened the bedroom door. Mubian pouted in disappointment. What? Really? She reminded him. However, please remember this, won't you, my little star? Ziria tucked him into bed, explaining, The dragons who share our blood have not vanished. Our family is living proof. For generations, our family has produced healthy children. Mubian was skeptical. But haven't they been dead for ages? She placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Dragons are the guardians of the world. They do not age, get sick, or die. Ziria smiled warmly. I told you, my dear. They are the most noble and beautiful creatures in this world. I'm sure they're watching over our family from somewhere. Mubian's eyes widened, his cheeks flushing. He turned away and sighed. So, if the dragons aren't protecting us by choice, is it because we're too weak for them to even bother with? Ziria sat on Mubian's bed. Compared to a true dragon, we are nothing. However, by living virtuously and continuing our family line, we become the only living proof of their existence in this world. She watched him with a tender gaze. Mubian stammered, Ziria. Then why doesn't that dragon just leave? Why stay hidden? Ziria's eyes crinkled into a smile, because the black dragons love humans very much. Back in the present, Mubian's eyes snapped open. He sat bolt upright, hand on his forehead. That dream again. Mubian slowly opened his eyes at the sound of a voice. You're awake? He looked at Sto sitting across from him. You didn't sleep? Sto replied. I just woke up, too. The fire crackled between them, and the air fell silent. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Ah, Mubian asked hesitantly. Did I talk in my sleep? Sto answered immediately. No, you slept very peacefully. Mubian was suspicious. Really? Sto dropped a piece of meat into the fire. Yes, really. Mubian fell silent, nodding slowly. Come to think of it, he watched Sto, silently judging him. The way he answers so calmly. It's a bit like Ziria. Mubian shook his head. What am I thinking? Ziria was a gentle, warm woman with reddish-pink hair. Nothing like this gloomy, emotionless guy. He glanced at the soundly sleeping Neju and Suki. But why are you awake? I feel bad. Sto held up a stick. Have you forgotten? My most basic ability is to read people's minds. If someone has a dream with powerful imagery, sometimes it starts to bleed into my own mind, whether I want it to or not. Sto roasted the meat over the fire and continued. It's like it's being broadcast to me. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes. Mubian probed, so? You saw everything? An image of Ziria appeared. Sto offered his observation. She was a beautiful and wise mother. Mubian chuckled, scratching his head. Yeah, Ziria. My mother was brilliant, unlike me. Mubian stared blankly up at the sky. He gazed at the distant stars in the sky. Although, she's not here anymore. Sto's voice cut through the night. You've only been asleep for an hour. Aren't you going to sleep more? He sat up. I have insomnia, he said with a grin. If I can get that much, it's more than enough. At that moment, the entire area fell silent. Mubian let out a sigh. Letting you see a piece of my past. It was an interesting dream, wasn't it? Sto replied meekly. Yes. He held up 2 fingers, explaining. Ziria was my father's second wife. Mubian's eyes darted elsewhere as he continued. But of course, I always thought of Ziria as my real mother. I heard my birth mother died just after giving birth to me. His eyes drooped. Ziria was. Mubian remembered Ziria's smile. My lovely little star. He looked at the stars as he recounted. She used to call me her little star. Mubian lowered his head, overcome with loneliness. But I couldn't give her anything in return. He gritted his teeth in resentment. Not even her life. Mubian's hand clenched into a fist. Back then, countless panicked voices echoed through the town. Monsters have invaded the estate. The monsters are coming! The monster attacked person after person with its sharp claws. Ziria, where are you? Mubian laughed helplessly. That day, everyone died, except me. He suddenly thought of a black dragon. If the black dragon still existed in this world, Mubian fell back onto the ground. I really just want to ask it one thing. Sto listened in silence. He gently raised his hand and asked, What should I do? His hand reached for the stars. What am I supposed to protect now? Mubian's voice rose in the forest. I don't need this monstrous power anymore, he continued sorrowfully. If things are going to be like this, I'd rather let the bloodline of the Hyga family disappear forever. Sto spoke in a low voice. If you have nothing left to protect, then you can rest. He looked at Mubian and said, Useless thoughts often appear when a person doesn't get enough sleep. Mubian was surprised. What? No, Sto suggested. Just go to sleep. He thought in confusion. Is it because I was wondering if he was a descendant of the Black Dragon? Sto crossed his arms, his voice firm. You won't have any nightmares tonight. Mubian had a realization. That's right. He said he can read people's minds and hearts. His eyes slowly closed. Then a few nightmares shouldn't be a problem for him, right? Clouds drifted lazily across a clear blue sky. A pot of food was hung over a fire. A faint aroma wafted past Mubian's nose. He sat up with a big yawn. Huh? Is it morning already? Mubian was amazed. Did I really sleep that well? Someone who can use mind powers is truly amazing. It's the first time I've slept so well in ages. Ahuru's voice rang out. Hello, it grumbled. You just woke up? How pathetic. Are you related to a sloth? Mubian picked Ahuru up and laughed sheepishly. No, of course not. I don't usually sleep this much. It didn't believe him. Lies. It said scornfully. Wash your face before you say anything else, Mubian noted. So blunt. He tossed Ahuru aside and rubbed his eyes. Parker walked over carrying 2 bowls of soup. Here, hot corn and ham chowder with cheese. He took the bowl. Thanks. Mubian's face darkened as he looked at the contents of the bowl. What did you call this? Parker sat down beside him and replied, It's a cheese, pineapple, potato, and broccoli medley soup. Mubian protested. Did you just make up that name? Countless question marks appeared in his head. Really? It's your precious ham and cheese chowder. Mubian said sullenly. Isn't this just a mishmash of everything you brought? Parker explained. Not at all, Your Grace. Don't dismiss my 20 years of cooking experience so lightly. Mubian exposed him. How old are you to have 20 years of cooking experience? A sparkle appeared in his eyes. I'm 21. I started learning to cook when I was 1. Parker fabricated. I even cooked my own baby food. Mubian snapped. Nonsense. Ahuru chimed in. No, that makes sense. Since avians are related to birds, they can fly very well at just 1 year old. He closed his eyes, fantasizing. That's right. I was also a talented bird who could fly from a very young age. And now, with my current job, I'm also a messenger, a recognized member of the command team. Mubian turned his head and asked, So, Parker, where's the commander? The entire area suddenly fell silent. Parker broke out in a sweat, avoiding his gaze. Who knows? He said he was going to scout the area for a bit. It's not like I'm supposed to know. Mubian repeated the question. Where is this reliable team member? He waved his hands and stammered. Shouldn't we leave him alone sometimes? It was a pretty big shock. It's not like he was adopted, and he just found out he has dragon-like powers. Mubian put his bowl down and demanded, When did the commander disappear? Parker thought for a moment, then replied, I think it was when I was cleaning the pot for breakfast. It's probably been a while. He brought a spoonful of food to his mouth. But he's the commander, so I'm sure nothing's happened, right? Parker stared blankly as Mubian shot to his feet. He put his hands on his hips, exasperated. I know this might not be what you want to hear, but this land is not safe yet. Mubian's eyes narrowed as he thought. I should have told him to be more careful. Parker cried out in alarm. What? Not safe? Mubian let out a sigh. Mubian listed out the dangers. Monsters. Images of fierce bandits appeared. Bandits, a line of solemn, armored soldiers holding spears, soldiers from the enemy kingdom. 2 large cannons were placed high up in the forest. Hyga is still a land that has not escaped war. Mubian continued, saying we're safe without any precautions. The only time you're safe is when I'm by your side with my sword. A soft sound echoed through the rustling canopy. STO's figure appeared, partially hidden. He frowned. It seems like nothing's happened yet. Parker panicked. Really? Then I should go find the commander. Mubian took a few steps forward. I'll go. He looked awkwardly at Mubian's retreating figure. Wait here. Mubian leaped high into the air. Parker couldn't help but exclaim. He jumped so high. Mubian scanned the distant treetops. Mubian jumped through the air. He was shocked to discover something. The smell of blood. Mubian saw STO's silhouette and called out, Hey! He landed on the ground. Mubian ran over to him. Are you all right? STO turned his head in surprise. The sound of a growling wolf was heard. Only then did Mubian look over, startled. He stared at the wolves next to STO, completely bewildered. Why are cave wolves out here? The cave wolf glared fiercely at Mubian. He thought cautiously, Why are these cave wolves outside? Are they being mind-controlled? Its eyes glinted dangerously. STO's voice cut through his thoughts. Are you ready to leave yet? Mubian walked closer. No, we're still having breakfast. STO replied. Then I'll head back right away. Mubian looked at STO, confused. But what are you doing here? STO explained as he stroked an injured wolf cub. These are the wolves I met in the Reynolds underground cave. The mother wolf looked up at her cub in STO's arms. He continued. They are a species that lives and hunts deep in the caves, but when they left the caves with us, they suffered great losses at the hands of humans. Mubian placed a hand on his chin and looked away. That makes sense. To the people of Hyga, a pack of wolves would be seen as a nuisance, so they would be hunted. STO hesitated. Hunted? Mubian explained. They are predators. Mubian imagined people cautiously entering the caves. The Reynolds cave system is the only thing connecting the Hyga territory to the outside world. To ensure the safety of the people who travel here, it's only right to eliminate monsters and beasts that could be a threat to their lives. The sharp eyes of the cave wolves appeared. After all, if we don't, the weak will be eaten. Mubian put his hands on his hips and suggested, In any case, just let them fend for themselves. Suddenly, a faint scent wafted into his nose. Mubian stared at the 2 cave wolves in shock. That cub, did you give it your blood? Its body was covered in a red liquid. STO answered without hesitation. Yes. I don't know if it will work, but my blood has saved injured animals before. Mubian sighed. I understand you want to help it. Mubian warned him. However, giving away your blood so freely is not a good idea. He pointed at STO. If you truly are a descendant of the dragons. STO was somewhat bewildered by Mubian's words. Your blood will have the effect of reviving lesser creatures and turning them into your guardians. He clenched his fist and continued. They become servants of the Black Dragon. Mubian grinned and pointed a thumb at himself. Just like the Hyga family. He half closed his eyes and turned away. Have I said too much? Mubian offered his advice. Anyway, you should stop helping them and let them take care of themselves. STO took a step forward in agreement. I agree with you, Your Grace. However, he made a proposal. We can change them now. Mubian froze. Change them? STO asked. Yes. What if the wolves promise not to harm the people of Haga anymore? He asked bluntly. What can you offer them in return? Mubian fell silent. He thought in shock. They say the Black Dragon balanced the relationship between humans and other creatures. I'm getting closer to my original goal. Suddenly, Mubian's lips curved into a smile. He held out his hand and said, just promising not to harm us isn't enough, perhaps. Mubian's voice rang with authority. If they promise to become one of Haga's guardian forces, I can guarantee their food and safety. He half closed his eyes and asked, what do you say? The smell of food spread throughout the forest. Parker was scooping soup into bowls. You're back. Suddenly, he let out a loud scream. Parker looked at the cave wolves next to STO and yelled, what are they? He panicked, waving the ladle around. Those are cave wolves. Mubian raised a hand, frowning. They're our new companions. Hey, Furball. STO, holding a cave wolf, replied, we've decided to travel together from now on. Parker shrieked. Commander, I don't have the ability to provide food for wolves. Mubian shot back. Is that why you're panicking? Parker lost his composure and screeched. Don't you know how important meals are? While he was freaking out, Neju was very chill. Its eyes were sparkling. At that moment, STO knelt down to let the mother wolf see her cub. Neju approached. Is that a wolf cub? STO replied. Yes, but it's badly injured. STO stroked the wolf cub. I think if we just leave it to its mother, the wound will only get worse. He turned to Parker and explained. It was shot in the hind leg with an arrow. Parker, could you check on it? Parker immediately agreed. Yes, of course. He quickly walked over. If it doesn't require minor surgery, I can help. 2 legs were neatly folded on top of each other. He looked at 2 different colored vials of medicine that were also taken out. Parker looked at the unconscious wolf cub. Let's see. He carefully examined the wound. Parker looked at the cub, confused. There's no wound. STO looked down, stunned. What? Parker explained. If a wolf cub was hit by an arrow, its skin would be pierced. But this is just a tiny scratch. Calling it an injury is a bit of an exaggeration. Parker assessed the cub's condition. Its temperature is also normal. It seems to have just recovered. He looked up at STO. Commander, are you sure it was hit by an arrow? STO froze for a moment. STO replied quietly, no. He stood up straight and said, I must have been mistaken. STO hid the arrow he was holding behind his cloak. I must have confused it with another wolf. Mubian stood behind him, arms crossed, observing thoughtfully. STO met his gaze. Then he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for him to keep it a secret. Mubian spoke up. So he doesn't want his comrades to know about his special ability. He wondered to himself, but why? The fire had long since died out. A pack of wolves cuddled affectionately. Someone called out to the sleeping cat, Suki. It opened one eye a crack. STO's voice called out, we're getting ready to leave. Suki noticed the wolves below and asked blankly, what are these things? It instinctively looked down. Suki swiftly leaped down. They are now our comrades and will travel with us until the mission is complete. Then it sat right on top of STO's head. Comrades? He understood its thoughts and replied, yes. They will also be new, legal citizens of the Hyga territory. Suki licked itself clean, lazily indifferent to the world. Do whatever you want. So, have you thought of our next destination yet? Mubian held up 3 fingers and wiggled them. I should have said this sooner, he said with a smile. But I've already chosen our next location. Parker leaned in and whispered. When did you decide that? Mubian replied cheerfully. Just now. Parker was startled by the suddenness. What? Mubian approached STO. I heard you grew up in a rural village. Where exactly is it? For a moment after hearing the question, STO didn't answer. A village appeared in his memories. Then Sto answered, Sibir Village. He cheerfully confirmed the destination. We're going there. Parker let out a scream. Hearing this, Neju also cried out in surprise. Ahuru also began to judge Mubian. Why would he do something he knows STO won't like? Is he a pervert? When Mubian flashed a handsome smile, it thought even worse of him. Look at that smile. Definitely a pervert. STO asked politely, "Why do you want to go to my hometown?" He answered simply, but with a hidden meaning, "I'm just planning on observing you." He reached out a hand in a friendly manner. "But from what I've seen, it seems you don't know much about yourself, do you?" Mubian wanted to understand STO. "That's why. If I meet the people who raised you, maybe I'll understand you better." Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. All his thoughts were laid bare before STO. The people who raised me. Not the ones who gave birth to me. No, that's not the issue. He squeezed his eyes shut. "I don't want to see them again." Suddenly, Mubian called out, "Hey!" He leaned in close and made his demand. "You should listen to the request of your client." Mubian asked again, "Don't you think so?" But STO seemed evasive. "I understand." And he still decided to go there. "Let's go." The scene changes to a place with clear blue skies and beautiful scenery. Ignis Lake. La Cia Branch. A welcoming voice says, "Welcome back." "I suppose I can't say that anymore." Hat bowed respectfully to STO. "Welcome." "How have you been, Guild Commander?" STO raised a hand to acknowledge him. "Manager Hat." STO said shyly, "Please treat me as you did before. I feel more comfortable that way." Hat looked up, maintaining his formal attitude. "But my rank. I'm your subordinate now." STO had no choice but to say, "Please." After that, he seemed a bit awkward and cleared his throat. "If you say so." Hat chuckled and changed the subject. "How have you been, STO?" This change made him freeze for a moment. But STO quickly caught on. "I'm well." He clapped STO on the back a few times, warmly ushering him inside. "You became the guild commander. The new uniform suits you well. Please, come in." The people with STO, who had been watching from a corner, were stunned. "I knew you'd do great things. I told you I have a good eye for people." Parker could only glance over. Why is he praising himself so much? Hat clapped STO on the back, proud of himself. "My eye for talent is second to none. My salary should be higher for this. If not, I should at least get all those multi-flavored candies you bring from Delphia every month or every full moon, right?" Suddenly, a slender hand covered Hat's mouth. Rosalie approached with a file. "STO, it's so good to see you again. The TOP. I heard you were heading to Seabeer Village in the Riverlands." She looked surprised. "But if it's the Riverlands, that's a long way from here." Thinking about the distance, Rosalie couldn't help but exclaim, "You have to cross so many mountains, and the roads are very rough. If you walk there, it will take a very long time and be very difficult, so..." He put his hand on his hip and smiled happily. "I'll lend you a carriage so you can travel more comfortably." Rosalie saw that Hat was being overly enthusiastic and spoke up instead. "We'll prepare a carriage for you." STO thanked her politely. "Yes, thank you." Hat laughed heartily and invited everyone to rest. "Well, everyone must be tired. Go rest in your rooms." The sky soon turned a yellowish orange. The last rays of sunlight streamed through the window. STO sat alone in the room. He quietly observed everything. "It's all the same, just like when I left." Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. STO stood up and looked over curiously. "Who is it?" The door continued to make noise. The knocking outside was incessant. A thought crossed STO's mind. Who would come here now? Then a click was heard. Suddenly, it opened on its own, as if someone had pushed it. He took a deep breath, then slowly stepped outside. His eyes widened in surprise. STO called out, "Rosalie?" She asked him worriedly, "Am I disturbing your rest?" He walked over and denied it. "No, it's fine." Rosalie then approached him. "Do you know how to ride a horse?" STO answered honestly, "No, I've never learned." Rosalie looked disappointed. "Is that so? That's a shame, but there are no carriages available right now. It seems they're all being used for other requests." She counted the number in the stable. "We have a few horses left, but if you don't know how to ride..." STO wasn't in a hurry. "It's okay," he said quietly. "Since the deadline for the request is quite long, I can just walk." Rosalie hesitated slightly. Well, while she was talking, two people peeked in from behind her. "At least I can call for plenty of guards to go with you." STO still refused. "That won't be necessary." Rosalie was confused. "Why?" Mubian, listening from behind the door, heard everything. "Of course, I have no fighting ability myself, but since my client has self-proclaimed himself the best swordsman in the capital, I think I can trust him to keep me safe on the road." Suddenly, Mubian flinched. "Self-proclaimed?" Rosalie then clapped her hands cheerfully. "Oh, that's a relief. If you need anything, just let me know." A hand was gently raised, interrupting the conversation. "Excuse me." Parker boldly stepped out after eavesdropping for a while. "If you two are done talking, there's something I'd like to say. We're almost out of cooking ingredients." He held up a pot covered in black stains, and this pot is dirty and scorched. What the hell, it's so filthy. He chuckled awkwardly and made a small request. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to get a new one. Can the guild provide one for us? Rosalie happily agreed to this simple matter. Of course. Let me inform you which office to go to. Parker also asked for a few other things. Can I buy some other stuff too? She nodded. Of course. Mubian ran after them, not forgetting to tell STO. Alright, let's head to the weapon shop. Nezu chimed in. Have fun. STO replied. Yes, be careful. Ahuru, who rarely gave compliments, grumbled. Well done. Mubian froze for a second, not expecting this. We're going by ourselves? STO immediately stated his position. I don't know anything about weapon shops. Mubian asked, confused. Didn't you say you used to operate in this area? STO denied it, his eyes slightly glancing at Mubian. I'm not a close combat fighter. I belong to a special operations unit. His hand tightened slightly on his arm, so I've never had to use a weapon. He grew more and more curious about STO. So you don't know how to use any weapons? I thought you grew up in the countryside. Have you never hunted animals or tracked them to their dens? STO only said one thing. I don't want to kill them. Then Mubian asked another question. So, have you ever killed a person? STO looked down, not answering. He remembered that bloody scene, the blood dripping from the blade of the scissors. STO's face darkened as he replied. A thought flashed through Mubian's mind. So it's not that he's completely helpless. Mentioning this, he fell into deep thought. For a guy who claims he's never shed blood, he can kill a person if necessary. His stance widened slightly. In any case, Mubian tried to offer some awkward encouragement. I know you have immense power, but people are more fragile than you think. So it's better to at least have a weapon. He smiled to give STO more strength. This is also a request from your client, you know. Hearing that, STO sighed and agreed to go with Mubian. Nezu. Wait here with Parker and Ahuru. Nezu peeked down from the top bunk. I want to go too. I want you to stay here. No, I'll be right back. Just get some rest. It was a little bored but still wished them well. Be careful. Ahuru suddenly had something to say, but it targeted Suki, who was walking by. Why are you taking the tiger with you? STO replied. Suki would follow me anyway, even if I tried to stop her. It looked up and strode forward, meowing. You know me well. Suki was full of arrogance. Who would dare stop me? And so, both STO and Mubian headed to the weapon shop. The shop door opened. Mubian called out politely. Excuse me? But there was no one at the counter. After a while, a voice was heard. Who is it? He quickly called out. A customer. The shop owner came up, grumbling to himself. My head. I forgot to lock the door while cleaning again. He leaned his hands on the counter and announced, I'm not selling anything today, so please leave. Mubian was quite surprised. Why aren't you selling anything? The owner raised his voice. Why? Because Viscount Fabian just cleaned me out. The racks were completely empty. Even though I was short on stock, he still placed more orders and forced me to produce more weapons. He crossed his arms and complained bitterly. I heard he's gathering soldiers but has run out of equipment. It'll be hard to get more weapons from other shop owners. STO expressed his confusion. Viscount Fabian is gathering soldiers? The owner found this strange and asked, Are you from Ignis? Then you should know more about it than I do. That family's young lady is gravely ill. STO's face remained calm. She's sick? The shop owner was a bit surprised. You really don't know? It's recent news. Suddenly, he fell silent. The owner leaned in and whispered in their ears. The rumor is. The owner uttered 2 words. Heart disease. People were saying that the young lady of that family panics whenever she sees blood and has nightmares every night. Some time ago, that family's soldiers were massacred, and it seems she's terrified of that emptiness. News of that story just kept spreading. That's why he's so desperate to find more soldiers. Sarah Lynn had once looked at STO with sparkling eyes. If you can read my secrets, then that means we're secret friends. As he stared blankly, remembering that image, a loud voice pulled him back. Stow! Someone handed him a knife and ordered, Take this. STO took it with both hands. Why are you giving this to me? Mubian replied. It's better than you being empty-handed. Safety first. Then Mubian pointed and reminded him, Look after yourself. You're too careless with your own well-being. Then he turned sharply. Let's go. STO, not expecting this, said, Thank you. The two of them strode down the small path. STO walked leisurely with Suki by his side. Suddenly, STO spoke. Suki. He asked curiously, Do you remember Sarah? It replied indifferently, I don't remember every human I've ever met, nor what they look like. He looked straight ahead. It's probably better not to remember. It seemed Suki still wanted to say something. STO. It began to share its thoughts. They made your life miserable. Yet you still care about them? He suddenly clenched his fist. Sarah did nothing wrong. Suki wanted to know more. So what are you going to do? He hesitated for a few seconds. I'm not going to do anything. Elsewhere, in a large house, someone inside was yelling, "Bring him here, now. We can't do that, sir." The Viscount angrily pointed a finger in the other person's face. Can't do it? Is the guild canceling my request? The staff member tried to calm his anger. Sir, please calm down. Just because you name them doesn't mean we have to fulfill it exactly like that. But the girl hadn't finished her sentence. Because we received the request. The Viscount started yelling again. It's been 10 days. STO couldn't believe who was standing right in front of him. Viscount Fabian. The girl was sweating, trying to handle the situation. I'm sorry, my Lord Viscount. Commander STO is now one of the guild's leaders. Even if it's a request. The Viscount yelled, "Shut up." He became even more aggressive. You dare talk back to me? Do you want this building to go bankrupt? The girl maintained her composure. I'm sorry, but since this building is managed under the authority of the Emperor, unless we receive punishment or an order from the Emperor's commissioner. The Viscount cursed again. Shut up, he screamed as if giving an order. I told you to bring him here right now. Even Mubian was annoyed seeing him. So that's the rumored Viscount? STO answered hesitantly. Yes, he hadn't finished his sentence, but... STO stared at the raging Viscount. It seems he's the crazy one, not his daughter. Where's his noble dignity? And why show up looking like that? Mubian suggested a solution. It's best if we just ignore him and walk past. STO agreed. I think so too. After that, the two of them walked closer. The Viscount's eyes darted towards them. He yelled out, Stow! His eyes were dark from lack of sleep, but they still lit up with joy upon seeing him. You! The Viscount quickly reached out with both hands to grab him. He grabbed STO's arms, ecstatic as if he'd struck gold. It's been so long. I heard you changed jobs. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? The Viscount's hands trembled non-stop. Are you going to be here from now on? STO felt nothing but disgust. Let go. He forced a smile. Of course. The Viscount's face became frantic. I've been a bit of a mess lately. It's me, Leo Jeff Fabian. Please, just listen to me for a moment. His eyes were welling up with tears. My daughter, Sarah. She's not well. You can help her, can't you? STO turned cold. Why should I? This wasn't the response the Viscount wanted. What do you mean? This is something only you can do. He desperately pleaded for STO's help. Yes, if it's you, you can erase the girl's memories, or at least help her sleep peacefully. But STO turned away, politely refusing. I'm already on another request. Please return home for now. At that, the Viscount trembled even more than before. Another request? He waved his hand and screamed, That doesn't matter. Cancel it. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mubian cut in. I don't think so. The Viscount then noticed Mubian beside him. Who are you? He pointed to himself with a goofy smile. Me? I'm the client. Mubian made a show of waving his hand. And I have no intention of canceling my request, so give it up. This sent the Viscount into a rage, his blood boiling. Asterisk. This young brat dares to act so rudely before a Viscount. Asterisk. But Mubian remained nonchalant. My apologies, I haven't introduced myself. He flashed a taunting smile. I am Mubian Rohaiga. The Viscount's fury instantly vanished. What? As the two faced off, the surrounding noise died down completely. Everyone around them froze like statues. The Viscount's eyes were devoid of all emotion. Asterisk. Why would someone as important as the Duke show himself like this? Asterisk. He glanced over at SGO, who was turning to leave. Mubian then offered a seemingly friendly olive branch. Sorry for acting like some arrogant young Duke. His attitude was laced with hidden meaning, leaving the Viscount stunned. He spoke up. You. Could it be? Once, the Viscount's presence completely crushed SGO. Are you still holding a grudge over that? Terriot had relentlessly criticized him, and what followed was a fierce struggle. Returning to the present, the Viscount pleaded desperately, My God, please don't hold such a petty thing against me. He spoke from the heart. Think about it. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry after losing so much? But the answer wasn't what the Viscount wanted to hear. I've already forgotten about it. This is too sensitive a time to be thinking about such things. SGO glanced at him sideways, probing. That's right. He's always been this kind of person. He looked at the Viscount with a hint of disappointment, seeing no awareness of his own wrongdoing, nor any intention to apologize. Out of options, the Viscount stepped back, begging, I won't ask anything of you ever again. Please, just this once. Help me this one time. He grabbed SGO's shoulder, but SGO remained indifferent. Why should I? The Viscount struggled to find another reason to convince him. That is, a murderous glint appeared in SGO's eyes. Let go. The Viscount's hand fell away in fear. SGO spun around and walked away, leaving the Viscount unable to stop him. SGO left without a second thought. Mubian left as well, only glancing back one last time. His whole body trembled. It can't end like this. The Viscount yelled out, "Sarah!" He played his final card to persuade him. "Sarah wants to see you." The Viscount cast aside all his pride and knelt. "I'm begging you." It was the act of a desperate father. "Please, save my daughter." This stunned everyone, and from Mubian's expression, he was thinking, "I didn't see this coming." SGO's face darkened. His state of mind was anything but good. He raised his voice. "Listen carefully." SGO once again stated with absolute certainty, "I will not accept anything you offer, and as for what I need to do," SGO delivered his ironclad words, "that will be my decision alone." Then he walked away from the pleading man, once and for all. He was still angry about the past. The man still hadn't apologized, not even once. Meanwhile, in a lavish white mansion, Sarah Lynn stood alone by the window. She looked up slightly, her once mischievous eyes now lifeless and shadowed by dark circles. Hyru tugged at his master's dress, barking continuously as a gentle breeze drifted by. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound outside. Suki appeared before Sarah Lynn. It let out a meow. She whispered to herself, "A black cat?" It seemed she knew why Suki was here. SGO. Suki's eyes, one blue and one yellow, stared at Sarah Lynn. "Your eyes. They're just like his." She leaned against the window, confiding her thoughts. "At first, I thought he was just a fool. He was so thin and quiet. It seems Sarah Lynn really wanted to see SGO. He doesn't seem happy about reading people's minds. If it were me, I'd love it. I could talk to Hyru all day." And even with the adorable Nezuko by his side, his face was always so empty. Sarah Lynn recalled his face, which had left a deep impression on her, but when I saw him, his eyes were so beautiful. She closed her eyes as the sunlight streamed in. My heart felt so at peace seeing those blue eyes, but then I think about him using those same eyes to kill someone out there. Sarah Lynn was lost in a daze. "I don't know anymore. I can't think straight." Her emotions were in turmoil. I was truly horrified by what my father and brother did, but at the same time, I felt relieved. She remembered that horrific day. Even though everyone else there died, SGO didn't harm my father or my brother. Sarah Lynn confessed, "I was afraid of myself for thinking that." Then, a comforting voice spoke up. "That's not your fault." The person she had longed to see had appeared. "Don't blame yourself for things beyond your control." Suki leaped to SGO's side. Sarah Lynn called out in surprise, "SGO." He gave her a gentle, welcoming smile. "It's been a while, Lady Sarah Lynn," and SGO held out his hand to her. For a brief moment, Sarah Lynn seemed to freeze. Then she let out a bright laugh, her cheeks blushing. Sarah Lynn gently placed her hand in his. "I told you to just call me Sarah," she asked. "Did you come because you heard from my father?" SGO immediately denied it. "This has nothing to do with the Viscount." SGO reminded her of something. "Didn't we say it last time? You and I?" Sarah Lynn replied, as if confirming. "Yes?" SGO hesitated slightly. "That we're friends." She beamed when she heard that. "That's right, secret friends, you remembered." SGO clarified his intentions. "As your friend, my lady, I have no intention of harming you or your family." And then he made a crucial announcement that left her speechless. "Which is why I'm going to erase your memories." Sarah Lynn couldn't believe her ears. "What?" SGO patted her head reassuringly. "There's no need to be afraid, my lady." "Sarah Lynn," he advised gently, "this is something that's necessary for you." But Sarah Lynn decisively slapped his hand away. "What are you talking about?" SGO hadn't finished. "If you don't," he asked the fatal question, "do you intend to die?" This left her speechless. "That," SGO emphasized the benefits. "If you forget everything about me, you can smile happily when you see your family again." Sarah Lynn trembled with anger. Her head drooped. Sarah Lynn's hands clenched into fists. "What do you mean? It's what I need." Sarah Lynn grabbed SGO's shirt, shouting in his face. "Is being ignorant better? Should I just ignore the things I don't like? Look away, pretend it didn't happen, and forget everything?" She was filled with disappointment. "Is this what it means to be an adult?" SGO spoke gently. "That's not what I meant." But Sarah Lynn couldn't take it anymore. "Then what did you mean, you idiot?" Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. I'm scared of having to forget all of these feelings." Sarah Lynn's legs grew unsteady, bullying others without realizing it, hurting them. "I'm scared that I'll smile, not even knowing that what I'm doing is wrong." She didn't want to become a heartless person, like her father. Sarah Lynn called out to Hyru and picked him up. "Hyru, come here." Hyru leaned on her shoulder, as if comforting his master. "If I forget about you, I'll forget everything about Hyru too." Tears streamed down Sarah Lynn's face. "I never want that to happen." SGO hesitated. Then, He asked for Sarah Lynn's wish. What do you want to do? She slowly uttered. To continue. My long-held wish. To be your friend. Sarah Lynn forced a smile through her pain. That's enough, I'll handle the rest myself. SGO's voice was full of concern. Will that really be okay? She nodded. Yes, it will. Sarah Lynn cheered up under the bright moonlight. After all, I am Sarah Lynn Jeff Fabian. She warned him sternly. So don't even think about erasing my memories. SGO replied like it was a promise. I understand. Having settled the matter, he turned to leave. Well then, goodbye. As SGO and Suki were about to leap out the window, Sarah Lynn seemed to have one more thing to say. So, she seemed to doubt her own ability. Will I be able to do it? SGO gave her a seed of hope. Yes. If it's you, you definitely can. Then, he jumped without a second thought. Sarah Lynn rushed over to look. She called his name worriedly. SGO. Then, a spectacular sight met her eyes. Feathers drifted gently past the window. Sarah Lynn had become more positive. She watched SGO through the walls as he walked. He has so many friends now. The sky quickly turned to night. SGO and the others walked in silence. He stopped in his tracks. So, SGO turned back to his two friends. How did you two know I went to the Fabian estate? Parker scratched his head, trying to deflect. Me? Sir Mubian dragged me along, saying we had to find you. Mubian crossed his arms and closed his eyes. What do you mean? How did I know? The scene from that afternoon replayed. SGO had coldly told the Viscount, what I do is my own decision. He then walked step by step up the stairs. The rooms were empty, and everything was silent. Mubian quietly followed behind SGO. SGO's voice startled Mubian. Sir Mubian. SGO turned around and said, you should go rest first. Then he leaped straight down the stairs, to Mubian's bewilderment. SGO moved nimbly. Wait. At this, Mubian sighed helplessly. Good grief. He put his hands in his pockets and sighed. He still acts like such a child. Then Mubian snapped his fingers. Acting like that, how could I not know? He cheerfully put an arm around SGO. But I had no idea that little lady was so smitten with you. SGO only uttered two words. She's not. After a while, Mubian finally stopped. Alright, I'll stop talking, SGO. Nezu waved from above. Welcome back. It happily announced. Dinner's just finished. Parker and Mubian's stomachs rumbled at the news. I'm a bit hungry too. We have to leave tomorrow, so let's eat up. SGO thought about the next day. Tomorrow, he had to reach his destination. Tomorrow, we'll arrive at Serbia village. They all seemed famished. Tonight's dinner has special beans, meatballs, eggs, and fried rice. Isn't that a standard guild dinner? A tired cry echoed through the mountains. So tired. The echo was so powerful it seemed to tire out the very rocks. Ahuru complained as he walked. My feet hurt so much. Nezu asked Han with concern, looking at the wilting Ahuru. Are you tired? It spread its arms to help. Let me carry you. Ahuru was so happy he threw himself into Nezu's arms. The group continued on their way. Parker took out a handkerchief. He wiped the sweat from his face. This road is too bumpy. Even a carriage would shake a lot here. Mubian quite agreed. I think so too. We've come so far, but we're still not at the village? SGO replied. We still have a bit further to go. He explained as they continued to climb. This village is quite isolated. Being this deep in the forest, it makes sense. He glanced up and looked around. SGO was lost in thought. Come to think of it, I really did live in a very remote place. Parker and Mubian shared the same thought. A place like this wouldn't even get robbed. How can you rob a place with no people? Parker asked without thinking. Commander, how long has it been since you've been back home? SGO kept walking, pulling ahead of them. I just left the village at the beginning of this year. Parker continued to ask. So you left after your coming-of-age ceremony? It seemed this was the wrong thing to ask, as SGO's expression darkened. Bad memories surfaced. Get lost, you bastard. Constant insults born from prejudice. It must be true that he's a cursed child. Bit by bit, it all fell on SGO's shoulders. He froze, lost in that dark memory. Then a voice woke SGO from his stupor. You must have felt a great sense of responsibility, leaving to work as soon as you became an adult. He turned back and repeated, Responsibility? Parker nodded. Yes, he smiled at the positive thought. Leaving the place you grew up in is hard, even if it's to chase a dream. SGO couldn't say a word. A few seconds later, he denied it. It's not like that. Then SGO turned away, shrouded in his own gloom. It wasn't because of so-called responsibility. He clenched his fist slightly. I left. Simply because I wanted to live. Parker and Mubian exchanged confused shrugs. Mubian moved closer to SGO. But your family is still in Sebiyama village, right? He replied. I guess so. Mubian counted on his fingers. Both your parents are well, and you're the youngest, with an older brother and sister. I did a little research. Mubian imagined a warm atmosphere SGO had never considered. They must be so happy to see you come home, right? But he was only met with SGO's silence. Parker worried for him. That's strange. Isn't SGO happy? Even after becoming a guild commander, he started to analyze this psychological puzzle. He rarely talks about his family. His expression when it's mentioned is terrible, too. But why? How could they not like a son with such amazing abilities? Suddenly, Parker spotted something. Red smoke billowed in the distance, making him cry out in alarm. Fire! Mubian looked on in shock. Parker spread his wings and charged ahead. I'll go check it out right now. Mubian raised a hand to his forehead to get a better look. What's with that smoke? A forest fire? SGO answered. No, he said flatly. That's where the village is. He whipped around in concern. What? So the village is on fire? SGO was nonchalant. Who knows? SGO didn't say another word. Mubian grew more and more confused. Why is he so calm? Even Neju showed its anxiety. What do we do? Are the villagers hurt? The black smoke billowed more fiercely. A fire this big in a village isolated from the outside world would be difficult to handle. Mubian stood there assessing the situation. And since we don't have anyone with water abilities, we're in a tough spot. Suddenly, Nezu's eyes sparkled. Water abilities? He tacitly agreed and continued his analysis. A mage could use nearby water sources. Elemental mages can even create rain. Parker's wings touched down. He returned to report. I just went to check. Neju quickly asked, how is it? Is the fire big? Parker shook his head. No, that's... Parker's answer left them all dumbfounded. It's not a fire anymore. SGO suddenly stopped him. Wait, he turned sharply to confirm the information. What do you mean anymore? Parker had witnessed a great fire. Well, the villagers built a pyre and an altar, and set it on fire. Ahuru was getting annoyed. So what's going on? Geez, why is it so hard for you to just say it? Parker was sweating anxiously. If I'm not mistaken, SGO listened patiently. Then, Parker's voice was slow. On the burning platform, and he dropped the bombshell. There's someone tied to it. SGO was stunned by those words. A burning platform. With someone tied to it. His eyes were filled with horror. Parker, his fists clenched at his sides. Are you saying the villagers tied someone up and are burning them? Parker answered frantically. Yes, it looks that way. The person tied up. They seem to be alive. Because of this, the four of them fell into a deeply awkward silence. SGO bit his lip, trying to convince himself. No way. He must be mistaken. Despite his thoughts, he sprinted into the forest. SGO. SGO dashed past towering, lush green trees, his steps growing more frantic by the second. As he ran, he thought, the people of Sebiyama wouldn't go that far. Even if they're evil, they wouldn't dare commit such a heinous crime. But the worried calls from behind him echoed, "Go!" SGO worried as he imagined the worst-case scenario. If they really are that evil, the memory of his filthy childhood self flashed in his mind. Then the first person to be tied up there should have been me. In the village square, smoke was indeed rising. SGO stopped so abruptly he tripped on a rock. He panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the crowd. Just as Parker said, many people were standing around, calmly watching someone being burned alive. The sight made SGO even more horrified. The girl on the pyre cried out in desperation, "Please, help me." He recognized her instantly. Bella sobbed, pleading with them. I'm not like that. Please, believe me. She called out to people by name, but they all avoided her gaze. Dino. Lewis. She desperately turned to another. Uncle Jack. The woman next to him screamed, "How dare you call my husband's name, you witch." The heat below made her panic even more. "Please save me." At that moment, Bella remembered her childhood. Mom, Dad. Her mother wouldn't even look at her. "Play with you? I'm busy." Her father coldly shooed her away. "Don't bother your parents. Just go play outside." Tears welled in her eyes from sadness. "But I want to be with you." As she despaired, a young voice called out, "You're Bella, right? Want to play with us?" The girl immediately turned around. Together? The other young people in the village held out their hands. "Yeah, let's play together." Bella turned back with a bright smile and quickly ran over. "Yes." They happily surrounded her, brightening the scene. "You're so cute. Do you want to be my little sister?" The girl had a realization. Is this what it feels like to be loved? I'm so happy. From then on, she grew up with a constant smile on her face. The young girls in the village called her by an affectionate nickname, Lovely Bella. The adults also looked at her with amusement. The girl gets prettier every day. Bella's desire grew stronger. I want to be loved. Every man was infatuated with her. "I love you, Bella." She reveled in that affection. "Love me more. until one day, that rosy world shattered. "You," the woman screamed in a rage. "With my husband, how dare you?" The man stammered. "Honey, darling." Bella stared blankly as they pointed at her. "I thought if I did that, I would continue to be loved." The man's wife accused her directly. "That girl is a witch, she seduced you." Back in the present, she was still trying to call out to him. "You said you loved me. You said you loved me." In response, she only received scorn from the villagers. "Die! Burn the witch!" The surrounding flames began to lick at her body. "It's so hot." Bella could only shut her eyes tightly. "I don't want to die like this. Someone, help me." A black cat sat atop her pyre and let out a meow. The sound drew her attention, and she looked up. Then Bella uttered in amazement, "A cat." This presence made the crowd even more fearful. A black cat. In this situation, it's a sign of the devil. She's definitely a witch. Suki let out another meow, meeting her gaze. Bella suddenly felt a surge of resentment and began to sob. The cat's heterochromatic eyes caught her attention. Its face. It looks just like his. Yes, it's all his fault. She pictured SGO's face. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't be. But just then, something flashed through the air with incredible speed. The sharp object sliced through the thick ropes binding Bella. Suddenly freed, Bella was stunned with surprise. The people below gasped. What was that? Just now, SGO appeared with his sword in hand. A villager furiously shouted, "What are you doing?" Bella's eyes widened in utter shock. A strong gust of wind blew, making his coat flutter. SGO swept her up and carried her off the pyre. SGO. Even while performing such a defiant act, he maintained his cold demeanor. The village elder took a frightened step back. SGO. Those emblems. What caught his eye was an exquisitely crafted insignia, Ignis Guild. The two of them landed on the clear ground, away from the flames. SGO immediately demanded, "What is happening here?" The village elder ground his teeth in anger. "That girl." He slammed his staff on the ground to regain his authority. "She is a sinner. She committed a grave error that angered the gods and now must pay the price." He continued to ask, "What did Bella do?" Another person spoke up for the elder. "That bitch seduced a man and killed him." Rosette, SGO's sister, looked at them with disdain. "Look at you. What have you become since you came back?" "But so what?" She continued to reprimand him. "The girl you just saved is a murderer," Bella quickly protested. "That's not true." But Rosette didn't stop. "She's a witch who goes around seducing the men in the village, killing them and eating their livers. I heard she likes to eat fresh organs." Not just her, but many others chimed in. "We have to kill her. The disgusting witch." SGO remained calm and requested, "Is there any evidence? Was there a fair trial?" She scoffed. "Why would we need that?" Suddenly another man cut in. "Protecting a criminal like that. You really are a cursed child." Terriot, SGO's brother, crossed his arms and said, "If you were going to leave, you should have at least disappeared without a trace." He shrugged, looking down on him. "Why come crawling back to the village like a rat?" But instead of arguing, SGO simply stated, "Bella has never killed anyone." Terriot grimaced with disbelief. "What?" SGO continued, explaining his claim. "I just read Bella's memories." SGO presented his evidence. In her memories, nothing like that ever happened. Bella nodded in agreement. "That's right. I'm innocent." But that wasn't enough to convince the villagers. He used that weird power of his? He could be saying anything. How can we believe him? Someone, agitated, threw something. "Get out of here, you monster." It struck SGO on the head, drawing blood. The village elder's face went pale with fear. What? He turned and yelled, "You fool! What stupid thing have you just done?" Suddenly, heavy raindrops began to fall. Dark clouds rolled in with the rain, which began to pool on the ground. No one spoke. The scene was soaked in rain and tension. A stream of red blood trickled down his cheek. It dripped down and fell onto the tip of his shoe. Bella said worriedly, "SGO, you're bleeding from your head." But he just gave a helpless smile. "This place hasn't changed at all." SGO's eyes glowed blue, and a voice rang out, "Stop." The command quickly spread through the crowd before him. Their knees buckled, and they fell to the ground. The others followed suit, kneeling without resistance. Still, they growled and blamed him. "I can't move. You've cursed us." Terriot looked up and said, "You disrespectful bastard. Even after we're the ones who raised you?" A few white feathers drifted down from somewhere, catching his eye. "Feathers?" Mubian was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "That's enough." Parker's turquoise wings folded neatly. He and the other members of the team stepped forward. "Do not speak so rudely to the commander of the Ignis Guild. Where are your manners?" Rosette exclaimed in surprise. "The famous Ignis Guild?" Behind them, The fire had been extinguished by the rain. This weather is not suitable for receiving guests outside. I will take the members of the Ignis Guild to my home. Everyone else, go home. The elder carefully proposed. Please, follow me. The guild members immediately followed him. Bella seemed to have something difficult to say. She gathered her courage to stop SGO. SGO. Her grimy hand clutched the corner of his coat. Thank you for saving me. The young man coldly brushed it off. I wasn't trying to save you. Don't misunderstand. The girl tried to explain. Even if you say that, I know what you're like. The voice from the man in front of her suddenly changed. You. He turned his head and reminded her. Still owe me. Even now. SGO's eyelids lowered pensively. As much as you wished I would be the one to fall into that pit of fire, Bella immediately protested. That's not true, but he directly pushed her hand away. I'm not so kind as to accept someone who despises me. He also gave her a warning. After my work here is done, I hope we never have to see each other again, because you, and this entire place, do nothing but exhaust me. Bella's stammering voice rang out. Back then. Only now did she dare to admit her fault to him. I didn't know anything about you, and I believed the slander they said about you. But now I know it's not true. A faint smile bloomed on Bella's face. I understand now. We're the same. We were both abandoned. Before she could finish, someone cut her off. What are you doing? Mubian frowned with curiosity. Are you going to keep listening to that nonsense? SGO replied and continued walking. No, let's go. After taking a few more steps, the person behind called out again. Esco! The girl trembled with desperation. We were friends when we were little, weren't we? He replied without emotion. Were we ever close enough to say something like that? After that, he quickly left with Mubian. Left behind, Bella was so shocked she collapsed to the ground. She covered her face and cried out in anguish. Why? In the end, the cold rain continued to fall. The sound of water tapping on the roof echoed endlessly. A small gathering was taking place in the elder's fine house, the Ignis Guild. He chuckled without hesitation. To think someone so great was born in our village. In contrast to his expression, SGO was completely emotionless. He tried to salvage the situation by changing the subject. Yes, it's been a while since you've seen your family, so please, feel welcome. The round table was full, but no one bothered to make conversation. The elder had to speak up again. SGO has returned to the village with honor. Isn't it wonderful? He even tried to bring up the past. It feels like just yesterday he was only this tall. His father mumbled in agreement. Yes, that's right. But the charade was shattered when Mubian spoke up. That doesn't seem right. Our commander didn't come back here because he missed you all. He crossed his arms with a self-evident attitude. He's here to fulfill my request. The elder frowned. I know you're the one who made the request, but don't interrupt when adults are talking. His finger lightly tapped the chipped cup. Rude. Am I? He took a sip and muttered. Good heavens, whether you're nobles or commoners, you old men all talk the same. Then he suddenly returned to a serious demeanor. Now, give me a proper answer. Both SGO's father and the village elder jumped. He carefully posed the question, Are you a nobleman? Mubian raised an eyebrow with a bit of interest. Oh? Mubian's hand reached into his coat to find something. He poured gold coins out like toys. I said I'm the one who made the request. The eyes of those at the table lit up at the sight. Seeing they had taken the bait, Mubian smiled to himself. He continued, They're all yours. If you answer my questions, I'll give you this entire pile of money. The corner of the elder's lips twitched, wanting to say something. Without a second thought, he began to praise him. Oh my, you should have told us you were a nobleman, sir. My lord, Rosette said with a smile. I knew it. You exude such an elegant scent, as if you've bathed in honey. Mubian shrugged and explained to them. It's not honey. I use perfume. The girl was immediately captivated by the item. Perfume. He even deliberately showed off more. I use Crick distilled perfume oil, a gift from the emperor himself, to massage my feet every morning. It's a gift, so it would be rude not to use it. The other person exclaimed, You are truly amazing. At this moment, Mubian was secretly judging them. I was hoping for something special since this is where SGO grew up, but this place is truly disgusting. The village elder beamed. But my lord, I don't know what information country folk like us could possibly provide you. Annoyed, he held a bean in his hand. I'm surprised at how much more foolish and blind you are than I thought. If I didn't know you were the commander's family, I would never have guessed. It's truly astonishing. Mubian suddenly crushed the bean. Enough nonsense, let's get to the point. The remnants fell onto the table as he spoke. At the very least, you fools should be able to answer questions about your own experiences. He asked, Are you truly Commander SGO's family? SGO's father and mother exchanged a look. Then they hesitantly replied, "Yes, of course. SGO is our son." She even turned towards the young man with some intention. SGO was suddenly hugged and had his head patted. "He's our beloved son." But that answer was dismissed by Mubian. "No." He stood up to interrogate them directly. "I'm asking if SGO is related to you by blood. If you lie, there will be immediate punishment, so speak honestly." The mother still insisted. "My lord, the boy is my son." SGO was sweating under the pressure. "He looks just like his parents and siblings, so why would you doubt it?" Both Terriot and Rosette pursed their lips, waiting nervously. Mubian turned to them. "Were you present when SGO was born?" Terriot admitted frankly, "I don't remember." SGO's mother interjected to help. The children were too young then. Terriot was only 3, and Rosette was just a year older. Mubian shrugged nonchalantly. "But I remember everything I heard and saw when I was 1 year old." Parker at his side blurted out, "That's because you're special, Sir Mubian." He changed the direction of the conversation to SGO. "Are they telling the truth?" SGO looked at him in surprise. "Why are you asking me?" Mubian didn't hesitate to give his reason. "Because you're the only one who can know if someone is telling the truth or not." He mumbled the words back to himself. "Check if they're lying?" He silently turned his head to the side, but his father was now clearly afraid. His mother was staring at him intently as well. "I can't." When he was little, she had used her large lips to scold him. The boy had cowered in a corner, terrified of the verbal assault. STO slowly pried his eyes open as he was called. "Listen here," his father stated bluntly. "Reading other people's memories is a wicked thing to do." He pointed an accusing finger at the boy. "You're a monster who does all sorts of evil things." Back then, he could only stammer, unable to explain himself. "I." A hand clamped over his mouth, stopping him from speaking. "That." STO's mother repeated her warning. "Do you understand?" The threat only deepened the despair in his eyes. They backed him into a corner. "You are never to read our minds again. If you do," every word burned itself into his mind, "you will no longer be a part of this family." Tears of pure fear streamed unconsciously down STO's face. Those words echoed in his head. Asterisk, "You will no longer be a part of this family." Asterisk, it left him utterly lost, even now. Asterisk, what did I even read back then? I can't remember. Asterisk. STO squeezed his eyes shut. Asterisk, remember what? Asterisk, a voice from the present pulled him back. Hey, Parker asked Han worriedly. He doesn't look so good. Are you okay? STO stammered back. That was. Neju's sudden anger also startled him. It held Ahuru in its arms and looked at him sadly. STO forced a smile to reassure it. I'm fine. I was just lost in thought for a moment. He pulled himself together and looked up. Don't worry. His father and mother were sweating profusely. This only made his suspicions stronger. They were definitely hiding something. He walked past the two of them as they held their breath, waiting. STO's hands gently rested on both their shoulders. STO remained polite as he made his request. As per the client's request, may I see your memories for confirmation? The mother suddenly grew agitated and slapped his hand away. No, she protested vehemently. We already told you. Stow. It's because you do things like this that you became a monster. You have no idea how hard we tried. Mubin slammed his fist on the wooden table. Standing behind Terios, he growled a warning. You should shut your mouths about that monster nonsense. Even STO was surprised. Hearing you call me a monster hurts, you know. Neju pouted in agreement. That's right, I don't like it. Parker gave a forced laugh and scratched his head. Actually, I'm not exactly human like you folks, either. I'm an avian, a bird person. While he was chuckling, Ahuru had already climbed onto the table on its own. A small sound escaped as it stood up. The cactus spoke up. What's going on? Let me in on this. The village chief, STO's father, and Rosette's eyes flew wide open. She screamed in terror, a monster. After the shock, she fell backwards, causing everyone to panic. Rosette! Rosette! Ahuru was both confused and embarrassed. Hey, wait. What? Is this thing scary? It tried to explain. Hey you, I know you're faking it. Wake up, lady. The cactus pointed at each person. My god, there's a talking hairy monkey here. It even named STO, and a guy with black dragon blood, and a talking chicken. It continued. But I'm the only one who's scary? Parker, being called a chicken, ruffled his feathers in indignation. Ahuru let out a loud, indignant cry. It jumped directly into STO's arms. The small plant whimpered something in his embrace. Ahuru's tears streamed down like rain. Everyone looks down on me. STO smiled. They don't look down on you, they're just scared. Being able to scare so many people is quite a skill. Reassured, Ahuru started to cheer up. If you say so, Then I guess I'm pretty amazing. Then, his expression turned serious as he returned to the main topic. STO addressed the people at the table. If you want the client's reward, you should cooperate. Terios immediately shouted, "Who do you think you're threatening?" He was so agitated that he grabbed STO by the collar. "You damn bastard." Terios shoved his contorted face close to STO's. "You've been nothing but a burden from the very beginning." He started spewing venomous words. "We had to live in shame and humiliation because of you. Why were we all so stoned and cursed just because of you?" STO remained silent as the other man continued to rage. "I put you in the attic so I wouldn't have to see you, you little brat." A triumphant smile spread across his face. "You know what? That attic wasn't built for living." Terios revealed more. "Did you know that in winter, that place becomes a freezer? No one could survive in there." His father suddenly cut in. "Terios, that's enough." Mubin, who had been watching quietly, was now paying close attention. Terios' voice grew louder. "We didn't feed you for a month, and you still survived like a cockroach." He ignored the person trying to stop him. "I told you to stop." Finally, he unconsciously blurted out, "If you could survive even after we pushed you to the gates of hell, what are you if not a monster?" Both STO's mother and father wore expressions of disbelief. He uttered a single phrase, as his eyes grew cold. "So that's how it was." Terios continued to spit out the hidden truth. "I hate that you're the outcast among everyone. It's disgusting. You just live like that, mimicking mom's eye color." Mubin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by that statement. Mimicking eye color? The cloth-covered hands gently gripped Terios' wrist. For a very long time. He bluntly expressed his own feelings. "Have hated you too, brother Terios." This made his brother even more furious, his teeth grinding together. "You." Terios swung his fist in a fit of rage. "You bastard." The painful sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed, but instead of STO, it was his father who took the blow. Terios was stunned. "Father." Only then did the man begin to speak. "He is your brother, Terios. I'm not asking you two to get along." He sternly reminded him of one thing. "But you cannot disown him." The man still wouldn't listen. "So what? You hate him too, father? You've always been afraid of him." The other man immediately admitted it. "That's right. I was afraid." His whole body trembled uncontrollably. "But I have never hated him." From behind, STO was also skeptical. "If you didn't hate me, then why?" His hand gently touched the man. A light created by his power flashed. "Why did you do it?" The space around them immediately changed as he entered the man's memories. STO's face showed astonishment. Everyone in the room was affected. This light, they were transported in the blink of an eye, leaving the previous spot strangely empty. A dark and gloomy sky appeared before them. A dull roar rumbled deep within the clouds. STO's father was breathing heavily. In his hand was a crude axe, and he was trying to climb a very steep slope. A black crow suddenly swooped down aggressively. It startled him, causing him to slip and fall. The bird simply flew away, leaving the lone man in the dense forest. SGO's father struggled to push himself up. "Damn it." He looked around in a panic. "I took the wrong path. Damn it all." Just then, a strange light flashed from somewhere in the forest. It led to a spot not far away, drawing him in. A light. His feet carried him, rushing toward that direction. As he ran, he cried out, "Excuse me, hey, over there, help me." He desperately pleaded with the other person. "Please wait for me a moment. At least stay with me until sunrise." The scene ahead was blurred by the pure white light. STO's father quickly shielded his face with his hand. When he looked closely, he gasped in amazement. "Oh my God." In the middle of a clearing, where a large hole had been burned, a massive chunk of gold shone brilliantly. He kept muttering under his breath, "God." Without a second thought, the man slid straight down into the deep pit. Even his shoes were illuminated by the honey-like golden glow. Half believing, half doubting, he approached the gold ingot. Though shocked, joy mixed with it on his face. "This is definitely." STO's father hugged it tightly. "Gold, gold." He started muttering, "I can take this." But a low growl interrupted his thought. A black wolf silently approached, its amber eyes fixed on its prey. Terrified, he quickly backed away from the animal. The wolf snarled, baring its sharp teeth. STO's father's mind became a haze of fear and greed. The light was truly captivating. But next to it was a patch of fresh blood at the wolf's paws. He suddenly thought of his wife and children waiting at home. He tightened his grip on the axe handle. "If I can bring this home, my life could change." Mustering all his courage, he leaped forward with the weapon in his hand. The wild beast reared its head to meet the challenge. The man put all his strength into the attack. The black wolf bit hard into its opponent's arm, drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, the sharp axe was swung high. A soft sound was heard as a spray of red blood erupted. The animal lay motionless on the ground, while the man panted heavily. The axe was thrown to the ground as he, too, collapsed. STO's father's hands excitedly touched the gold ingot. If I take this. That very night, he rushed back to the village. His hand pounded on the door. Honey, open the door. She was holding Rosette in her arms and exclaimed in surprise. No, you're. Her husband suddenly demanded. Pack your things first. She asked, confused. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden? He carefully closed the door. Then, STO's father added, I don't have time to explain. We have to take the children and leave this village. She was still skeptical. You have to explain before I decide to wake them up and pack. As he spoke, he untied his quiver. I got lost in the mountains. This worried her. What? Are you okay? Are you hurt or? He immediately put the basket down. I'm fine. You'll be surprised when you see what I found in the mountains. So, he happily explained. A precious gem I've never seen before. The thin cloth flew away with the wind as it was tossed aside. He was still gleefully telling his wife it was gold, but her attitude was completely indifferent. Are you insane? Only then did STO's father look over. Huh? Honey? Inside the basket wasn't gold, but a baby. STO, at that time, was smiling sweetly at them. The man was so shocked he couldn't speak. No, wait. What? What is? Before the words could come out, a fist landed squarely on his face. STO's father lay sprawled on the floor. No, honey, it's a misunderstanding. Her face darkened menacingly. Gold? A precious gem you've never seen before? He trembled and raised a hand. No, what I brought back wasn't. Her furious voice echoed through the house. Take it back. The next morning, he returned to the forest. Doubt still lingered in his thoughts. It was clearly a gold ingot. The child looked innocently at the person before him. Am I cursed? His wife personally followed behind to keep watch. Her face was a thunderous mask. Put it back where you found it. Now, sweat poured down STO's father's body, and he could only obey. As he walked, he couldn't stop thinking. If the gold was a person, then what about that beast? Did I kill someone? A sudden fear gripped him. The two of them crossed the forest and reached the base of a tree. They were surprised to see several solemnly dressed people standing by the pit. Surrounding the pit's edge were countless other villagers. STO's father reassured himself. Right. A hole this big, of course they'd find it. Just act normal. But a nearby comment caught his ear. I heard the priests are from the holy temple. They're planning to do something. The young man stated firmly. From what I heard, whatever was supposed to be here seems to have vanished. He stammered. Excuse me, what's happening? The person frowned in confusion. You came here without knowing? Over there, see? In that direction, several people looked bewildered. Priests from the holy temple. Upon hearing that, he jumped. The holy temple? Priests? Trying to regain some composure, STO's father asked in a low voice. So why are the priests here? The man replied amicably. They say a dragon's treasure fell here. The couple was stunned. A dragon? The man confirmed. Yes, a dragon. The person behind them turned pale. Isn't a dragon a divine creature? From what's been discovered, it's said to have been in hiding for 100 years. The holy temple must be in chaos. The story was detailed further. However, they say someone killed the dragon's guardian and stole the treasure. They've got some nerve. They deserve to be punished 1,000 times over for daring to steal a dragon's treasure. His body trembled involuntarily. If we're discovered, we'll be executed. The royal family will probably handle it before the dragon can act. We won't survive. Night fell once again on the poor village. The two returned in silence to their dark home. STO had already fallen asleep in his arms. His father whispered softly, What do we do? Just then, Terios suddenly pushed open the door and stepped out. Father. He was surprised and called his name. Terios. The child ran over eagerly. Did you go to the market, father? What did you and mom buy? Anything good? The two turned to look at each other, 1,000 unspoken thoughts between them. In the end, he just nodded, as if they had reached a mutual understanding. A faint smile escaped his lips. Nothing today, Terios. The boy quickly noticed something else. Then what's that? STO's father gently set him down. This is a baby. He'll be your brother. Terios tentatively reached out to touch him. My brother? The father nodded kindly. Yes, a baby even smaller than Rosette. The boy asked happily. Really? So this is my second little brother? His father's reply was firm. Yes. Terios observed STO curiously. His eyes are dark, but so bright. What's his name? Suddenly being asked, the father was a bit flustered. His name is... His gaze fell upon the innocent child. Then, he unconsciously came up with a name. STO. The baby's cheeks flushed slightly as if he understood. His name is STO. The entire story unfolded before his eyes, leaving Terios utterly shocked. What? He panicked and questioned the others. What is this, father? The mother just bit her lip without answering. Even the father was speechless. Mom, Dad, what is that bastard? At this point, STO's father managed to stammer out a few words. He turned to the young man. I'm sorry, STO. His palm clenched tightly and trembled. I'm truly sorry. His knees then buckled and hit the ground. Please forgive me. I truly didn't know. His father didn't dare to look up. No. I still don't know what exactly you are. He didn't offer any comment, just looked away. The man continued to explain. I couldn't let my whole family be killed. But that doesn't mean I blame or hate you. His eyes, glistening with tears, were fixed on STO. I'm your father. I just wanted to protect everyone. His excuse echoed. Because the more you showed yourself outside, the more danger everyone would be in. After hearing all this, STO still maintained a cold expression. He suddenly lowered his head, showing a hint of surprise. The father tried to express his thoughts. I also decided to protect you. I truly wanted to treat you as my own son by giving you a name and watching you grow. His eyes were clearly amber then, but they suddenly changed to blue. You're not normal. You're just imitating a normal person. The older he got, the stranger he became. Human language, human emotions, even the rare growth of a human. The man also knew what he had been through. Your growth slowed down while living in the attic. But no matter what, you still woke up and walked out as if nothing happened. I was terrified. With all his regret, STO's father cried out, Please forgive me. I was wrong. He sincerely prostrated himself before him. Please forgive me. I was wrong. Even STO was confused. An apology in exchange for his family's lives. I wish I hadn't read this much. He raised his arm and clenched his fist. Then he unleashed all his anger in a single punch to the wall. The glass began to crack from the immense power. The memory was shattered, its pieces falling like rain. Some remained calm, while others were consumed by fear. The food on the table was scattered everywhere, a complete mess. The village chief's soul nearly left his body at the sight of his true form. A dragon! A dragon! STO's face darkened mysteriously. So, he turned the tip of his shoe to one side. Terios immediately recognized the gesture. Are you going to kill us? He stammered, begging. I'm still your brother. Spare me. I'm sorry. It was my fault. So please let me live. The mother could only cover her face in resignation. STO wondered, is it this easy? He walked up to Terios, making him flinch. He thought to himself, his eyes turning pitch black like a cold-blooded killer's. To think they are this weak. In the end, he didn't act, simply turning and walking away. Mubin and Parker followed his every move. When he stepped outside, he realized it had started raining at some point. Suki quietly followed by his side. The group ignored the pouring rain and left together. Even after leaving the house, Mubin was still concerned about STO. He gazed thoughtfully at the back of their leader. The young man led everyone to the mountain from that fateful day. He climbed the same slope his father once climbed, step by step. The path ahead was obscured by dense foliage, shrouded in darkness. But STO continued walking down a path overgrown with lush weeds. The group stopped before a clear blue lake. STO thought to himself, that hole became a pond. His reflection stared back from the lake's surface as the rain continued to fall. For a moment, he remembered the wolf that once protected him. STO stared intently at those complicated memories. What was your name? Behind him, Mubin suddenly knelt, resting his other hand on a staff. He slowly began to speak. Hey, you know everything, don't you? The other man immediately admitted. I figured it out myself. Mubin looked up and said, but if I told you I had no idea they did all those things, would you believe me? Receiving no answer, he probed further. Do you resent me? Sto remained strangely calm. Should I resent you? Mubin quickly objected. There's no need. STO turned his face away. Your request was fair, and I accepted it. Amidst the desolate, rainy forest, he posed a question. Because the request was entrusted to me. You agree, don't you? The man replied firmly. I agree, and I will protect that. This was unexpected, and STO showed a hint of surprise. Mubin's hand rested on his chest. The Hyga are a clan that drinks dragon's blood. He introduced himself more formally. Mubin Hyga, the name given to me by the god who saved me. To ensure a tragedy like this never happens again. Mubin made a direct offer. I want you to choose me as your guardian. After those words, no one spoke. Only the sound of the pouring rain remained. STO's lips parted, as if to say something, but he stopped. He thought about the position Mubin mentioned, guardian of the dragon. Receiving the blessing of dragon's blood comes at a price. The price is the submission of one's soul. It brings countless bloody battles. The one who becomes the guardian must obey, and the master's safety is the top priority. It's an incredibly dangerous thing. A blood pact. It was past midnight, so the group had to return. We walked a lot today. You should rest, Commander. An in-room had been prepared in advance, so they stayed there. While STO lay still on the bed, Suki moved stealthily. It carefully observed his face. Suki felt a bit relieved. He must be so confused. It's good for him to sleep like this. Just as it finished the thought, the person on the bed suddenly stirred. Something flashed past the cat's vision. STO held the cat tightly in his arms and whispered, "Suki." With no other choice, it lay down. "STO, it's okay." Its big round eyes looked straight at the boy, "No matter what you are." Then it slowly drifted off to sleep. It doesn't change anything. It was just early morning, but sunlight was already gently streaming through the window. Suki slept soundly. The light shining in woke him up soon after. When he sat up, Neju and Suki were lying on either side of him. STO whispered to himself, "I was." The sound of a door opening came from outside. Parker appeared cheerfully. "I was about to wake you, but it looks like you're already up." "Good morning." He was about to say more when Mubin cut in from somewhere. "Come down and eat." Parker's face immediately soured. "I was just about to say that." The weather was only nice for a moment before the rain and wind returned. They said it would take about 2 days to get to Galatia. A warm breakfast was served on the table. "But it's raining so hard the carriage can't go anywhere. For now, we'll have to wait until the sky clears." Parker casually picked up a piece of bread. "So, Commander," he ate, while also hinting, "what about Zubugu Bonadar airing Ekmu Ekad? What are you going to do when we get back to headquarters?" STO answered hesitantly, "Probably wait for the next mission." Parker immediately let out a surprised gasp. "But that thing, the dragon." "No," Mubin interjected. "Do you intend to continue working in the guild?" STO answered very directly, "Yes. You also have duties as a duke, don't you? It's not like you can just be a normal guard." He said, "Seriously, I intend to renounce all my current positions." However, STO dismissed it. "There's no need for that." Mubin was firm in his decision. "No. A guardian cannot leave their master. You know they can't exist on their own." STO fell into deep thought. "I don't. The only thing I know is the truth about myself." He reminded them flatly. "Other than that, there's nothing else." Mubin also realized, that's right. Compared to STO's true age, he's still just a newborn dragon. Their lives followed a unique rule. The process of a dragon's growth is quite long, 100 years at a minimum, with the longest being 500 years. After hatching, a dragon is cared for by its mother for 100 years before it begins to mature into an adult. He came to a conclusion as he looked at STO. "So, our commander is no different than a newborn baby." There were still other things that bothered him. Moreover, he may look human, but that form is just an imitation for survival. A random question popped into his mind. Why didn't the black dragon protect its own bloodline? The more he speculated, the more shocked Mubin became. What if it wasn't that it didn't protect it? There must be something hidden that STO didn't know about. But that it couldn't? After finishing breakfast, he quickly said, "The mission is complete. Let's go home." Mubin tried to persuade him. "Sir STO, why are you so determined to stay in the guild?" He earnestly suggested a solution. "At least come with me. Instead of here, my territory is safer." He maintained his impassive expression and said, "I may not be the being you think I am." STO stated his decision frankly. "Honestly, everything up to now has been the truth, and I'm not sure if I want to know more. So, please, leave." Mubin was stunned and couldn't argue. He silently gritted his teeth. The only remaining trace of the dragon, the master I've always wanted to find. What if everything I've done until now has been for nothing? His hand, hidden from view, clenched into a fist. Is the Hyga clan really that useless? STO continued. However, he gave Mubin a heads up. "I will contact you in the future," STO said slowly. "Please go back and continue your work. I will call you when I need you." The man looked shocked at the proposal. To reassure Mubin, he made a serious promise. "I swear." Upon returning to headquarters, the first thing he received was a request. "Take a rest," the boy exclaimed in bewilderment as papers flew everywhere. Wen, however, was relaxing leisurely in his chair. "Take a rest. The Guildmaster wants to see you. He'll find you soon, so until then, just rest." STO's eyes widened in disbelief. Wen quickly got up from his chair. He held up a blanket. "This is very precious to me, but I'll give it to you," he explained with a hint of jealousy. "You don't know the joy of curling up your blanket and rolling around in bed, do you?" Wen shrugged and suggested some fun things. "Try reading a book in a warm room. Since you have a blanket, you can open the window a bit for some fresh air. You can have some snacks, lie down for a bit, take a nap, and when you wake up, try a chocolate bar. STO silently took the blanket while the old man asked enthusiastically, "So? Want to take some stuff from my room?" His palm clenched slightly. "It's fine." So STO had to return to his room with Neju and Ahuru. "Well then, get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard. The Guildmaster will see you later." As they were walking, Neju suddenly called out, "Sto." He immediately replied in a very normal tone, "Yeah?" It asked him with concern, "Is it really okay not to know more about your family?" STO showed no interest in the question. He guessed the implication behind it. "Even though they made you suffer through all that?" Ahuru suddenly roared. "But so what?" It angrily cursed them. "I can't stand it. I'm going back and stuffing thorns in their mouths." STO turned around and said, "Ahuru." He glanced away, not wanting to dwell on it. "Even if they change, we won't." So, since he left, the village had returned to its normal rhythm. There's no need to change anything. Outside the window, a new day had dawned. He woke up after a long sleep, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling. STO suddenly felt aimless. "I've never known how to play. What do I do?" He swung his legs off the bed, his pale hand opening the window to let in the breeze. Sto gazed into the distance. The first thing that caught his eye was the majestic nature interspersed with houses. A while later, STO sat quietly under the shade of a green tree. As he was calmly enjoying the moment, he faintly noticed something. Parker, having just gotten off a carriage, waved at him. "Captain!" He leaned over and told Lena, "Wait a sec, let me go say hi." Lena took this opportunity to tease him. "Captain, is that the guy you're always chasing after? Should I go say hello too?" Parker suddenly got flustered and changed his mind. "If we both go, it'll be too loud. Maybe he's having some private time." This made him hesitate as he stood not far from STO. "It's hard to say. I can't read any emotion on his face." Parker quickly stopped him, startling him. "I'll go alone." He flew over to STO and asked a simple question. "Captain, have you eaten yet?" STO looked up and asked back, "Is it lunchtime already?" Parker scratched his head and answered honestly, "Actually, it's been a little while. I'm waiting for a friend who's busy with something." Then he smiled at STO. "I'm taking a break too, just like you." STO looked straight up. "Is that so?" Parker friendly invited, "Let's go together." He also invited the others, Nezu, Ahuru, and Cat too. Nezu seemed quite excited at the mention. "Me too." STO suddenly became unusually sensitive. "Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you to sit with me?" He immediately denied it. "Not at all." Parker tried to explain. "Don't worry, those shameless guys won't." But Lena cut in. "An acquaintance." Parker turned to Lena with a strange look. "You two know each other?" He gave a non-committal answer. "Perhaps." Lena faced him tensely. "Looking at it this way, it seems not." He widened his eyes and stared at STO. STO stared back without blinking. Then Lena suddenly laughed and greeted him warmly. "Ah, right. Sto, you're so unique, I always remember you." The man who had once journeyed with STO and had smiled at him so freely. STO called out his name, Lena. He was overjoyed. "So you do remember." Lena extended his hand as if to reintroduce himself. "I thought you died at the hands of that white fluff ball. Looks like you're still alive." "That's good." Getting back to the point, Lena recounted the old story. "I searched the entire mountain, but it vanished without a trace. Everyone thought you were in its stomach." Lena spoke with an incredulous tone. "I never thought we'd meet again like this." Nezu peeked out from behind him. Seeing it was like being struck by lightning for Lena, he whipped something out. Pale-faced, Lena brandished a defensive weapon. White Fluff, back, just as scared, tried to stop him. "Lena, calm down. Nezu is the captain's partner." Nezu used its sparkling eyes and cuteness to persuade him. "Partner, that wild white fluff is." After looking at it, Lena couldn't even bring himself to attack. At that moment, he had a startling realization. This person, SGO. So he tamed the beast by reading its mind. SGO became even more deeply ingrained in his mind. "He's even more impressive than I thought." Then Lena's eyes fell on the badge pinned to his chest. He put his weapon away. "My God, you're a guildmaster." Back slapped him on the arm, nagging, "Lena, show him more respect. Even if you're the main strategist of the combat division, you should still be polite to him. The rank difference is huge, you know." Lena still didn't seem to get it. "Our rank?" Back emphasized again. "Yes. Insubordination. At best, you get demoted. At worst, exiled. Got it?" Then SGO stood up and told him, "Back, go eat with your friend." Back was startled and asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" SGO's tone was a bit weary. "I'll eat later. This is uncomfortable for me." SGO bluntly stated, "And the way you talk about Nezu, I find that uncomfortable as well." Lena and Back froze on the spot after hearing that. Then he swept past them like the wind. Goodbye. Lena was not in a good mood now. He called out, "Hey." Lena called him with more respect. "Guildmaster SGO." He just glanced back. "Is there something else you need to say?" Lena bowed a full 90 degrees. "I apologize." This made SGO stare in surprise. He bowed his head before everyone to show his remorse. "My words were not because of my discomfort, but because I was very surprised. I won't call it white fluff anymore, and I never thought an acquaintance would become a guildmaster. From now on, I will call you Guildmaster." Then, Lena winked. "So please, don't misunderstand. As an apology, let me treat you to this meal." SGO felt awkward after hearing that. In the end, the three of them went to eat together, with no one left out. "Might as well, since we're already going. We have to eat at the best restaurant." With a passionate recommendation, they arrived at the best restaurant in Revital. Lena waved down a waiter. "Let me order. I guarantee everyone will get the best food here." SGO was skeptical. "Really?" He replied confidently, "Of course." SGO glanced pensively at Ahuru. It was unusually quiet today. Ahuru wasn't giving off any thoughts, either. A thought crossed his mind. Is it hurt somewhere? Then, someone called out, "Hey." Jen, her face covered, asked, "That cactus, how old is it?" SGO calmly replied, "I don't know. I've never asked it." She seemed confused. "You don't know? Why?" She stated an obvious fact. "You don't need to ask to know." Jen's face revealed new emotion. SGO grew cautious. "Strange. I can't read her emotions. Who is she?" Lena leaned over to Jen and explained, "Jen isn't human. She's a doll created by the Guildmaster." SGO murmured the word, "A doll." Parker added, "Perhaps you didn't know." He crossed his arms and revealed a piece of information. The master of the Ignis Guild is the only puppeteer in the world. Every one of Jen's gestures, from her gaze to the strands of her hair and her tightly pursed lips. SGO thought to himself, except for the fact I can't read her heart, she looks completely alive. He then asked, "How can you tell she's a doll?" Lena showed him. "Look closely at Jen." A blue star was under Jen's eye. Lena told him to pay close attention. "See the tattoo under her eye? All of the Guildmaster's dolls have that mark, so people can tell them apart." He placed his hands on the table and stated seriously, "But you don't need to pay it too much mind. A doll is still a doll, after all. Dolls only obey their master and feel no pain." Lena glanced over at Jen. "So treating her like a human will only make things worse." Then Lena gave SGO a wink. "Trust me, I have plenty of experience with this." Just then, the food arrived at the table. "Here's your food." His mood suddenly soured. A living doll. A table of delicious food was spread before them. "Look at this, SGO." "All right, everyone, feel free to dig in." Seeing the delicious food, Nezu grew excited. "It looks so good." SGO had to silently agree, indeed. Everyone began to enjoy the meal to fill their stomachs. While Parker was munching away, he subtly noticed something. Parker saw that SGO hadn't touched his food. "Captain, aren't you eating?" Then Parker jumped in alarm, worrying. "Could it be that you can't eat raw food? We should have asked you before ordering." Lena immediately apologized. "I'll order something cooked for you." He just quietly denied it. "It's not that." SGO fell silent once more. He let out a weary sigh. "No, it's just not to my taste." Then he looked over the lavish spread of food again. The appetizing dishes were beautifully arranged on the plates, but he felt it was truly a pity. Those creatures had been cut while still alive, just minutes, or even seconds, before. SGO could feel the animal's pain. The terror and agony of the living creatures still lingered. He winced in disgust. "All I can see in this is hatred." SGO thought it was best not to say it aloud, instead telling them a white lie. "I'm not hungry either, but it's fine." On the way out, Parker's scolding echoed through the streets. "Damn it, Lena, this is all your fault. The vice captain specifically told us to take good care of him." He scratched his head remorsefully. "I know, but do you think I would have done that if I knew?" Parker cried out in anguish, while Lena felt helpless. "What do we do now?" SGO bent down and asked quietly, "Nezu, can you walk?" Nezu gently replied, "Yes." Parker then offered a decent idea. "Captain, how about we take this chance to take a tour of the city?" The city, with its ancient architecture, was something to look forward to. You were only just assigned to the main headquarters, right? And lately, you've just been staying inside. SGO was also quite worried about SGO's feelings, and you've been listless ever since receiving that last commission. Lena scratched his head, wanting to fix his mistake. "Don't worry, I'm a local expert here." He gave SGO another wink. It sent a shiver down his spine. He zipped over at lightning speed. "All right, Captain." He casually threw an arm around SGO's shoulder. "You don't have anything else to do today, right?" Lena pointed straight down the road ahead. Then let's go. SGO asked curiously. Go where? Then Lena began to tell the tales of this city. Actually, our guild has a custom that's existed since its founding. Or maybe Lena just made it up. It's to welcome newcomers. Ah, right. Parker chimed in enthusiastically. I went through it too. The houses were roofed with red tiles. Usually, we have the rookies patrol around the headquarters to get a basic feel for the place. Then they're called in to describe the city. Like, where's the biggest statue in the square? Or the oldest candy shop? Things like that. Lena told the city story to pique SGO's curiosity. If you can't answer, they make you run laps until you're soaked in sweat. Then he burst out laughing, revealing his canine teeth. But you're not a rookie anymore, and you have me to help you. His face remained unenthusiastic. Is that so? He uttered a flat sentence. Then I'll be in your care. Lena, as if injected with new life, pointed at himself and declared, just trust me and follow me. Revital is the most prosperous and safest city. I guarantee you'll have a wonderful trip. SGO nodded. All right. After that came the curious questions from the two of them for SGO. Before, why did you keep your arms crossed like that, Captain? Jen unconsciously followed the three of them, listening to every excuse and explanation. She watched SGO from behind. Then she smiled very gently. The captain is truly a generous person. On a street bustling with people coming and going, Lena spoke up. This is the famous 3rd Avenue, he continued. The great thing is that the sunlight shines directly down on this road. Let's go up there and talk more. SGO, looking around nervously, declined. No need. This is fine. Seeing his anxious expression, Lena couldn't help but wonder. Captain, you've been looking around this whole time. Are you searching for something? Hearing that, SGO immediately turned and asked, is there a medical center that can check on the health of a plant? Lena was suddenly surprised. He stared at the potted cactus. His tone was hesitant. If it's about this plant, Lena put a hand to his chin, thinking for a moment before speaking with uncertainty. There's a research garden that specializes in that, but the owner is always busy. I'm not sure if we can meet him. Without much thought, SGO quickly asked, can you take me there? Lena flashed a bright smile. Sure, it's worth a shot to go together. Then he enthusiastically dashed off, shouting as he ran, trust me, this way. Parker, who had been silent until now, approached him with a troubled expression. He's a bit too energetic, isn't he? SGO replied quietly. It's fine. Parker frowned and looked away, awkwardly scratching his head. He's like an untamed colt, so much so that everyone calls him Xiao Lena. SGO was suddenly confused, his eyes widening as if he couldn't believe his ears. Seeing SGO's expression, Parker quickly explained, Xiao as in cockroach. Lena was still happily running ahead, waving his arms up and down like a dance. He leaned his shoulder on SGO and chuckled, teasing, it sounds like a pretty girl's name, right? We use it to prank the rookies. I fell for it once, too. Just then, Lena's voice cut through their conversation from behind, causing both of them to freeze guiltily. What are you two doing? Talking bad about me, aren't you? Parker smiled and quickened his pace. All right, we're coming. SGO looked down at Ahuru, thinking to himself, still so quiet. At a white wooden house, hidden behind tall, broad-leafed trees, the house came into clearer view with every step. Once inside the house, Parker was puzzled. They left the door open? Lena quickly replied. Because the research garden is funded by the association, you could say it's the city's public garden. They stepped inside, walking between 2 rows of lush green plants. He was still leading the way, adding, so anyone is allowed to come in and see the plants and flowers. Parker looked around with curious and unfamiliar eyes. This is my first time at the research garden too. The image of an ancient tree appeared in Parker's mind, and he continued, unlike animals, plants don't move or make sounds. He suddenly turned to SGO and asked, come to think of it, Captain, do plants talk? SGO replied curtly, I don't know, which made Parker exclaim in surprise. Huh? Lena was also confused. Can't you read the minds of animals? Does it not work on plants? SGO's eyes were fixed on Ahuru in his arms. I don't always hear them. It might only be possible with a certain level of contact. He seemed intrigued. The more I hear, the more interesting it gets. Lena forcefully grabbed a tree trunk and pulled it towards him. The trunk bent sharply from his pull. Lena pointed at it and asked, so what is this tree saying? SGO looked up at the tree, seemingly falling into a contemplative silence as he observed it. The branches with their lush green leaves came into view, but then SGO lowered his head slightly, his voice softening. If I could, I'd rather not listen. Lena was momentarily stunned, frowning in confusion. Why? He thought to himself, bewildered. If I could read minds, I'd read the thoughts of everything. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It is welcoming you. Both Parker and Lena looked up, calling out in unison, Zen. The newcomer was Zen, and she also spoke, SGO. Zen looked up at the high branches, repeating her words, they are welcoming you. Green leaves fluttered through the air as she relayed the fragmented words she sensed. Pleased to meet you, the cute child in black. It's good. You're still alive. A leaf landed in SGO's hair, and he gently plucked it down, lightly twirling it in his hand for a moment. Then, he suddenly grew curious. Zen, you can hear plants? Only then did Zen turn to look at them. I was created from plants. SGO nodded in understanding, then turned away with a dejected look, a hint of disappointment in his heart. So it's not exactly the same ability as mine. She walked closer to them. Here, listen. SGO refused. There's no need. Zen's face, hidden under her hood, showed a flicker of surprise. Why? Do you hate plants? SGO turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. It's not that. Then he added his reason. They probably don't want us to read them. SGO suddenly felt as if the ground beneath his feet was cracking open, a cold and gloomy feeling spreading. Reading minds without consent is a form of violence. Painful old memories replayed in his mind. He unconsciously muttered, violence. Yes. Zen continued to approach him. SGO, the plants cannot speak if you do not listen to them. Pulled back to reality by her words, SGO was startled. A withered, bare branch appeared, accompanied by Zen's gentle voice. Even if they want to speak, even if they want to share, even in the moment they wither and die, they cannot express themselves. That is what it means to be a plant. She smiled radiantly, pulling back the hood of her cloak. Did you know? To us, you are a blessing. SGO looked down at Zen, speechless for a moment. You! Suddenly, someone shouted, interrupting them. You people! Green, holding a garden rake, angrily questioned them. What are you doing in my garden? Parker hastily bowed his head and quickly replied, I'm so sorry. Lena touched a tree without permission. Lena flinched at hearing his name. Why are you using me as a scapegoat? Green quickly denied it. Not the tree, then stomped forward. He pointed straight at Nezu, who was standing guiltily on a patch of flowers. He pointed accusingly, You're stepping on the flowers. It immediately lifted its foot, but a poor plant had already been crushed. Nezu was so flustered its limbs went weak. Sorry. As it moved slightly, a faint snapping sound was heard, causing it to freeze in horror. Another small plant had been crushed by Nezu. Green was so shocked, his mouth fell open. His hand gripping the rake so tightly, it snapped in two. He cried out, clutching his head in despair. No. Soft rays of light streamed through the skylight of the house. Shining through the green canopy, a hesitant voice spoke up. We're truly sorry, Mr. Green. Lena approached, scratching his head awkwardly as he looked at the tearful Green beside him. Lena, is that you? Still living as a mercenary because no one will hire you? He snapped back in annoyance. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? I'm very famous, Green sniffed disdainfully. After a moment, Lena forced a smile. I'm the captain of the combat division now. I even get a lot of commissions. Sir, bringing up that old stuff in front of my captain is very disrespectful. Green seemed unconvinced. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Captain? He looked towards SGO, Parker, Zen, and Nezu. His voice was hesitant, uncertain. Could it be, you are? Then his gaze focused solely on SGO. You're the recently appointed captain. Green's attitude changed instantly. He smiled kindly, approaching to shake his hand and introduce himself. I am Green Zezer. I may not be much help, but I am the caretaker of this research garden. SGO simply replied, I am SGO. Green's handshake grew tighter by the second. Suddenly, a voice echoed in SGO's mind. He was reading Green's thoughts. He was thinking, mind, reading ability. Green smiled cheerfully, his cheeks flushing red, overjoyed. This is great. I want to know what those little sprouts are thinking. After reading his thoughts, SGO paused, looking a bit confused. A magnifying glass was brought close to Ahuru. Green cleared his throat. Both Parker and SGO stared intently at him. Parker asked worriedly, Sir, how is Ahuru? Green frowned slightly and said hesitantly, This is a bit difficult. Hearing this, he was surprised. Green observed Ahuru and spoke. This cactus is Ahuru. It's been very well cared for. He seemed slightly taken aback, his expression troubled. It's not lacking water or nutrients. On the surface, there are no problems. Parker found this strange. Then why is it not well? Green put a hand to his chin, his expression pensive. I don't know. I'm not sure either, but it doesn't look very healthy. He hurriedly turned to ask SGO for his opinion. Captain, may I lift it up to check its roots? Suddenly, a soft, whispering voice spoke up. Roots. Green frowned, not understanding where that voice came from. Ahuru on the table seemed to twitch, startling Green. It continued to curse. Whose roots? My roots? Are you serious, you pervert? He screamed in terror, jumping back a few feet. Good heavens. His face darkened, his voice trembling. Vert, don't call me that. One of them spoke up. Are humans always so surprised by common occurrences? Another one mused. I think the cactus is talking. Ahuru fumed. What are you looking at? First time seeing a talking cactus? The top of its head turned red with anger as it grunted. You! SGO quickly calmed it down. Ahuru, stop. It immediately obeyed. Okay. SGO patted Ahuru's head and explained. You didn't seem normal, so I asked him to check on you. Ahuru asked, Is that a doctor? At that moment, Green's jaw dropped. He slowly approached the table. SGO introduced him. A plant doctor. He is Green Zeiser. Ahuru's attitude changed. It was excited but still a bit skeptical. Really a plant doctor? SGO nodded. Yes. Hearing that, Ahuru thought for a moment, then made a decision. It decisively tilted over, revealing the bottom of its pot. Strong, thick roots poked out from underneath. Here, you can look under the pot. Do you know how cruel it is to pull a plant out of the soil? Green gently lifted the pot to examine it, lightly touching a root to check. Very healthy. After the checkup, Ahuru sat up straight. See? I was just a little sleepy, but otherwise, I'm fine. Green was puzzled. Sleepy? He folded his arms on the table, staring intently at Ahuru. Hey, little friend, just in case. How old are you? Ahuru suddenly became shy, folding its arms as if covering its cheeks. 200. Parker burst out laughing. No way. This cactus is 200 years old? Ahuru was shocked. You don't believe me? It recalled the size of the others in its tribe compared to them. Ahuru was just a tiny speck in the middle. It added, to be precise, I'm older than that. It's just been 200 years since I became self-aware. I'm the smallest in my tribe. Green's eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed with emotion, rendered speechless. Oh my God. He shot up excitedly. Captain, this little fellow is a rare plant species that went extinct long ago. The giant cactus. SGO was slightly confused. What do you mean? Green imagined a massive cactus, standing tall in the desolate sands, a large flower blooming on its head. Words of praise flowed endlessly from his mouth. A giant, beautiful flower in the desert. Legend says they take thousands of years to grow but will bear the fruit of the gods. Ahuru quickly interrupted. We're not extinct. My mother and relatives are still alive back home. Green replied. Could it be? Green couldn't help but stare at Ahuru with a broad smile. From what I know, the sleepiness Ahuru is experiencing is a hibernation cycle during its growth phase. He added, This is my first time meeting a giant cactus, so I'm not entirely certain. SGO asked curiously, How long do these hibernation cycles usually last? The scene shifted to another corner of the room where 4 pots of lush plants were placed, as Green's voice continued. I know. I only know that giant cacti grow for thousands of years and have several long hibernation cycles. SGO suddenly whipped his head toward Ahuru. He carefully instructed, This is a research garden owned by the association. I'll ask them to take care of you until your hibernation cycle ends. Please get some rest. Ahuru replied weakly, its voice small, I don't want to. SGO leaned in close to Ahuru. If you're uncomfortable here, I can ask Sir Higa. He's a very powerful. Ahuru asked sadly, Do I make you uncomfortable? He froze, not knowing how to answer. SGO reached out and patted Ahuru's head. It's not that, it's just. It spoke bluntly, with firm conviction, SGO, I don't want to sleep. I will never sleep. With that, it bowed its head, curling up in SGO's palm and nuzzling gently. Its arm brushed against his hand as if trying to hold on. Its next words were kept to itself. Because I'm worried about you, SGO. A while later, they all filed out the door. Green spoke up. Because it can still talk, and even move. I'm still not sure if it's okay, he advised. But refusing to sleep can lead to health problems. Please keep this in mind. SGO understood and replied quickly. Understood. Green looked at the silent cactus in SGO's hand. Although plants are very simple, once you understand them, you'll know how complex and fragile they are, just like animals. Images of potted plants of different species and shapes, cultivated in various ways throughout the house, appeared. Green's words continued. Habitat, size, gender, age, or even the shape of their leaves are distinguishing features among them. He and SGO both looked at Ahuru simultaneously. He smiled. Although the fact this little friend can talk is an advantage. Green lifted the black bag in his hand. I've packed some nutrient-rich soil. It should be helpful. Parker took the bag. SGO quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Green reached into his coat pocket. He added, One more thing. He held out a tightly sealed glass bottle containing a small scroll of paper. "These are instructions from the Guildmaster for you." SGO was stunned when he saw the bottle. "You knew I would come here?" Green chuckled, lightly scratching his temple. "Not at all. I was just informed before you arrived." SGO took the bottle, silently staring at the glass in his hand. The faint sound of the wind and rustling leaves could be heard. SGO thought to himself, "It seems I'm being watched." Seeing his silence, Green quickly waved his hands to explain, "Please don't misunderstand. The Guildmaster didn't intentionally do this to you. It's just that the Guildmaster always cares for everyone," he asked, confused, emphasizing one word. "Always?" Green pictured puppets entangled in strings, with a single hand above them, pulling and controlling them. He added, "She is a puppeteer. Compared to the number of dolls seen in public, the real number is probably up to 1,000. Parker suddenly leaned close to SGO's ear and whispered, "Actually, it could be even more," he added. "Because the dolls break down quickly, she makes a lot of them." SGO took out the paper and read its contents silently. Ignis Guild, Guildmaster, Security Level, Captain, Location, Revital City, Central Market, Time Limit, 30 minutes. Order, find Guildmaster CAI in Revital's Central Market within the time limit. A reward will be given upon finding her. The instructions will self-destruct when the time limit is up. Find her quickly, Guildmaster CAI. The number 30 printed on the paper quickly changed to 29, signaling that 1 minute had passed. Lena suddenly leaned in to read, putting a hand to his chin in thought. Magic ink. I wonder what time limit she set this time. As he read the words clearly, Lena's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Wait, it's not even 30 minutes. The time continued to tick down. SGO announced, "There are only 27 minutes left now." The paper clearly says, "To the Central Market, 30-minute limit." Lena waved his hand dismissively. "Oh man, this is impossible." SGO asked him, "How long does it take to get there?" An image of residents from various professions, genders, and ages bustling back and forth appeared. Lena clarified, "It's not that. The Central Market of Revital is huge. There are 8 major roads from different directions, a complex system of alleys, and a massive crowd of people." Parker also chimed in, "And above all, we don't know what the Guildmaster looks like." Lena agreed, "Right. The Guildmaster usually communicates through her dolls." Parker concurred. "I think only the Vice Captain has ever met the Guildmaster in person." Before he could finish, SGO dashed past Parker at lightning speed. Parker frantically called after him, "Captain." SGO kept running headfirst. "I'm going to the Central Market." Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he stopped for a split second. SGO turned around to face them. He expressed to Green, "The plants in the garden are very grateful and fond of you." Green was astonished. He stammered, "Are, really?" SGO mentioned the bright yellow flowers glistening in the sun, the ginkgo tree behind you. He listed them one by one. Even the flower that Nezu stepped on. SGO spoke sincerely. "Just as you want to listen to them, they also want to say that to you." Green gently placed a hand on his chest, feeling deeply moved. With that, SGO turned his back and left. Goodbye. The 4 of them walked through the bustling, crowded streets, led by SGO, followed by Nezu, then Parker, Lena, and Jen. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. SGO's face was grim, and cold sweat trickled down his cheek. His hand clenched tightly around the paper with the instructions. SGO was under extreme stress. The cacophony of whispers crowded his mind, making him even more confused. "If I want to find the Guildmaster in this sea of people, I have to read everyone's thoughts." SGO let out heavy breaths. Suddenly, something flashed by, quick as a whip, startling SGO. People's thoughts murmured in his ear. "It's so hot. It's so crowded here. No one will notice if I take this." From the inner thoughts of a pushy vendor to a harsh critique of a street food dish. Hey, just looking doesn't cost anything. Come check out my wares. This barbecue smells awful." SGO squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus all his concentration on the search. No, a little more. Suddenly, from deep within an alley, an echo reached him. He strained to read the letters. CAI. A name flashed in SGO's mind, and he jolted. CAI. SGO's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, a stream of blood ran from his nose. Nezu was worried. "SGO, your nose is bleeding." He wiped it away with his hand and reassured it. "I'm fine." Nezu cried out, "You're bleeding. How can you be fine?" But SGO didn't answer. He stared blankly into the space before him. SGO thought with certainty, "Found her." Immediately, SGO took off running in that direction. His teammates, left behind, shouted, "SGO!" Stalls selling vegetables lined up, coming into view. SGO's steps slowed slightly before stopping completely. He was standing in front of a stall, selling various plants. A voice came from inside the stall. "Hello." A blonde girl appeared. She smiled, placing a cardboard box gently on the table. "Looking to buy some fruit?" she asked again. "Or perhaps for yourself?" SGO thought, the Guildmaster's doll. Then he held out the note and got straight to the point. "I'm here to find Guildmaster Kai." The girl didn't reply, the smile on her lips only growing wider. SGO was momentarily confused, questioning himself. "She's not here, but I clearly just sensed her." Suddenly, the soft click of metal clashing against metal rang clearly in SGO's ear. His eyes widened in surprise. A cute pink clip had been placed in SGO's hair. He looked over with his mouth agape, catching sight of someone's small hands pulling away. Kai spoke up immediately. "Here, your reward for finding me. Please accept it." Now, she was sitting with her legs crossed on a wooden plank of the stall, facing SGO. He greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Guildmaster." Kai smiled, placing a hand on her chest to introduce herself. "I am Kai, the master of the Ignis Guild." SGO was slightly stunned. "Guild." Before he could finish his sentence, another loud call interrupted their conversation. "Master!" Zen smiled happily, running quickly towards them, unable to contain her excitement as she called out, "Master!" She smiled so happily that her cheeks unknowingly blushed pink. Both Parker and Lena were so shocked their mouths hung open. He stammered, She smiled. Zen quickly rushed forward and threw her arms around Kai. SGO finally had a moment to introduce himself. "I am SGO. When I was wandering after leaving my homeland, the guild helped me a great deal. Although it's a bit late, I want to thank you." Kai stroked Zen's head. The two girls were still in a touching embrace. Kai smiled and looked at him, replying, "Good. The Ignis Guild also owes you a great deal." SGO was slightly confused. "But I'm a member of the guild. Guildmaster." Kai's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Then she smiled again. "My mistake. The captain is an important member of Ignis. Thank you for enlightening me." Kai gently slid off the plank, stepping down to the floor. In an instant, Kai stood before SGO, her small frame looking up at him. "Do you have any questions? I have prepared everything, just waiting for you." He wondered, "Why did you appoint me to this position?" Upon hearing the question, Kai suddenly clapped her hands. "Good question. This is also why I came to see you." She suggested to SGO, "It wouldn't be good for outsiders to hear. Let's use the captain's special ability." He was momentarily confused. Special ability? A unique trait? Kai nodded slightly, confirming the thought in his head. SGO stood silently, preparing to use his mind-reading ability. The space around him gradually darkened, and faint rustling sounds echoed in his ears. Now, only the two of them remained in that space. Kai began to speak, her voice soft yet incredibly firm. "To protect you." Kai envisioned people with all sorts of abilities. She pointed her finger at SGO. Among them, the position of captain was created to protect you. Because a long time ago. Well, Kai suddenly brought that finger to her lips. She gave a meaningful smile. "I once knew a being with an ability just like yours." SGO was stunned by what he had just heard. Kai began her story. "A long time ago, it is said that the dragons abandoned this world, but two remained." SGO asked, "Who are they?" She replied, "One is dead, and the other is the golden dragon, Suhanan. You could call him the last dragon." Kai smiled softly, her eyes still on SGO as she concluded. "Until we found out about you." He was startled. "Does that mean?" "That person?" Kai warned him. "SGO, stay away from Suhanan." She pointed directly at him once more. "I understand how you feel right now. You must want to meet him. However, you must never be curious or go looking for him. Do you understand? Suhanan doesn't know about your existence. If he finds out another black dragon is in this world." SGO was completely silent as he heard the next sentence from Kai. "He will surely destroy you." The image of an ancient castle hidden deep in the mountains appeared. She hadn't finished. "Fortunately, Suhanan does not live in the Reberazan Empire. We can't hide it forever. So I decided it's better to let him know you are under the protection of the Empire." Kai smiled faintly and held out her hand. "Captain SGO, for these reasons, I will accompany you from now on." He suddenly clenched his fist, crumpling the paper inside. "Why?" SGO couldn't understand and questioned her. "Am I worth it? I don't even know what kind of being I am. Why would the Guildmaster bet the entire association on me?" Kai took a step closer to him. The ground beneath her feet rippled like water. "You do not yet know your own worth." Kai smiled and added, "However, remember one thing. I have never done anything that wasn't to my own advantage." The smile on Kai's face grew warmer. By the time they had left that space, Kai suddenly had a thought. "Well, You'll find out the answer eventually. She smiled brightly and continued. Anyway, it seems you still don't fully understand what I've said. SGO was pensive, his blue eyes staring at her. But for a long moment, he didn't reply. Kai immediately turned to leave. Go back and rest. I permit it. As she turned, Parker and Lena jolted in surprise. They quickly bowed their heads in reverence. Kai bid them farewell, raising her hand in a wave. I'll come see you soon, Captain. A few days later, in a beautiful town nestled in a valley, a worried voice came from a pristine house. SGO has been asleep for several days. Nezu sat on the bed where SGO was still fast asleep. It sat opposite Suki and asked sadly, "What do we do?" It turned its head to look at him. Should we wake him up? SGO was breathing steadily in his sleep, showing no signs of waking up soon. Suki wagged its tail continuously, then suddenly leaped up. It landed on his bed, its large, round eyes silently watching his every breath. Suddenly, Suki looked towards Nezu, who was anxiously waiting behind it. Then it shook its head, signaling no. Nezu understood and replied softly. Okay. Suki's eyes remained fixed on SGO, its mind in turmoil. But if this continues, it's very dangerous. Its gaze was distant and full of indecision. Who can help right now? One by one, people appeared in Suki's mind. First, Lena and Parker. That muscle-head Lena definitely wouldn't understand me, so Avian would be a better choice. Having thought it through, it immediately turned its head, its mind still racing. Suddenly, at that very moment, SGO sat up. He looked at Suki and said, "It's okay, Suki." The sky outside had turned the color of sunset. STO spoke up. "Sorry for sleeping for so long." Both Nezu and Suki threw their arms around him. Nezu sniffled. "Thank goodness. I thought you were going to sleep forever from your fever." Ahuru, who had been standing by anxiously, added, "And I thought you were going to hibernate in my place. It's good you're awake." Nezu began to cry even louder. STO blushed, unsure what to do, and could only try to reassure them. "I'm okay." Suddenly, STO shot up and scooped Suki into his arms, causing a surprised Nezu to slip. "Stow!" He reached out and grabbed his coat. This worried Ahuru, who reminded him, "Hey, the sun has already set. Where are you going? You already woke up late. Just get some more rest." STO replied matter-of-factly, "I'm going to find food." Suki suddenly cut in, emphasizing, "You have a fever." Suki asked again, "Is it really okay for you to be moving around?" STO paused and looked down at Suki in his arms. He was taken aback for a moment, his pupils shrinking. A rapid knock came from outside the door. STO glanced toward the sound. He went to open it. "Who is it?" Suki quickly leaped down from his arms. It was Kai. She smiled brightly, holding out a piece of paper to him. "You have a letter." But then Kai froze, a little surprised to see STO's condition. His face was flushed with fever as he stared back at her, mouth agape. Kai quickly lowered her hand. "It seems I've come a bit too early." She tucked the paper into her pocket. "Let's not talk about work for now." STO stammered, the request. Kai immediately cut him off, changing the subject. "So, where were you headed?" STO put on his coat and followed Kai. "I wanted to go to the cafeteria," Kai replied cheerfully. "Then let's go. The food there is the best." Following him were Nezu, holding Ahuru, and Suki. She recalled the delicious food at the cafeteria, then wondered aloud, "Honestly, I'd like to go there more often, but every time I do, I attract a lot of unwanted attention." Ahuru looked at Kai's sparkling outfit and replied, "You want to know why?" Without waiting for an answer, he said, "Dress normally." She was confused. "Is my outfit that strange?" Ahuru answered bluntly, "Super strange." However, Kai just smiled and said, "But I can't change it." He was curious. "Why not?" She shrugged. "Because this outfit was very expensive," Ahuru replied. "Fine, do whatever you want." He glanced at Kai's flashy appearance and added, "Besides, a child dressed like this is bound to attract attention. People are always drawn to strange things." At the bustling cafeteria, filled with endless whispers, Kai invited them. "Here, eat up." Before them were plates piled high with food, bread, pasta, vegetables, and soup stacked like a mountain. SGO looked concerned. "But I can't eat this much." She smiled, resting her chin on her hand. "I just told you to eat. I'm not forcing you to finish all of it." Kai looked over at Suki. "Hey kitty, you too." Suki was clearly annoyed, its face fixed in a scowl. SGO looked down at the food, thinking to himself, asterisk, as expected, she knows a lot. Asterisk. He dipped his spoon into the soup with a soft clink. SGO's mind was in turmoil. Asterisk. The Golden Dragon. Suhanan. Asterisk. He scooped up a spoonful of soup, thinking, asterisk. I doubt that name comes from its color alone. Asterisk. SGO suddenly looked up and called out, "President." Kai was in the middle of her meal and looked at him, startled. Just call me Kai. I'd rather my identity not be revealed, if possible. SGO understood and continued his question. Understood. Kai, how do you know about dragons? Kai suddenly burst out laughing. I was just wondering what you were brooding over. Curious. Are we? SGO replied softly. Yes. As Kai flipped a grilled fish with her chopsticks, she added, It seems some personal problems are weighing you down, aren't they? She gently poked the fish with her chopsticks. Then, holding a chopstick in each hand, she split the fish in two. There's no how to it. The fish was quickly separated, the bones skillfully removed. Kai pushed the plate of fish towards Suki and continued. It's just information I've gathered over my long, long life. It stared at the plate of fish for a moment. Then it swatted the plate away, letting out a small, displeased meow. Nezu, who was eating a pastry nearby, spoke up. Suki doesn't like fish. Suki had already climbed onto Nezu's shoulder. Kai replied, I thought cats liked fish. Is that not the case? He explained. That's just a stereotype. She seemed to understand. I see. Kai immediately used the moment as an example. As you can see, there are things even I don't know. Kai stuck a fork into a loaf of bread. Living a long time just means I've experienced more. So, what I think I know about you could also be wrong. Suddenly, her hand tightened as if in anger, and she stabbed the fork down hard. Kai's face darkened, looking extremely dangerous. However, I am absolutely certain that the golden dragon, Suhanan, is an enemy. She lifted the fork, still stuck in the bread. Also, Kai gave a forced smile and announced to SGO, starting tomorrow, I plan to join the support team. He was slightly surprised. The team with Parker? Kai set the fork down. Yes, to support you. Not as the president, but as Guy. SGO simply replied, Understood, saying nothing more. After their talk, Kai prepared to leave. She placed her hand on the doorknob and said her goodbyes. Enjoy your meal. See you tomorrow. Nezu smiled and turned to SGO. Let's finish up, too. SGO quickly refused. No, let's eat slowly. We can go for a walk later. A while later, dusk had fallen, staining the sky with the characteristic yellow and red of twilight. In a large courtyard, SGO, Nezu, Ahuru, and Suki were out for a stroll. This courtyard was special, like a zoo, with all sorts of animals living together in harmony. Monkeys played with rabbits, while a bear and a horse drank from the same lake, where a duck swam slowly by. Witnessing this, SGO found it strange. Asterisk, the same species can develop differently depending on its environment. Asterisk, suddenly, a small voice came from below. Hello. It was a small, adorable raccoon. SGO looked at it in confusion.